brand in the world? 215-263-WMMR. Let's go to John, see if we can get an answer. Hey, John, good morning.
Good morning, Crackers. What's up?
Hey, all right, John, do me a favor and tell me what is the best-selling cookie brand in the world?
Would it be Oreo?
It is Oreo.
Yeah!
Hang on a second, John. I did not know that Oreo was, in the entire world, the most popular cookie brand. We're going to set him up. John just got tickets for Annie, one of the most beloved musicals of all time, and you can find it at the Kimmel Cultural Campbell.
Campbell? It's all right.
Jesus Christ, what a week this has been, right?
Tanya West, Preston.
Tanya West.
Dude, I was thinking about that yesterday.
Campbell? How many dumbass things have I said?
Cultural. By the way, the Kimmel Cultural Campus is difficult to say.
I agree.
Just say Campbell and everybody know what you're talking
Just say
about.
KKK.
No.
Oh,
Oh, my God.
KCC.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
This October, also don't miss Philadelphia Fall Arts Fest this Saturday at the Kimmel Cultural Campus.
It's such a great venue.
Oh, it's amazing.
It's just hard to say.
The free event is kicking off the season with performances, activities, and the best ticket deals of the season. And you can get info at kimmelculturalcampus.org. All right. I'm going to go through some of the entertainment stories I have for you. We're going to begin with Anne Heche. Refers to her sexuality as alien in her posthumous memoir, which is called Call Me Anne. The actress addressed her relationship with Ellen DeGeneres in an excerpt published in the Associated Press on Thursday, in which she had written, I did not personally identify as a lesbian. I simply fell in love. It was, to be clear, as odd to me as anyone else. There were no words to describe how I felt. Gay didn't feel right, and neither did straight. Alien might be the best fit, I sometimes thought. According to her start publishing, Heche turned in the manuscript shortly before she died last month.
Yeah, she was clearly, besides drinking a bit too much now and then, there was nothing that was indicating, at least to the people in her life, that she was on a fast track to something horrible happening.
Yeah,
really
so she had
bizarre.
just turned this in the month before she died.
And I was just, I was curious as to what, if Ellen DeGeneres would have anything to say about this. I haven't heard anything. Have you?
There was a little bit, yes.
A little bit, okay.
And I forget, I think there, I don't think it ended horribly, but I think they grew apart.
Yeah.
Because do you remember how big that was?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you had two fairly prominent celebrities in a lesbian relationship.
Yep. And at the time, that was not the norm. She also wrote about having Harrison Ford as a mentor, and she shared stories about Alec Baldwin, Ivan Reitman, and Oliver Stone, among others, and it will be available on January 24th.
Harrison Ford really stood up for her when they did that. They did a rom-com for that, and he sort of protected her.
Yep. Timothy Chalamet has worn the crown of Hollywood It Boy lately. And
I'm so happy to give that up.
Following in the footsteps of Hollywood hotshots before him, he revealed to British Vogue the career advice that Leonardo DiCaprio gave him.
Bang 'em young.
No, he didn't tell him that. He said no hard drugs and no superhero movies. DiCaprio and Chalamet shared the screen in Adam McKay's Don't Look Up. DiCaprio, who has not appeared in a TV series since Growing Pains in 1992, is famously picky about choosing his roles. His breakthrough in 1997's Titanic, of course, launched him to worldwide stardom. Chalamet's career trajectory has earned him a similar place as a well-respected actor who's adored by both critics and fawning fans alike. In 2023, he will star as a young Willy Wonka and Paul King's origin story, Wonka, as well as Denis Villeneuve's Dune Part 2 opposite Zendaya, Florence Pugh, and Austin Butler.
He was excellent in Dune.
I agree. And he had also said in the same article, he said, I had a delusional dream in my early teenage years to have, in my late teenage years, an acting career. And in my late teenage years, working on Homeland and starting to do theater in New York, I felt like I reduced my goal to something more realistic, which was to work in theater and hopefully make enough money doing either a TV show or something I could sustain myself with. And then it felt like every dream came true exponentially, and then life is moving at 6 million miles per hour. So he's on a tear.
Did you say he worked on Homeland?
That's what it says.
Who?
He played Timothy Chalamet.
No, I watched that whole series. I'm just wondering who the hell he was in that. And it'd be crazy if he was like, who do you call it, son or something like that.
He was probably
Damian Lewis or something like
dreamy guy number 4.
Finn Walden. I don't know if
Does
that
that
means
familiar
anything
case?
to you.
Doesn't ring a bell.
He was in 8 episodes, it says.
Okay, I don't know what season that was. Oh, that's crazy. Okay.
All right, congratulations are in order for Blake Lively and Ryan Reynolds. The couple is expecting another baby, marking their 4th child together.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, her baby bump stole the spotlight at the 10th annual Forbes Power Women's Summit held at the Lincoln Center, New York City. She looked ultra glamorous in a long-sleeve sheer mini dress with a gold sequined chevron pattern.
Oh, my God, I would have known that.
She accessorized with a white headband, a white neck scarf, white platform pumps, and gold and sparkling ivory bangle earrings.
So she probably dresses her. She seems fairly down to earth, but I know a lot of celebrities will have stylists who dress them, right,
Oh,
Kathy?
I'm
Your
sure
friend
she
does
has
that,
a
right?
Stylist, yeah.
Lively and Reynolds, who married in 2012, currently share 3 daughters, 7-year-old James, 5-year-old Inez, and 2-year-old Betty. Back in 2016, she talked about parenting with Reynolds in an interview. She said, Ryan had a nice, normal upbringing, and we want our kids to have the same normal life that we had.
And they have a pizza oven, Preston.
We don't ever want to rob them of what we had because we'd feel really selfish. So I hope they have another girl. I hope he's got a brood of gals. Because he's already talked about that a few times, and it would just be like, really? So we'll see. Kim Kardashian and Scott Disick are being sued for promoting a sham lottery on social media. A class action suit obtained by TMZ is seeking more than $20 million from each of the reality stars and the Australian company Curated. According to the lawsuit, the lottery was used to gather personal information to sell to advertisers, and the alleged winners were fraudulent.
This pisses me off because when I see the name Scott Disick, I'm on board. I know it's been vetted.
The suit claims the people who entered the contest are getting invaded by hundreds of advertisers, some of which are soliciting the plaintiffs with potentially offensive and unwanted content. Sources directly connected to Curated tell TMZ that every winner is legitimate and has been awarded their prizes. So we'll see if that goes anywhere. Speaking of lawsuits, in new court documents, the siblings that have filed a lawsuit against Tiffany Haddish and Ari Spears for a skit they did that they were involved in as minors entitled Through a Pedophile's Eyes are looking to discuss a settlement. As previously reported, the skit was done back in 2014, starred John and Jane Doe, who were 7 and 14 at the time. They alleged that they were groomed and sexually assaulted during the skit. According to Radar Online, John and Jane Doe say that they are interested in discussing a settlement, but after reaching out to the actors' legal teams, there hasn't been a response. They also claimed that although they're being ignored, Haddish and Spears have, quote, instead chosen to reach out to my mother to get her to force my brother and me to settle. Jane added that she contacted Haddish's attorney to discuss the terms of mediation, which include the actress paying for the sit-down that, quote, must take place in Las Vegas within the next 2 weeks. If mediation results in a finalized settlement, Jane requested that Haddish walk back her statement about the lawsuit being rooted in extortion and state she never intended to harm my brother, mother, and me. She also wants a public apology from Haddish as well.
Who can figure all this out?
Yeah. I mean, I just, anytime, and I've seen this many, many times over the years watching television or movies, where a child is put into a situation where they have to like either be around something or say something. And I'm like, the hell kind of parent does that?
Well, they're supposed
that
to be.
allows them to be in that acting role.
Yes.
Yeah. No, there are times where intense material, and this is comedic. This is a little bit different what they did.
Yeah.
But intense material, and they need a child actor to be in a situation that's like, messed up.
Right. You remember
Yeah.
years ago, Preston, Brooke Shields in the movie Pretty Baby. She was underage, and that's about a brothel.
Yeah.
And there was a big stink over that.
Yeah.
And now, you'll you'll routinely see it.
Yep. So on to some lighter stuff. Jason Momoa got some fresh ink. The Aquaman star
He
revealed.
got his Preston and Steve tattoo.
He did on his taint. No.
Finally.
He got a new tattoo on his head on Wednesday.
Oh.
Days after he shaved off his signature long hair, Instagram pictures show the traditional Hawaiian artwork, which starts at the front of his hairline. It's on the left side of his head, I think. It's hard to tell because sometimes pictures on video on Instagram is reversed.
On the other side is the Three's Company logo.
Oh, but it's on the front of his hairline and it extends down his neck.
That's pretty cool.
And it matches the tattoo on his arm depicting his family crest. So
when his hair goes in, it'll cover that.
it should cover that. Yeah. And if he's got a roll, a little makeup will cover that up.
Yeah, if he plays
likely.
Prince Charles.
Yes, which we're waiting for the announcement any day now. Johnny Depp and Amber Heard's defamation case will get the made-for-television movie treatment in Hot Take, the Depp-Heard trial.
Mickey Rourke has signed up to play Amber Heard.
Oh, wow. Listen, he's an Oscar winner, man.
He's incredible. He's a chameleon.
The film starring Mark Hapka as Depp and Megan Davis as Heard is set to premiere Friday, September 30th on the free Tubi streaming service. The streamer's chief content officer said in a statement that the movie was fast-tracked into production to capture the timely take on a story that became part of the cultural zeitgeist.
Those are the best movies because they use every bit of shorthand they possibly can, and they're so rushed that they're hilarious.
Mm-hmm. So here's some divorce news. Scooter Braun.
Yeah.
He's a music executive, right?
Yeah, he's the one that was he and Taylor Swift.
Yep.
Had the big deal.
Yep. He and Yale Cohen have divvied up their assets amid their divorce. The Grammy-nominated record executive is ordered to pay $20 million to his ex-wife.
Jesus Christ.
According to the divorce settlement. The couple did have a prenuptial agreement in place. Braun, who represents artists like Ariana Grande and Justin Bieber, will keep the $65 million mansion that he bought last September amid the divorce, among several other properties. He also gets more than, listen to all this, 100 pieces of art, including pieces by Andy Warhol, Keith Haring, Jean-Michel Basquiat, Jasper Johns, and others, in addition to a 2018 Porsche Cayenne GTS, a 2019 Tesla Model X, several golf carts, an electric scooter, and a private jet.
I would have fought for that.
He drew the line at the scooter.
Yeah, I'm keeping the goddamn scooter.
My cousin's husband was one of his lawyers for a stretch, Scooter Braun, and it was a really well-paying job, and that's why he kept doing it, but it was exhausting. This is actually, by the way, the same guy that built the business with the velour suits.
Oh.
So
in a way, I have one of Scooter Braun's velour suits.
Well, in a way, Scooter Braun helped pay for those, the suits that we have and wear, because Pete wouldn't have been able to do that if not for Scooter Braun's money.
Think about being able to take a $20 million hit. Okay, yeah, that's fine.
I mean, yeah.
Cohen will remain in their $30 million Brentwood family home and keep the 2021 Land Rover Defender and several pieces of art. So she's going to be in a $30 million home. He's staying in the $65 million home.
Oh, who gets the chariot?
The $20,000 payment to the F Cancer founder, or $20 million payment to the F Cancer founder and CEO is to cover the split of property value and is a spousal support buyout. The former couple has also agreed on joint custody of their 3 children, Jagger Joseph, Levi Magnus, and Hart Violet.
And Scott Disick.
Braun will pay $60,000 a month in child support to cover the cost of raising the 3 children.
So what's the biggest divorce settlement of all time? I'm thinking you have Bezos. You have
Bezos.
But also Bill Gates, right?
Yeah, those were big ones.
Right.
Without question. After the couple tied the knot in 2014, people have confirmed their separation last July. As a source said, they were taking some time apart to sort things out, adding that they love each other.
We love each other.
They just need some time apart.
Just need time.
And hopefully bounce back for
to
the
grow.
kids. Mm-hmm.
Do not smother each other.
And Braun filed for divorce just days after that.
Flower can't grow in the shade.
Citing irreconcilable differences.
I think it's hilarious when they release those rote statements. But, I mean, the second... it can't help but happen when you introduce the lawyers.
Yeah.
They're going to tell you to shut up.
Mm-hmm. Let me see what else I have here for you. While filming the much-anticipated Black Panther sequel, Letitia Wright shared that she felt Chadwick Boseman's presence was on the set. Wright played Boseman's little sister in the original film, which was released in 2018. She said, I will always have the moments of self-doubt, and I'll be like, oh, man, I don't know if I can do this. I could just hear...
You can't do it.
Chadwick be like, sister, you're great. You got this. I'm proud of you. And that really just kept me moving forward, she said.
It's just 2 more months. November 11th.
No way.
Isn't that crazy?
And the trailer was really cryptic. I mean, we didn't see who Black Panther is, and we don't quite know what happens in the movie, and... There's gonna be a lot of surprises, but yeah, November 11th, 2022, forever. Winston
Duke also commented on Boseman's absence, saying, "You don't realize that this movie wasn't as playful in between takes as the first one. When Chadwick was around, we were rapping, we were laughing. It was just it wasn't the same dynamic. That's the one thing that we can tell you. It wasn't the same dynamic, but it couldn't be because it's not the same circumstances.
Same director?
Yes.
Okay.
The first one was on yesterday. I was watching some of it.
It is a great movie.
Great stuff in that. Let me see. Saturday Night Live has added 4 new featured players. They announced yesterday, and I know nothing about this crew. And that's,
You know one of them.
Oh, who is it?
Mickey Rourke.
No. No. Marcelo Hernandez, Molly Kearney.
Making copies. They're making copies. Johnny Roo, the Roo Man. Mickey, it's not working.
It's an old bit.
I'm gonna be the copy guy.
No, they will be Marcelo Hernandez, Molly Kearney, Michael Longfellow, and Devin Walker.
They're one of the guys that I really thought was super talented, and they didn't use him, or maybe he just decided to leave. But I think his name is Aries Antari or something like that.
Oh, yeah.
And they had him.
Aristotle.
Yes, something very, very Greek sounding, but super talented.
He's
and
not coming back?
No, he's not.
Oh.
I thought he was really good.
Deadline reports that a Sublime biopic is in development at Sony Pictures with the Hunger Games Helmer Francis Lawrence attached to direct. Yeah. The film will be executive produced by surviving band members Bud Goff and Eric Wilson, with Bradley Noel's estate represented by his widow Troy Noel and son Jacob Noel, which it should be an interesting story. I mean, you know, you talk about a tragic story. This guy wrote all this great music, and they were poised to be
huge,
really big, with him leading the way, being the songwriter. And then he has a drug overdose, and
which he chronicled.
And it all, he chronicled that?
Remember that he was taking video?
That
was Shannon Hoon.
That was Shannon Hoon
right,
from Blind Melon.
Right, yeah.
But the fact that this guy had just written all this
ton of stuff,
this volume of great music, and had just begun to scratch the surface of his talent, and then snubbed out like that. So
how many stories are there like that?
Yeah, it should be an interesting story.
Andy Wood of Mother Love Bone, that's another one. You know, Pearl Jam wouldn't exist if not for Andrew Wood, and he died of a heroin overdose in 1990, 91. And Lane Staley, you know, I mean, the list goes on.
Yep. A jersey worn by Michael Jordan during one of the most famous seasons in his career sold for a record $10.1 million at a New York auction yesterday.
$10 million, $10 million, $10 million, $10 million, $10 million, $10 million.
The 8-figure sum was more than double initial estimates, setting a new auction record for a piece of game-worn sports memorabilia.
Jeez.
$10 million. Can you imagine that? Wow.
That beats the former record of the strap-on worn by Yogi Berra.
Oh, I didn't know he was a strap-on guy.
Wait, he wore it?
Yeah, at games. It was funny. It made people laugh.
Look at this.
Yeah. Here's my bet.
Jordan wore the Chicago Bulls jersey in Game 1 of the 98 NBA Finals, a culmination of the famous season known as, of course, The Last Dance.
It's in damn good shape.
On June 3rd, 1998, Jordan pulled on the jersey for a game against the Utah Jazz, scoring 33 points in 45 minutes in a Bulls loss. The Bulls went on to win the championship despite major internal divisions that had affected their season, with Jordan gaining his 6th NBA winner's ring. It's one of only 2 of his jerseys worn in a finals game to ever appear at auction, said Sotheby's, which billed it as one of the most significant items from Michael Jordan's career.
So what is you just had the Mickey Mantle baseball card that sold for, how many millions was that?
I don't remember exactly, but yeah, that was huge.
But is it still, Nick? I think we've always asked this. The most expensive piece of sports memorabilia?
I think it's a 1984 Doc Gooden.
Doc Gooden, yes.
Traded, top traded, yeah.
Hampton Inn.
If you get one of those, that's
they're worth $50 million.
Yeah. Boy, would I like to be that guy. Yeah. Mickey Mantle's went for $12.6 million.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. That's insane.
I think that was actually like when baseball cards were, really a hot market in the mid-'90s, early '90s. I think you could buy that for like $5,000, which was a lot of money back then. Yeah. But now it went for 12.6. I mean, a pretty damn good investment.
How much do you think our bobbleheads are worth, Preston?
Oh, they got to be $7, $8 million by now.
$7, $8.
Go to eBay.
$7, $8. Something that right.
I think it's $7 or $8.
That stuff. If you get a hold of the right
Right.
piece of memorabilia, then your life is set.
Do you know? So I watched that show on MeTV, A Collector's Corner, and they have these experts in the almost like Pawn Stars, and the phrase they keep. When they're asked how much is it worth, what is someone willing to pay for it?
Yeah.
That's what they always say. What does it mean to someone? How much will they pay for it?
Go ahead.
Is there a website? There's a website called Worth Point. Because Preston and Steve bobbleheads are on there, and I guess it gives you the worth of it. So I'll try and find out exactly.
I'm
how
sure the
much.
people that have them will pay you to take it away.
I haven't watched Pawn Stars in a long time, but there was a stretch where I was watching that all the time, and it was interesting to see when people would bring in something certain that it was going to be worth
get
a lot
devastated.
of money, and they're like, man, sorry,
And as you're watching, you're thinking, are they just trying to be savvy businessmen here, and it's really worth much more, and they're not,
Well, there was something like somebody brought in a really impressive Stan Lee display, and they had it framed and everything, and it was authenticated, and he had actually drawn a little sketch that went along with it and everything. And they were telling look, there was a time before the MCU exploded where Stan Lee was kind of just, trying to make bucks here and there. And he was signing and drawing and doing all kinds of stuff, which brought the value way down because there's so much stuff out there. A lot of times the rarity of it is what makes it so valuable.
No, I remember, I think I saw that
really,
episode.
man?
Yeah.
Wow, I would have thought that would have been so valuable, but not at all.
In that episode, they said the most sought-after collectible is the Doc Gooden card.
Right.
So take it with a grain of salt. So the first trailer for the long-awaited Whitney Houston biopic, or biopic, however you want to pronounce it, I Want to Dance with Somebody, is finally here. The trailer arrived yesterday. It shows British actress Naomi Ackie channeling the late powerhouse singer. The trailer begins with how Whitney got her start when Arista Records' Clive Davis discovered her singing at a nightclub at the tender age of 19. Stanley Tucci plays Clive Davis. Ackie narrates the scenes as Whitney's rising star status flashes across the screen. The trailer includes one of the most defining moments of Whitney's career, which is her singing the national anthem in the 1991 Super Bowl.
So is this woman doing the singing?
No.
I mean, how do you even rise to that challenge?
Not even close. Yeah. I think outside of an Aretha Franklin, I think Whitney had the greatest voice ever. Just from power and tone and all of that. She was just unbelievable what she could do with her voice. I mean,
no consideration for Kathy?
Some of the music was kind of bubblegummy like this, but fun and catchy and definitely a hit. But at its root, her voice was just phenomenal. Just absolutely incredible. Oh, yeah.
I know he's the one I dream of.
No, I'm talking about Kathy's body.
Way to take it away
When
from
Kathy
me.
was dating Bobby Brown.
But when even when her voice was like scratchy and couldn't and wasn't as clean as that voice was,
When she sounded like Nick Nolte.
it still was
It was still
Oh,
great.
yeah.
No, yeah, absolutely right.
And she was, we're talking about beautiful. She was stunningly gorgeous as well. But the sneak peek of this
like Kathy.
also shows
Wrapping it back around. Love Steve.
the dark undercurrents that Whitney faced throughout her career, such as facing criticism that her music wasn't black enough. I Want to Dance with Somebody is directed by Stella Maggie and written by Anthony McCartan, by the way, who wrote Bohemian Rhapsody. So there's a good, somebody who's helming this as far as writing.
I think so.
goes.
Bohemian Rhapsody sits in that pocket, Preston, where they take flights of fancy.
Of course.
But as long as you get the gist and you go in knowing that what you're seeing is a generalization of the life, I still love it. I think Bohemian Rhapsody is great.
I love it. The movie arrives, by the way, in theaters on December 21st. So I hope they do a good
Justice,
job.
yeah.
Because she was amazing. All right. So, oh, man.
Oh, come on
What
now.
happened?
All right. Movies opening this weekend.
Gets me every time.
All right, we're going to start with the first movie, Confess Fletch opens. Comedy, mystery, thriller, and it stars John Hamm, Roy Wood Jr., and Annie Momolo. The very resourceful Fletch becomes the prime suspect in a murder case while searching for a stolen art collection. The only way to prove his innocence is find out which of the long list of suspects is the culprit, from the eccentric art dealer and a missing playboy to a crazy neighborhood and Fletch's Italian girlfriend. Crime, in fact, has never been this disorganized. Hour and 38 minutes long, rated R, theater release and streaming today. Listen to this. Rotten Tomatoes score, 81%.
Okay, wait, streaming where?
I do not know.
I believe, is it an Amazon film?
Not sure.
Yeah.
But I go into this hesitantly because I hold such a fond place for the original Fletch. It's just in my soul as one of my favorite comedy movies of all time.
I think, though, and we talked about this, John Hamm does have a particular set of skills.
He does.
But obviously Chevy Chase, legendary.
Yep.
But the character itself and the trailer that I saw, I'm excited for this.
Yeah.
I'm hoping for good things.
Yeah.
It'd be great.
Now, Preston, would you be okay if they use this theme in this movie?
Yeah.
Yeah, me too.
I think you would need to. Maybe
I kind of hope they do.
Yeah.
me too.
As a connection to the others?
Yeah.
I mean, in Maverick, they did the whole.
They used this?
They used no, but they used Danger Zone. They used the Top Gun anthem.
Imagine.
Guess what I feel?
Yeah. The need for speed.
Amazon Prime, Casey.
Okay.
I was right.
Do you know in that Top Gun theme that we play from time to time?
Yeah, the anthem?
Yeah. You know who's playing guitar on that?
Wait.
Who?
I want to play it. See if I
Did they make you rock?
No, hit this. Yeah.
do. I recognize. Is it Eric Johnson?
No. So I want to move along here real quick. All right,
fine.
so next, opening up this weekend is Blonde. It's a biography drama starring Ana de Armas, Adrian Brody, Bobby Carnevale. Carnevale. It's written Carnevale here.
Carnivali?
Carnevale?
Who that?
Anyway, I love that guy.
He's great.
Blonde boldly reimagines the life of one of Hollywood's most enduring icons, Marilyn Monroe, of course, from her volatile childhood as Norma Jean through the rise of stardom and romantic entanglements. Blonde blurs the lines of fact and fiction to explore the widening split between her public and private selves. 2 hours, 46 minutes long. Wow, it's a long movie. NC-17 rating.
Okay.
That means you know what you're saying.
Theater release and streaming today, 67% score.
Nice beaver.
I am intrigued by this. Originally, they were saying all these things that it seemed like, well, that doesn't seem accurate to the history. But once you realize they're maybe doing a Once Upon a Time in Hollywood type revision,
Yeah.
then I'm a little bit more interested.
I remember seeing in another biopic of some sort that famous scene of her standing over the grate and,
Right.
the wind's blowing her dress up.
Right.
That she had to put 2 pairs of underwear on because her
Yes, that's the
fever was
legend.
so dark.
That was the legend.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We had a lengthy discussion about that one day.
That has been confirmed that there was such a
She's-
dark patch.
yeah.
I believe you had used the term she had such a pronounced bush that she had to wear 2 pairs
Well,
of underwear.
he was pre-med, so
I
he's
was
using all the
pre-med.
medical terms. Yeah.
All right, anyway, also opening this weekend is The Woman King.
Oh, yeah.
Historical drama starring Viola Davis, Thuso Mbedu, and John Bodega. And The Woman King is a remarkable story of, and I'm going to mispronounce these names. I apologize.
I'm glad I wrote them, but I'm glad you have to say them.
Story of Agoji, the all-female unit of warriors who protected the African kingdom of Dahomey in the 1800s with skills and a fierceness unlike anything the world's ever seen. It's pretty wild.
Well, this is basically, from what I understand, Preston, the impetus or the inspiration for the Wakanda.
I believe it.
Yeah.
It's 2 hours, 15 minutes long, rated PG-13, wide theater release today, getting a big score, Rotten Tomatoes at 93%, by the way.
nice.
So, all right, let's get to the clips right now. Fate, the Winx saga, is back for its 2nd season and is bigger and more intense than ever before. In this clip, star Abigail Cohen reveals how working with CGI sometimes makes her job a bit awkward. Here we go.
You know, you'd be talking to a metal ball and pretending it's a monster. So it's not as maybe glamorous as people may think. It's very. Sometimes you sit back and you're like, wow, this is my job. I'm an adult and I'm talking to a metal ball.
Fate, the Winx saga is available on Netflix today.
I'm just distracted by
I know. I don't want these clips anymore like this ever again. Mija follows Jax Hop and Doris Munoz, a promising young singer and a manager who both share the ever-present guilt of being the first American-born members of their undocumented families. And here, director Isabel Castro talks about accurately portraying the experience of being a child of immigrants. Here we go.
I also think that experience is really a lot more complicated and nuanced than a lot of stories make it out to be. Like I wanted to show that there are really complicated emotions that are at play as well.
I'm going to say support this simply because the audio is clear.
Mija is out on Disney Plus today. And there you go. That's the Entertainment Report for this
That's how you do it.
We got through it. All right.
In your face, Access Hollywood.
Here's what we're going to do. We're going to give away some beverages right now. Caller number 17. I'm going to give you a case of Trogs Lucky Holler Hazy IPA, a hoppy hazy harvest ale, delivering bright waves of pineapple, juicy citrus, and ripe passion fruit. Caller number 17, I think I said 215-263 WMMR. It's so good you'll want to holler, and you can pick up a 6-pack today at your local Acme Market. So we're going to break in our Acme Lounge right now. Did I see Craig Robinson in there?
I think
Yes.
so. Yeah.
Excellent. We love Craig Robinson. By the way, his Friday and Saturday shows are sold out at Helium.
Get tickets now.
Sunday shows 7 and 9:30. I'll bet they're gone by the end of the next segment with him. So you better get them now at heliumcomedy.com. And we have a host of other guests joining us as well. We'll be back in a moment. Stay with us. See this article, and believe it or not, it's from Cosmos, from Cosmopolitan Magazine.
That's all we read.
The most popular horror movie the year you were born.
Ooh, okay.
And this was kind of a bitch slap to you emotionally, wasn't it, Preston?
It starts 2 years after I was born.
Oh, man.
Yeah, it's a fire drill.
We have a flashing strobe in the studio, that's why. 1991 was Silence of the Lambs.
Yes.
I don't consider it a horror movie, but many do. So it was more suspense and
Thriller.
And thriller, yeah, exactly.
Thriller. Scary, though. Pleasure to meet you, Dr. Lecter. I'll be working closely with you.
Oh, no.
Oh, my God.
He's
Let me out. Let me out.
What's the problem? Let me out of here!
They finally found the thing that broke Lecter.
Just found your great cellmate.
Yeah.
Dr. Lecter. Holy Jesus. We're going to become fast friends. Oh, my God. What are you?
He's pounding on the glass.
Let me out! He's trying to get to that opening where they put the food. Why? Wait, what's wrong? I'm going to let my gloves dry out here on the end of the bed.
You didn't want to play quid pro quo with him?
Nothing, nah.
Yeah.
I got a better game, Twister.
Oh, my God. Well, 1991, it was the #1 horror film.
Let's play Pictionary.
1993. All right, here you go again. 1993. But I guess it would all depend on what was out that year. Go ahead. You want to guess?
You're not going to say Jurassic Park, are you?
No.
Okay.
No. But it was Fire in the Sky.
Wait, what was 92?
Did I skip 92?
I think so.
Turner and Hooch.
It's not on here. The Mystery Year, 1992.
What? They just skipped it?
Yeah, that's interesting.
It was a movie called Hannibal and Michael.
Oh,
Let me out!
What is that music?
Oh, no. Oh, you lead a deranged life.
Well,
I
Candyman.
once ate a census taker's liver with some fava beans and Chianti. I once had a Boy Scout Jamboree party at my house the entire weekend. Holy Christ. And it tasted good.
Oh, my God.
I sauteed them with Jesus juice. I change diapers on my monkey every day. Holy Christ. And I pitch in bottles and leave them around the house. And my nose comes off. Get me out of here!
I mean,
I'm 40 years old and I have parties for 9-year-old boys. Holy Jesus! Why? Let me out!
Oh, my God.
You have such fun.
Can you do that list again? Because seriously, when you list it like that,
Hey, Blammers, I pitch a diaper on my monkey every day. I piss in bottles. I have an entire staircase as a tribute to Home Alone. I bounce Emmanuel Lewis up and down on my lap all throughout every award show.
Oh.
I drink Jesus juice. My nose comes off. I used to be black. And I made my kids wear Mardi Gras masks. And have a train, but a real one.
Lecter admits everything. He just,
I will tell you right now how you can get in touch with Buffalo Bill. I have a dress.
I have his whole
exact
address.
longitude and latitude.
Oh, God. Oh, man.
Get me out.
Nice to meet you, Dr. Lecter. Oh, my God.
We're going to be good friends.
Korn has launched its new coffee brand called Korn Coffee.
Korn Coffee.
Yes.
It's a great name.
Korn Coffee.
If you like the driven rock of Korn, you'll love their coffee.
Korn personally curated the creation of Korn Coffee.
Yeah, that's good.
Let's see how many K sounds I can put in there. Korn personally curated the creation of Korn Coffee, a process that saw the band members tasting multiple variations for ultimately selecting the perfect roast and blend.
Yeah, that one.
Each bag of Korn Coffee will feature a special message from the band, which reads, after almost 25 years of touring, making records, and playing in front of all of our amazing fans,
we still drink coffee.
One thing has remained a constant in our daily routine.
Lattes!
I was not expecting that.
I know.
Lattes! No, it says coffee. The ritual, the brew, the aroma. And most importantly, that very first cup every morning that sets the tone is something that we look forward to every day.
Well, this is interesting. We're actually watching footage of them sampling the various brews.
Yeah. It says, because of our passion, we've gotten together with a roaster and handcrafted our very own blend, coffee. It's called Korn Coffee.
Next up, Korn Licorice.
Korn recently began recording its new album in Nashville, Tennessee, by the way, but now they have Korn Coffee.
That's part of waking up is Korn Coffee in your cup.
That's right. Yeah, cup. This
Yeah,
is
a couple.
this.
Always at the ready.
Yeah, a couple.
We need to have Nick coffee or something like that.
Yeah.
Have a cup. Have a cup.
This is our
Yeah,
new
a
blend.
cup.
It's called Nanapuya.
From the hills of Nanapia.
Yeah. Brought down by mules every day at 2 o'clock after the afternoon rain. The beans are enriched with monkey urine.
If only we had a coffee sponsor to do this for us.
I know.
Yeah.
Right?
Nanapuya.
Well, that's good.
Have a cup.
Yeah, a couple.
Or no, the question would be, would you like some?
Yeah, a couple.
Yeah, no, not Nanapuya. Yeah, cup.
Come on. Yeah, a couple.
That'd be ridiculous.
Do you want a thermos or a cup?
Yeah, a couple.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, one Nanapuya for table 7.
Okay.
What is that one?
That's you. That's Mini Wookie. That's Nick. So you ask, have you decided what you like, sir?
Yeah.
Nanapuya.
Yeah.
I don't remember Mini Wookie.
All right. Anyhow, Korn has coffee.
Corn coffee.
It's almost an embarrassment that we live in this city and that we don't. You know,
But
I think you're right though, Preston. Stop and check it out at least to
just
some
see
degree.
Why groups of people decided that it would be a good idea to memorialize this person in that form.
Also, don't hesitate now and then to throw a rope around on it and attach to your boat hitch.
That why is intriguing to me as well. Like, what the hell is the point of dragging a statue into the river?
But you know, when I heard the news report it this morning, they reported it as if, like, here we go again. Now, there was only one other incident, but
there's a lot of statues
Still.
being pulled down for various reasons, where they had down south with the Confederate statues and things of that nature. And if they believe, well, you know, there's it's kind of the thing. But this thing seemed like, what's that about?
why?
Hey, what did Rizzo do that was so great that he gets a statue?
He was just a really popular mayor. I mean, like he was larger than life in a bunch of different ways in stature.
Yeah.
And so because of his tactics, he was well known. He left his mark, good and bad, and deserved a statue as a result.
Yeah.
You're a real crumb bum.
And he gave us
That honestly, I would give him a statue just for that.
crumb bum.
I'll take you out back, both of yous.
Yeah.
My arms tied behind my back. Yeah. I'll pound you into the pavement, I will.
That whole audio, you look like a lush to me. He's telling the reporter.
Would you care to talk to CBS? You look like a lush. I'll pound you into the pavement.
You want to relive that?
Yes, I do.
All right, Casey's finding the audio of Frank Rizzo when he was confronted. He wasn't happy about it. He was out walking his dog, and
Maybe the Viking was the Nordic Frank Rizzo.
they were confronting him about.
You look like a lush to me. What's your story? I hit you with my shield. I'll take you out back and hit you with my shield.
Yeah. What are you?
You're a crumb bum.
You can't find it, Case?
I don't know. Yeah, let's
Here
try
you go,
this one.
Crumb Bum. Go,
Crumb bum, see Frank Rizzo.
it says Rizzo.
See Crumb Bum.
This says call Stan Bowman. Here we go.
Yeah, that's it.
Hey, Rizzo. Stan Borman from Channel 3 News. Could we,
How are you?
Fine, sir. How are you?
Good.
Could we talk with you for just a moment?
No, I'm busy.
You couldn't answer any of our
I
questions?
wouldn't talk to you under any condition.
Why is that, sir?
Forget it. Scram. Get out of here.
Sir, I...
Hit the road.
Ram.
You lush ya.
Why?
Stan,
Get away from me. I'm now a private citizen.
Yes,
you
sir.
get away from me.
We're allowed to be on the streets, sir.
I don't want to talk to you. Get away from me.
How do you feel about the security guards
Get
being
away
taken off
from
of you, sir?
Get away from me, or I'm going to throw you out in the middle of the street.
Gonna throw you right out there.
Sir, one more question.
I'm telling you, get away from me.
You were the symbol of law and order in Philadelphia, sir, for many years. People looked
Get
up to
away
you and
from
respected
me.
you.
Look, creep, get out of here.
How could you justify your actions at our cameras last Monday in front of your
Get
house?
out. You're a creep.
We're a member of the media. We'd like to have an answer to our
You're
question.
a creep.
Why did you attack our cameras, sir?
Get it all. Don't miss any of it. You're a creep. Get away from me.
Would you answer the question?
Dude, he had great pipes.
He really
He
did.
Listen to his voice. Get away from me. He could do movie trailers.
This weekend at the Community Cinema Pucks.
But you're a creep. Get away from me.
Would you answer the question?
You know, you hide behind that press card.
I'm not hiding behind anything, sir. I just wanted to get some
I'll
answers.
tell you what to do. There's a gang of yous here. There's enough of you here. By myself, I'll take yous physically.
Well, I'm not asking you to take me physically.
Well, get away from me.
Well, sir, I'm on the
If you're-
public
if
street.
you're
I should be authorized to be here.
I'll break
much, Kath. We're excited to have our next guest in the studio. He's here nice and early today. He's got shows that are selling out left and right at Helium Comedy Club tonight and tomorrow, sold out. But there are tickets available for Sunday.
Get him now.
7 p.m. and 9:30. Please welcome the one and only Mr. Craig Robinson.
Hello and good morning.
Good morning, sir. Good to see you again.
Likewise. How long has it been?
Wow, that's
we were just saying the last time he was in studio, we had Danny Boyle, who was promoting Slumdog Millionaire, Preston.
That was the before time.
Yeah.
Yes, in the before times. I don't think he was promoting Slumdog Millionaire, but Craig had seen it, and you said it was one of the greatest movies you had ever seen.
Had ever seen.
Or was
Yeah.
he promoting?
No, he was.
He was promoting Slumdog.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Nick, because he was like, I should take you with me to promote. Because I had just, but I don't even know why.
It rocked your
saw the
world.
movie, but yeah, I just happened to, like, oh, this looks interesting. Like I saw a little bitty article about it, and then I went and saw, and then blew me away. And then here I was and here was Danny Boyle coming in, and I was able. And then I saw him at like a Golden Globes or something.
Yeah.
and we kind of like, we're friendly. So
Oh, good.
I
good.
looked so cool to my peers.
Sometimes just meeting someone like that lead to working with them on occasion.
Absolutely not. No. I take that back. Sometimes there have been times where you stick out in somebody's brain and they called you in for this, that, and other. But it's sometimes it's because they'll see you on stage or whatever, or the work you've done. But yeah, it has been beneficial at times.
Well, you're working on so many things, and obviously doing some research and looking up stuff that you are involved with. The show Killing It came to, and I didn't even know it was on. I know there's just, and we were talking about this issue. We've had people come through. Now there's such a glut of good stuff across so many platforms.
Right.
It's easy to fall through the cracks. So this is a comedy series, Casey, from the Brooklyn Nine-Nine guys,
Are
right?
you all watching Killing It? Y'all been watching it?
No, I just found
you.
out about it. Yeah, and doing
That's about right. That's what the numbers say.
But I loved you on Brooklyn Nine-Nine. I love that show and these writers. So it's on Peacock. First season done.
It's such a. I mean, it's still the wicked humor. But it takes a turn, especially from going from Brooklyn Nine-Nine to that.
Oh, it seems crazy. Explain the
Dan Gore and Luke Del Tredici. They're the writers, head writers of Brooklyn Nine-Nine. And so, as I was doing Brooklyn, I had these meetings with them, and it was like, let's do something because Brooklyn's winding down.
Yeah,
this, that, and other. And then they came to me with these three ideas, and one of them was for the Killing It. In this show, Killing It, I play Craig Foster, stretch, and I play how did somebody put it? I'm a man who will do anything to achieve the American dream, including become a invasive species vigilante. Okay,
so you actually go and kill snakes.
It's a python contest,
right?
In Florida. It's a real thing in Florida where they have these python contests.
Yeah.
And I think this year you could win an ATV or something. but they they're overrun by snakes because I guess people want to be like Scarface back in the day, whatever. And then
it's crazy.
Then they end up letting them go in the wild and nothing eats them, but they eat everything. So they're overrun. And so anyway, our Luke Del Tredici was I guess he was looking at it, and then they came up with this series, and here I am at the end of it.
Now, where did you shoot? Did you shoot in Australia?
No, I'll tell you this though. We shot in New Orleans.
Okay.
Last year, and then but speaking of Australia, Aussie.
Yeah. Oi.
Thank you. Okay. Speaking of Australia, when I got Killing It, they were like, "Are you afraid of snakes?" And I was like, "I used to be." But I had gone to Australia maybe in 2015, 16, somewhere around.
Okay.
With my band, The Nasty Delicious. We're playing September 22nd at the Brooklyn Bowl. Anyway, but at the Brooklyn Bowl in Williamsburg. But we went and we were at this animal sanctuary. And it was incredible. We sang to a cockatoo. He was moving his head and dancing. If you ever see a cockatoo sing to it. And then we got to the snakes, and they put the snake around my neck, and I was like, in that moment, I stopped being scared of snakes. I was like, this snake means me no harm. It's very docile. It feels so nice. And I've been misled by the Bible and Indiana Jones.
See, it's funny. I'm not afraid of snakes either, but I have snake nightmares, which is bizarre. Like they don't like. I'm not inherently afraid of them, but for some reason, like, and it's.
I
like,
think it's the perception of the texture and what you're going to feel, and it's basically like in most cases, it feels like a sort of a cool wallet when you're.
No, he's afraid of giant penises. That's what that's about.
I don't know, afraid or intrigued. One of those.
Intrigued by giant penises.
Intrigued, yeah.
Well, so cool. So, and the second season has been given the go ahead.
Just given the go ahead. We start filming late October. So thank you to those who are supporting and checking it out, and for those who don't or not yet, it's called Killing It. It's on Peacock TV. It's a streaming service.
Yes.
Hey, I wanted to ask about your band, The Nasty Delicious.
Yes.
You mentioned that. Now, obviously, we've seen you on stage perform. You're a great musician, keyboard player, sing, have some fun. Is the band, is it straight ahead? Is it comedy? Is it a little bit of both?
It's my act plus incredible musicians.
Yeah, it's like 8
beyond
people, right?
Yes,
Yeah, you're a really good musician. I mean,
Thank you.
Yeah, I've seen you play multiple
We be up
times.
there jam, and I'm the least talented of the group, and they're all phenomenal. It's between us, we probably know every song. ever.
You started as a music teacher, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Kindergarten through 8th grade music in Chicago.
Was it then that you wrote "Take Your Panties Off"? or-
No. That happened. I was a comedian. I was working in Fort Worth, Texas, and there was this waitress, and she like leaned over to get something, and her legs would not stop, and the words just came out. Take your panties off, and it's been over 20 years.
And there you go. You know, I hear you sing quite often on the commercial where you're performing Maniac in the laundromat. It's hilarious. If you've never seen the commercial, it ends with this old man sitting in a chair as you, a la the water coming down. You're pouring laundry
from a flash dance.
Yeah.
That people always ask me, "Did you write that?" No, they just
Michael Sembello.
They
right?
did it. No, that's about this commercial.
Oh, the skit. Yeah.
And they're like, I'm like, no, they came to me. They were like, this is what we got in mind. Well, you do it. So it's kind of made for me.
Great. And so you got Pizza Hut commercials going too?
Oh yeah. Hey, what's up? Shout out Pizza Hut.
Yo,
Yes.
Pizza Hut is kind of the unsung hero of pizza. The stuffed crust Pizza Hut pizza is damn
Stuffed
good.
bread?
No, stuffed crust. The cheesy stuffed crust pizza. I'm telling you, if you have a Pizza Hut near you, or even if you don't,
Do it.
Go do it.
Hey, you know why?
Mm-hmm.
No one out Pizza Hut. I just made $50,000.
Do we get any pizzas?
Honestly,
I can hook you up.
It always cracks me up because a lot of times, people like they'll demur from, don't do commercials. Like, why wouldn't you? If you can do something that's fun.
Oh, that's way
Right?
Way everybody does everything now.
Yeah.
You
remember we
you
used to
didn't
be
see actors like movie stars on TV.
Yeah.
All that's out the window.
like years ago. You would see like celebrities would go do commercials in Japan that weren't there here.
Get their couple million.
Now-
Hey, speaking of commercials, I have a commercial that's like specific to this region.
No, what is it?
Dietz.
Oh, Deeds?
Oh yeah, you're doing these
Dietz and Watson?
Dietz nuts.
Dietz and Watson. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That's my brother in the commercial with me, Chris.
Really?
Dietz and Watson. I haven't seen.
Oh no, yeah, because it's been a while. I mean,
I don't know when the last time they were on, but yeah.
yeah, you suckered him into saying Dietz nuts.
You get $50,000 for that too?
Bam! Whoever's on the video is killing.
Yeah, that's our
there
boy Connor.
you go.
That's my brother right there. Yeah.
So then you and I have something in common. I was a Dietz spokesperson for the.
Say what?
Yeah, I swear. Yeah, I was the.
I'm sure
$50,000?
you negotiated the same contract.
I would like to have $50,000 for saying that.
Hey, I wanted to bring up. We saw the footage. And it was kind of scary because obviously we adore you. But you were at a club and there was I think like an active shooter situation.
Yeah, I was at the Comedy Zone in North Carolina.
Tell us what happened.
In Charlotte, North Carolina. And so, check this out. All right, so it was in between shows, okay?
Was it the full band or was it just you?
It was
doing-
just me.
Yeah.
It was me and a few comics. And so it was in between shows. So the staff had just had to clean it up. I think they seated one table, all right? So this a guy wanders in, and he has 2 tickets to see Damon Wayans.
Okay.
And they were in the Bible.
Okay.
He pulled 2 tickets out of the Bible.
Interesting. All right.
It's already troubling.
Already troubling.
Yeah.
So then they're like, oh, well, Damon canceled a couple months ago, but this is, Craig Robinson. We could accommodate, da, da, da. I don't know. And then I'm not exactly what happened, but I think he walked away. He comes back. He pulls out the gun. He's like, and he walked right past the green room. Now, mind you, the only time I felt that there might be something missed, some trouble, when they came, they were like, everybody out. Because the guy he waved his gun in front of the staff and was like, this is your one chance to get the F out.
Whoa.
Right.
Jesus.
So then all I heard was, everybody out now, at that point I knew they meant everybody, not just like some random people. And I'm like,
yeah.
So we got up, we ran out, and there was this concert going on next door, the Big Time Rush. You remember that?
Yeah, Big Time Rush, yeah.
So we went there, and I didn't know who it was. I was like, so they took us there for safety. It was right next door, and they were like, I was like, who's this performing? They said, Big Time Rush. I said, take me back to the active shooter. I teased. Actually, they were very good.
That might have been a good call.
Big Time Rush, they were dope. But kudos to the Comedy Zone, the security, they got us out of there. Once I saw the footage, I saw how it could have gone left, because he was walking around with his gun. It turned out fine. Nobody got hurt, and the police came and got him. They could have came in guns blazing, like had every right.
It's a nightmare.
But it was all good, and they got us out of there, and yeah.
You're a big guy, but you travel and you're doing shows. Do you ever have to hire security at some places? Or
I have security.
Okay.
Sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, his security's right behind you right now.
You won't know this security. We'll be at a restaurant. They'll be 3 tables away, and you just think I'm sitting there alone.
You never know, do you? I wanted to tell you that virtually every other week I end up watching the outtake from Eastbound and Down.
Oh, my God.
The plums.
Oh, my
Jesus
God.
Christ, that's so effing funny. And you're what makes it. You're trying to be as stoic as possible. If people aren't familiar, you can look it up on YouTube.
Danny McBride.
Yeah.
Top G, bro. Will Ferrell is sitting there trying to destroy it. He didn't care. He's trying to destroy you.
Yeah.
And now couple that with having to look Danny McBride in the eyes, and not laugh,
like face to face, so that you're supposed to there. And he's talking about, the plums, and there's this cracking up.
There's a line that Farrell has where he says, I think he's trying to say, if I recall correctly, but he says, if I were click click, and now I don't say recall anymore. I say click click.
He describes making love to his wife, and
he said, you need to learn.
Yeah.
You let the boy watch, so you can learn like I did from my father. My father, his father before him.
Well, you've been on so many great sets. Obviously, The Office. You've been with a lot of improvisational people. You were on, and obviously you're great comedically. What for you was the most fun on any set you ever had, where you just tore it up and laughed all the time? Because you're surrounded by some major talent.
Probably this movie called Peoples. David Alan Grier. I got 3 in mind. Peoples, This Is the End, and then Dolomite. Dolomite was crazy. Now, David Alan Grier, what needs to happen is David Alan Grier and Keegan Michael Key. When I tell you they are incredible.
Yeah.
And they just, like, David Alan Grier is one of the, I mean, he was the best. Between that and Peoples was with David Alan Grier and Kerry Washington, and then This Is the End. You got Seth and all these cats in there, and I was being very entertained. It was like one time it was like an hour and a half, just them lighting or something, and Jonah and
Danny McBride,
Jonah and Franco. No, they were just entertaining me. Like they were just, I can't say what they were saying, but they were doing these accents. It was too funny. And then what was the other one? I just said, Dolomite. Forget about it. I couldn't have. dreamt that experience working with Eddie Murphy.
I really dug that movie. I'd seen a documentary. I mean, we used to play Dolomite clips all the time. And Rudy, what was it?
Rudy Ray Moore.
Rudy Ray Moore,
Yeah.
legend. And the lines like you better, what was it? You better watch your.
I'm going to put these hush puppies right up your ass.
Yeah. Just hilarious. Was that a cool? I know that was a passion project for Eddie Murphy. Was that a wild? You said you enjoyed being on set.
It was phenomenal.
Yeah.
And Eddie couldn't have been cooler. I had worked with him before on Shrek Forever After.
Yeah.
I played one of the ogres named Cookie. I was a cook. But
you like doing the animation because you were just in the bad guys.
Yeah. That's the best, man.
Yeah.
Just go in there and wild out. You just wild out. Just like going crazy in the booth or whatever. But yeah, Dolomite was pretty crazy because what made that really for me was Keegan though. Like Keegan, we would come up with these bits and it was just made the time.
He's super. He's super talented.
I would love to get him in the studio. I just saw him. They had him at a Penn State game. And did you see the footage of him doing that?
He looks like the head coach.
He looks like James Franklin, the head coach. Did you see the footage of this?
I did not know.
Oh my God! So they're interviewing him like on the side of the field. As if he's the coach. Yeah. And then I don't even remember what he says, but he's like, and he notices something like 100 yards away. He's like, I got to go. And then the way he runs away is completely ridiculous.
I think he led the team on the field. And so there's 110,000 people in Happy Valley.
I'd love to see that.
Yeah, and he's running out, and then the entire Penn State football team's running behind him because he looks so much like the head coach.
Oh, there he is. Yeah. Truly, on that spike. Truly not a nicer guy in Hollywood. And he also... At the Rams, the football, the Super Bowl, he kicked the field goal. I mean, and it was like halftime.
In the game, the game-winning field goal.
They
let you do that. He was in a series that I loved, and they renewed it called Schmigadoon. And it's this big parody of musicals, but he's multi-talented
for sure.
Who would you like to? You've worked with a lot of people.
You've worked with everybody, man.
Yeah, who's on your I have to work with that person list? Because the improvisational stuff and your comedic ability, your music ability, you have a number of different doors to go through. Who's the person you do?
Kevin Kline.
Kevin Kline
is one of them.
Yeah. Are you a big Fish Called Wanda fan?
Yes, I am a huge Fish Called Wanda fan. But yeah, he was one of them that's always been on my list.
Do you love the movie Soap Dish? Because we're huge fans.
I didn't see it.
That's a fun one. Yeah,
he plays a soap opera actor who's because of something goes awry on his romance with Sally Field on this series. His career is destroyed, and when they go to him in the beginning of the movie, he's doing dinner theater in a retirement community. He's doing Death of a Salesman, and he's great.
Stella. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna put that one down. I remember when I saw. Fish Called Wanda, and this is like when I was starting acting classes, and the people had recommended movies, and I watched. One was Fish Called Wanda, the other one was The Usual Suspect.
Sure,
and I watched
another great one.
The same night.
Oh, wow. The same night. Okay.
Yeah, and I was definitely like creeped out, and then also full of joy.
Yeah, no. I mean, it's wild when you realize that's the same guy in Kevin Kline in Sophie's Choice. Yeah, there's a massive range on that.
Yeah.
Of all the things that you do, acting, stand up, music, improv. What is your favorite? What is your love?
Heroin.
Heroin.
Oh, it's a hell of a drug.
It's just it almost becomes a habit.
It's like people don't realize you can be a functioning heroin. It's gotta be on stage. Just that the connection, with the crowd.
Immediate feedback.
Immediate feedback. Let's just everybody on one accord. That's the best for me.
Yeah. It's cool, and the. Will, to Preston's earlier question about music, and obviously you have the comedic aspect to the music. Have you ever ever released?
We're working. We
like
have
a straight up serious.
Just send you my song.
Yeah.
We have a song cut, and then we have we working on some stuff. Yeah.
We can play it now if you want.
We will.
Yeah.
It's not out yet. It's not I wish if I was ready, because then people, where can I get it? And no, it's not.
We can play just 5 seconds if you.
By the way, if you're just tuning in, it's Craig Robinson, who's going to be at Helium Comedy Club this weekend. The Friday, Saturday shows are sold out, but there's some for Sunday. But, Casey mentions, acting, comedy, music. I'm trying to think of who else has that triple threat.
Not many.
Yeah.
Not many.
Jamie Foxx does all three of those.
And then some.
I could see like a touring group of people who have the three big entertainment
like
chops.
Potential EGOT winners.
Yeah,
right?
and doing
the
a big
EGOT
tour or something like that.
Yeah, I got nothing of the EGOT, so
you don't even have the
potential EGOTs.
Potential EGOTs.
Potential EGOTs.
Like you said, I didn't just steal that from you.
Hey, so real quick, you're hosting the Globetrotters are coming back to television in a couple of weeks, and you're hosting this. I got to tell you, when I was a kid growing up, when the Globetrotters were on, that was like a huge event for me, and it always seemed like
everything stopped.
Well. So we had to go to Mass every weekend, right? And then at a certain point, they invented Saturday Night Mass. And it always seemed like my mom and dad chose to go to Saturday Night Mass whenever the Harlem Globetrotters were playing on Saturday night. And so, but it was a huge, huge thing. So what's this thing that you guys are doing?
They just, it happened kind of quickly. They hit me up, and then 2 weeks later, it was, I'm hosting this Globetrotter show, which is very interesting and cool, and obviously family friendly. And it's just fun. And so we're gonna do some episodes, and they got a season on what's the app? NBC? Not
Peacock. Well, Peacock is the
Peacock.
NBC.
It's on NBC on TV.
Okay.
We've had so many big name musicians, actors, and so on come through the studio, but I was so delighted the time that Curly Neal came in, and I got to meet him face to face, and I was so bummed out when he passed away. He meant so much to me in my childhood.
He was the face of that.
He was just the best.
Him and what was the
Metal
Lemon?
Yeah.
Yep.
I want to ask you an Office question, Craig. One of the best openings ever is the No Nobody one with it. It's a one cut, and they do that song. And everybody's sort of jamming along, but there was a lot of music interspersed with The Office throughout, and including you would jam on the keys, and Creed Bratton would play, and Ed Helms would be on the banjo. Did that require a lot of takes when you would do musical scenes?
It didn't. It's like we would rehearse or whatever, and then they get what they needed, and some things took more than others, but it wasn't like okay, we take 97.
It's like a Kubrick film.
The part of it was the fact that we are, these guys working at a warehouse, getting together. So it wasn't supposed to be like.
It's that show has, and it's weird because I was reading an interview with you from a while back when they had that big office fest in
Scranton.
Yeah.
Wait.
There was one that was done on the screen. Yeah. But there was one before it where they were like, okay. And it was thousands and thousands and thousands of people. Does it still blow you away that a show that had a really, had a building run on NBC is now such a juggernaut and being discovered by younger people now?
1,000%.
Yeah.
It's and during the lockdown and all that, like you would. That's when I started noticing people would be like, I've seen it, 7 times through. It's just some people's like it's always on. And it's and then there's the people who like this is my family member was sick, and it's the only thing that made them laugh. It's the only time my family comes together, So it means different things to different people, but it's being on The Office is like you have friends everywhere.
It's so cool. We have Kate Flannery's a good friend of the show.
Kate Flannery. Yeah. One time I was telling a story about her last night. We were here. We happened to be here at the same time, and this was like early on. And I went to her family's
the bar.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And we walked around. We were trying to see if we could get 20 people to recognize us. I tell you, we had to scratch for that last 5. We walk around. Hi. Hello.
That sort of overt thing. Yeah.
For sure.
Do we still have the sign on the board over there?
Oh yeah. I'll show it to Craig over here. It's called the Flannery switch.
Hey.
And the reason being is because Kate curses so much when she comes on the air with us that we have to keep dumping out on her.
Yeah.
But I've got it on the board over here, and it will always remain as such. The Flannery switch. Craig's taking a picture of it right now. Yeah, send that to
Let
him.
her know, yeah.
All right, well, listen, gang, get your tickets for Sunday because the Friday and Saturday shows are sold out at Helium Comedy Club, and you can go to heliumcomedy.com. But there are 2 Sunday shows, 7 and 9:30. Your keyboard going to be on stage
Oh,
with
you
you?
better believe it. That's my partner.
Love it. I love it.
And killing it on Peacock.
Killing it on Peacock. Thank
All
you.
right.
And watch the Globetrotters coming up.
Yeah, definitely. Great to see you. Thanks for coming by
Thank
here,
you so
Craig.
much. Thanks for always showing so much love.
Anytime. Craig Robinson, everybody. We'll take a break. We'll come back in a second. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3.
How could you justify your actions at our cameras last Monday in front of your
Get
house?
out. You're a creep.
We're a member of the media. We'd like to have an answer to our question.
You're a creep.
Why did you attack our cameras?
Get it all. Don't miss any of it. You're a creep. Get away from me.
Would you answer the question?
Dude, he had great pipes.
He really
Listen
did.
to his voice. Get away from me. He could do movie trailers.
This weekend at the Community Cinema Pucks.
You're a creep. Get away from me.
Would you answer the question?
You know, you hide behind that press card.
I'm not hiding behind anything, sir. I just wanted to get some answers.
I'll tell you what to do. There's a gang of yous here. There's enough of you here. By myself, I'll take yous physically.
Well, I'm not asking you to take me physically.
Well, get away from me.
Well, sir, I'm on the public street. I should be authorized to be here.
I'll break it off.
I'll break it off.
I'll break it
Physically and mentally.
Yeah.
I'll get inside your brain.
This is after he was mayor.
Yeah.
You know, you think he'd be happy in retirement. but-
Nah, he didn't care.
Big dude, though.
Yeah.
You see him with next to the reporter. He's a big dude.
Yep.
Head. Get away from me.
I think the statue. Yeah, the statue is 1-to-1 scale.
Yeah.
I'll break it over your head.
I'll break it over your head. Hang on. Let's go back.
I'll break it over your head. I'll break it over your head. Get away from me, you crumb. That's a challenge, except I'll put my dog away and I'll come back. And you got 1, 2, 3, and I'll do
1,
it
2,
along
3.
Yeah.
Follow me.
Yeah.
Let me just put Fifi back in the house. Come on, Fifi, heel.
It is kind of a little dog, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
with 3.
No?
No.
I can't see the dog. Oh,
No,
no,
it's a
I was
big
wrong.
dog.
I was
Yeah.
incorrect. I thought he had a little poodle with him.
Daddy loves you.
Yeah.
Daddy loves
kisses.
you. Give me love monster kisses.
Yeah.
Now I'm gonna come back and kill you all. Beat you to death with a tire iron and then dance in your blood. Who wants you to do? Who wants you to do? Gonna put you in the house now. All right, don't be scared. Daddy has to go kill the bad men. I'm coming to kill you now. Calm down. Did you lose your chew toy? Did you lose your chew toy? It's under the sofa. Yeah. Wait right here. Daddy needs to go kill the reporters. Yes, I know. Yeah. Get up in the living room window. You want to see Daddy kill the bad men?
Yeah, that's right. Sets him up where he's got a nice view of the street.
I'm doing this for you.
Yeah.
2, 3, and I'll do it along with you. In that back of that fence, just the 3 of us, 4 of us, me and you.
4 or 5. I tell you what, call some of the family members. Bring them out here too.
Show you what kind of a man you are. You're less than a man.
You're a less man.
Okay, you're a crumb creep.
A crumb creep.
You're a moon creep pie creep crumb. You're creep brulee. That's what you are.
Creep brulee.
Yeah. As if someone's taken one of them little torches and fried the top of your head into like a caramelized sugary thing. You are creep brulee. You know what you like? You like one of them fancy desserts with the thin shell on top, but underneath you just pudding. Just pansy pudding, creep crumb, pansy crumb, creep creme, crumb, brulee creep creme. With sugar on top.
At this point, they've just shut up.
They just let them know.
Because they are like, we are getting gold right now. Just let this roll.
Put that on camera. You're a crumb bum, the three of you, and I challenge you.
He wouldn't talk earlier. I'm not talking to you, right? I'm not talking to you. And now, Stan Bowman hasn't said anything for like 5 minutes.
He actually fell asleep. What are you, Stan? Are you asleep?
Wake up.
I'm sorry, I had a long night.
Where did your dog go? I put him inside, didn't you see? There he is, and they're looking in the window there.
Just me.
There is a
You're
word out here.
a crumb creep coward. You can't take. You won't stand up to a man.
I'm standing up. We're not here to fight. We're here to get some answers to some questions. That's all.
I want to fight you.
Why is that?
Because you're a crumb creep lush coward.
You don't.
Crumb
He
creep.
keeps adding on.
Lush coward.
It started with one, then two,
And
now
you're a Methodist.
now he's up to
What?
he's up to 4.
I don't know. I'm running out of desserts and various disgusting things.
Are you keeping a list? Do you know,
yeah.
like, okay, you're a crumb, you're a creep.
Wait a second here.
You're yellow.
I keep a list for things like this. You are a jackass crumb, creme, creep, cram, crumb. Oh, that's the wrong list. That's the potential dog names.
Thinking about getting another one, huh?
It was in the Chestnut Hill.
Wait, hold on a second. Honey, where's my reported bad name list? It's in the closet. No, I looked in there. I was looking for the dog's chew toy. I'll get back to you. What's your number? Give me your number.
By the way, Mercy.
I remembered it.
By the way,
He gets a call late at night.
No, he calls him back later on.
Better call this guy up. Yeah. You're a yellow crumb snake.
Have a lovely
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Have a lovely evening.
For that creep.
Oh, you creme crumb creep cram. You're an apple crumb creep cake. A la moron. Yeah, all right, that wasn't that good.
Scratch that one off.
Good.
Yeah, that's.
I think when I try to do French desserts, it doesn't work out. I'll stick with the German stuff.
Oh my God.
I'm glad we revisited this.
Oh my God, I'm getting tears on my glasses here. Do you remember the squirtable butter used to come in a thing?
Yeah, butter spray.
Is that what?
I
no,
can't
not
believe it's
spray,
not
not
butter.
There's
spray.
an actual like liquid, almost
Really?
like
liquidy
like the way you
butter.
dispense mustard.
It was
don't
more
remember
back in the
that.
back in the 80s probably, and if you had a waffle, you could go blink, 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 blink in each little.
Okay.
I had a waffle.
Each little
I'd eat it
crevice.
in the morning.
I
Yeah,
mean,
there
do
we go,
you need
Parkway.
butter in every little square?
You do.
If you're
you're a man.
If you're a man, no.
Okay.
No, I obsess about little things like that.
Okay.
It's just like weird.
So your answer is yes, you do.
Yeah, I have a butter memory with Preston that is probably 19 years old. Do you know what it is?
Butter memory.
Preston, do you remember the butter memory?
That's probably 19 years old.
19 years old.
You would have to butter memories. You would have to give me a hint.
Me, you, Steve, and Marilyn.
Wow.
that wraps it up.
Butterfest,
Did a show
1998.
for 3 years together.
Media
lucky.
Court Diner.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah.
You know the butter memory?
Yeah.
Oh, well, do tell.
So we're sitting there, and it's after we had done a show, and we're having lunch, and there was
We're all just getting to know each other, by the way.
yeah, we're all getting to know each other, and so they had a little ramekin full of butter, which is a small dish. And so I guess it was a ball of butter or something like that. And we're just talking, and I just reach out and grab it and just squish it with my hand, just to be outrageous.
Provocative.
I'm like, ooh, butter.
Yeah.
And I did that, and he died laughing.
I was
So.
like, what? I wish I would have done that.
Love at first sight.
That looked fun.
Butter memories.
But if I owned a diner and
I dine in the morning.
and I was serving waffles, there would be a special little spray that I would put melted butter in so that you could go.
You would keep it like you could even have it as you could have the way you have a mug warmer where your butter could be on it and with the pump so that you could dispense that
Now
way.
it would need to be more like misty,
Like a fire hose?
No, like
a spray
you,
bottle.
like a spray bottle, like
okay.
you would spray your
Like
your indoor
like a
plants.
spritz.
I disagree. I think that the butter, like the spray butter, you're lessening the quality of the butter product. And if you're going to have like actual butter, you're going to need to have like a vat of melted butter. This is your diner, so I'm not trying to tell you how to run your business.
You open your own diner next door.
I'll build your own goddamn
normal, boring pats of butter.
I kind of want to work with you, like almost like as if I was your therapist, and to make you okay with not having butter in every square. Like it's all right.
No, I know.
It's still going to taste good. You're going to get enough butter.
Believe me, I've
Touchstone Pictures. He had to have butter in every square until a concerned therapist came into his life. My name is Romano. I think I can help you.
Then we need some good music like
yes,
Peter
inspiring.
Gabriel,
Salisbury Hill.
Salisbury Hill. Yeah. See if you can pull that. So the serious part when he realizes he has a problem.
Oh no, I can't even get it together anymore. Every time I go into the diner, I start trembling like crazy. I think I know someone you can talk to. And then she came into his life. My name's Romano, and today's the day we start making changes. From Touchstone Pictures, the story of a boy who learned now how to not have butter in every square of his waffle. Butter squareless waffle boy.
Butter squareless waffle boy.
Or something to that effect.
It's a butter therapist.
I feel like I already went through this with Jace. Like at breakfast time. It's okay, honey.
Unbutterable.
Is that the name of the movie?
Yeah.
I'm doing it!
I just recently had some butt issues the other day, man.
Packing a flounder, didn't you?
Packing a flounder.
I told Casey about it. I had to make what my friend calls a butt tampon out of toilet paper.
Oh, yes.
By
We've
the
all
way,
been there.
You-
We've all been there.
No,
Really?
Well, so,
no, we haven't.
No, we haven't.
No, we have not all been there.
Not Kathy. Come to say you call it swamp ass.
Yeah.
You call it a visit from your friend.
Oh, and she and Kathy always insists that it's because
Just take
of
a shower.
my hygiene. That's not
You
it.
are dirt. Your ass is dirty.
It's from cleaning too much.
There, he's right.
You rub it raw.
He's right. You
That's what
rub it raw.
happened.
Yes.
No, just get in the shower. That
do this-
clean,
I do
not
it.
wipe with toilet paper.
No. Kathy did, and it's painful.
I don't believe you.
Oh my God! You can just suck it.
Here's the deal. So I can tell you, I have a spotless butt. I'm telling, spick and span. But sometimes I tend to overclean.
Yes. Thank you, Steve.
Yes.
We
No
worked
such
together for
thing.
20 years, and
You never know.
You never know.
I apologize for never turning around and parting my cheeks to show you.
Preston, you told me about packing a flounder the other day.
That's what it's called, by the way. Somebody years ago told us. My friend used to call that packing a flounder.
What? Putting
Toilet
Putting the
paper
tissue in.
between your butt cheeks.
Yeah, it's a butt tampon.
to help to keep the chafing down.
right.
Okay.
Yeah.
By the way, if you're pre-med, keep listening because this is valuable information.
But I just have a question for you because you were telling me
That hadn't happened in years, by the way.
Yeah.
I had an issue with it the other day, and it's all better now. I'm great.
There you go.
Go ahead.
and we do share a lot of intimate information.
Of course we do.
But you had told me this packing the flounder thing, and I was thinking about it later on in the day because it had a tone as if you thought,
It was wistful.
As if you thought I have packed a flounder before.
No, I just remember you
Okay.
finding it funny.
Okay.
I remember you finding that particular phrase funny, and that's why I brought
It is
up
a
to
funny
you.
phrase.
Yeah.
But I've yet to pack a flounder.
Okay. Well,
Okay.
count yourself
Yes.
lucky, sir.
Yeah, all right.
Because it's not a fun experience.
Few the proud.
I woke up in the middle of the night and did it. I told you that. Yeah, I went to the restaurant.
It can be quite uncomfortable.
I'm going to pack a flounder now.
Yes.
And I did, and it helped, and it worked.
You know what? You're missing a product here, and Preston's flounders.
Yeah.
Flounder packers.
Preston's, there's a little alliteration there with the P, packing a flounder. Preston's, but I need flounder packer, maybe something like that.
Yeah.
Preston's fantastic flounder packer. It's kind of like like an alliterative sandwich with the P's on the outside and the F's in the middle.
Yeah, I like it.
Fantastic flounders and how to pack them.
I like that
That's
too.
not bad.
It's a little long.
Yeah, it is.
Please welcome of Simple Minds, Mr. Jim Kerr.
Yeah.
Very kind of you. Thank you very much. A real pleasure to be here.
And by the way, Jim Kerr, I believe, is actually how you pronounce your last name,
You
correct?
got it right. In Glasgow, they would say that.
In Glasgow.
Here, they say more kind of Kerr.
But our friend Don McCloskey and his band are setting up as we speak. They're going to be performing live a little bit later on this morning. They're going to be being the opening act for the It's Always Sunny podcast shows coming up. We also, and I want to thank our friends at, since we have so many guests by here today, our friends at Acme for catering the Acme Lounge this
God
morning.
bless him. God bless him.
Breakfast for everybody as they come in, and we're hardly going to have time to touch. We have so many guests, hard to find time to touch on the fact that Casey is leaving on Monday.
Yeah.
For Casey's big adventure.
So you get in the car today, right?
The car is being delivered today. We're
Gonna
gonna
set the
outfit it with-
cameras?
we're going to set everything up. And
Just got a text from Matt Ritter, Casey, and so it's the Subaru Ascent. It's on its way over here today. It's going to arrive 9:30, 10 o'clock, and we can do some things to make sure we get great video next week.
And I presented Casey with your Apple tag so we can
Yes.
trail where you are across the country.
And I have talked to Jackie Bam Bam on the phone for over an hour this week. I have already learned so much about him. Did you know that every time he goes Stinkies, he will go to his bathroom is right next to his laundry room, and he will literally he'll go to the bathroom and then he will go into the laundry room and stick his ass in the sink and shove a bar of soap in his butt and clean his hiney.
sorry.
Excuse me.
He told you this?
He tells me everything. I mean,
he's going to be telling you're going to
learn everything.
You're going to learn everything about
everything.
No, you won't. I think what's going to happen is eventually you're going to push him out the car.
Right.
As you're traveling.
Wow.
Stuff like that.
Okay, so
by the way, he needs to get
get a bidet.
get the Amazon bidet.
Yeah.
It's $40. I installed it. Spick and span butthole.
Toilet paper will do the trick. It's okay. You can wipe your butt and you don't have to stick it in the sink every single time.
I think you're right.
Yeah, so-
especially the sink where you clean your dishes.
Yeah, exactly.
No, it's a laundry room.
Oh, it's a laundry room. Okay.
Anyhow, we'll be learning more about Jackie.
Wow,
and
that's
Casey
all very troubling.
on the route, and we have all kinds of information at PrestonandSteve.com, and they're going to be stopping in St. Louis, and Oklahoma City, and Albuquerque, and Palm Springs, and then eventually in Los Angeles. And if you're along that route, let us know. Maybe they can meet up with you. I don't know, but we have information. Just go to PrestonandSteve.com and click on Casey's Big Adventure and let us know.
That's a lot of traveling for just a couple days.
It is. It is. So that starts on Monday. All right. Before we move forward with the Bizarre File, it's Friday. We got to do this, friends. From Morgan and Brooke and Fiona Froggy, we can now move forward and do the Bizarre File.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by Live Casino Hotel Philadelphia. Present comedian Jay Moore coming Saturday, October 8th. Tickets are on sale at livecasinophilly.com. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Going to start with this story. Nick actually sent me this. A pilot is being described as reckless and careless by aviation professionals after crashing their aircraft shortly after flying erratically around Horsetooth Reservoir in Colorado. The news station there reported, report highlighted the sheriff's office request for images of the flight before the crash, that several people started turning over their images and videos to investigators. One photographer, Stephanie Stamos, said that she witnessed the erratic flying while trying to photograph a client's senior photos at the picturesque reservoir. She said, I was up at a Horsetooth doing a photo shoot, and all of a sudden I see this plane. It was coming in so low. She quickly found herself unknowingly documenting some of the clearest images that the NTSB and the FAA need for their investigation. In her images, you can see the pilot seemingly target a bunch of boats that were in the water, like coming down.
He was strafing them?
And buzzing them. Not just strafing them. I mean, like flying right over top of them.
Really?
And the plane swoops down right toward a boat, comes within feet of hitting it before banking to the right to buzz past another pontoon boat. And Stamos said, he was so close to the boats that I thought he was going to hit them. And when you see the picture, it was even closer than I thought it was. His wheel was almost right on top of the boat, and you can see the person in the boat with their hands up in the air because they thought it was going to hit him. So Stamos recalled seeing the pilot bank back and forth before climbing up and over the foothills. She didn't know that the plane later crashed, seeing a CBS report.
Did they ascertain, was he drunk? What was going on?
So she said she wasn't shocked to hear that he crashed. Both people on board the plane walked away with minor injuries.
What?
Aviation experts said the images will likely prove the pilot was breaking aviation guidelines and laws before the crash. Flying close to the water is not illegal in some situations so long as there are not any boats or humans near the water. However, the photos clearly show that the water was peppered with boats. And with the warm weather, there were people on the beaches, trails, and campsites as well. But the guy was just going crazy for some reason.
I've been out on this reservoir several times, and there are a lot of boats there. I mean, it really could have ended in disaster.
Oh, yeah. A Florida Chick-fil-A employee is being hailed as a hero after deputies say he stopped a carjacking outside of the fast food restaurant.
Yeah, this is pretty badass if you see the footage.
Deputies said the young employee rushed outside of the restaurant to help a screaming woman holding a baby after a man grabbed her keys and tried to take her car.
Save my waffle fries.
Investigators said that the woman was getting the baby out of her car when a man identified as William Branch walked up to her wielding a stick and demanded her keys. Branch then grabbed the car keys from the waistband of the woman's pants, opened her car door, and got inside. When the woman began screaming for help, deputies said the Chick-fil-A employee ran to intervene. Branch punched the employee in the face, but the employee was not seriously injured. And the employee told deputies that Branch had been involved in another incident shortly before the carjacking. A video of that the sheriff's office shared on Facebook shows the employee and Branch brawling in the parking lot.
I wonder if this will end up in one of those delightful TV commercials they do about their employees.
The video shows the employee holding Branch down while others run over to help, and deputies said the Branch was charged with carjacking with a weapon and battery as well. Yep. This is pretty messed up. The father of Cheer star, the show Cheer, Cassidy Dunlap, was shot after he accidentally entered the wrong apartment in Little Rock, Arkansas.
Ooh.
Ronald Dunlap was shot multiple times early Saturday. He's hospitalized in critical condition. The incident occurred around 3 a.m. When Dunlap entered the apartment of Joshua Womack. Womack told police he was sleeping and woke up to banging on his front door. He armed himself with a firearm. Womack, apparently, according to the police, stated that when walking around the corner, he observed Ronald Dunlap in his kitchen. Womack advised that he fired approximately 5 to 6 rounds.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, I know. Dunlap was found
Might be a little excessive.
lying on the ground in the apartment with multiple gunshot wounds. Officers also saw the apartment's front door was split and damaged. But Dunlap's nephew told officers at the scene that Dunlap accidentally walked into the wrong apartment and was shot. So obviously they're investigating that.
Who was it? Does he live in that apartment building?
I don't know. I assume so, but
he forgot he actually owns a house.
Yeah, I don't know the details of it. That's all that I saw in the story, Kath. Emergency crews rescued a naked man who they say drove his car off a cliff in Torrey Pines, California, early Wednesday morning. At around 1 a.m., fire rescue personnel were called to the response to a vehicle that reportedly went down a cliff. Officers spotted a naked man as he got out of the car and ran away.
What a night I've had.
All while he claimed to not be connected with the vehicle crash. Now, officers and fire crew could not find the man until around 3 a.m. He apparently jumped from that same cliff and landed about 40 feet below.
Wow.
Crews were able to lift the man from the ravine and transported him to the hospital for treatment of unknown injuries.
Hey, buddy, how about some clothes?
And police are unsure why the man drove the car off the cliff, but they suspect that drugs or alcohol may be involved in the incident.
It's probably a good bet.
All right, then we'll do one more story and wrap it up.
Yes, sir.
All right. A raccoon in North Dakota has prompted a rabies warning. According to the Bismarck Tribune, a woman brought a captive raccoon into a bar. And a bartender said that the woman
Sounds like a bad joke.
was carrying the raccoon and showing it off to customers. Cindy Smith said, she showed me, and I said, you got to get that out of here.
And your rabbit raccoon here.
Smith said she didn't see the raccoon bite anyone. However, the North Dakota Health and Human Services Department said even in coming into contact with the raccoon's saliva poses a risk of rabies exposure. Health officials are asking people who had contact with the raccoon to seek medical care, and the state has detected rabies in 6 animals this year.
That's why they never have a rabid raccoon night at a bar.
Don't bring your rabid raccoons with you. All right, and there you go. That's what I have in the bizarre file for now. Let's give away some more beer.
I love this.
We're doing that. We're spreading the wealth, and we have a chance for you to win a case of Trogs Lucky Holler Hazy IPA. Caller number 11, 215-263-WMMR will set you up at the Hoppy Hazy Harvest Ale that delivers bright waves of pineapple, juicy citrus, and ripe passion fruit. It's good you want to holler. You can pick up a 6-pack today at your local Acme Market. When we come back, we are scheduled to have Billy Eichner and Luke McFarlane in our studio, so we will break and come back, so make sure you stay with us. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR. WMMR. We're not just in your car anymore.
Packing a flounder. Preston's, but I need flounder packer. Maybe something like that.
Preston's fantastic flounder packer. It's kind of like like an alliterative sandwich with the P's on the outside and the F's in the middle.
Yeah, I like it.
Fantastic flounders and how to pack them.
I like that too.
It's a little long.
Yeah, it is.
Please welcome of Simple Minds, Mr. Jim Kerr.
Very kind of you. Thank you very much. A real pleasure to be here.
And by the way, Jim Kerr, I believe, is actually how you pronounce your last name, correct?
You got it right. In Glasgow, they would say that.
In Glasgow.
Here, they say more kind of Kerr, which is nice.
Yeah.
But we're a bit hard on the E, Kerr.
It reminds you where you are, I guess, when you hear your name pronounced a certain way.
Well, my mother's favorite actress was Deborah Kerr.
It's a good choice.
Nice compliment.
There you go.
I would like to, I'm going to start by throwing a lot of love your way. Your performance, and I'll get right to the song that broke the band in the United States, Don't You Forget About Me. Your performance of that particular song means so much to me. 1986, around that range, was when I was a senior in high school. The Breakfast Club, the film had come out, and it just spoke directly to a person like me. The song was such a huge part of the emotional impact of that film, and it has now become my almost... It's tangible, the emotion that I feel when I hear the song. It takes me back to that time in my life that was so important in my own personal development. I'm actually getting a little choked up here when I'm talking. And you were the passion in your voice. Now, I'm probably going to overuse the word passion as we talk to you, Jim, because that's how I always categorize your vocal style. Your singing, very, very passionate. And at that time, it rose above a lot of the other things that were on the radio at the time. And so, number one, I want to thank you. And I know that song wasn't written by you or your bandmates, but I think what you did with it just went above and beyond.
It's the performance.
And surpassed what that song really was.
Well, it's an honor to have any song that means so much to people, but particularly with that song, we are aware in the States, actually elsewhere, that song and the movie meant so much, not only to that generation, but amazingly subsequent generations as well seem to have. It still seems those John Hughes movies, he really hit a nerve. And I know what you mean in the sense that, I'm a music fan as well, and it's an amazing thing with music. Even more than film, I think, in photographs, you hear certain songs and it takes you back to a place. It takes you to the very emotion.
Most definitely.
And there are certain songs that do that for me. For me, it was always radio in my mother's house. There's certain songs I hear, I can actually feel we called it Formica table, this cheap, this cheap breakfast table, because, the radio was there. We listened to radio breakfast, as everyone does here.
Yeah.
And there's certain songs I can actually feel, I'm right at the table. And I get a little teary about that as well.
Oh, my God. It's so true.
It's so powerful. And you, and I'm curious, here I am, a chance to meet you and say thank you in person and so forth. And you've had a tremendously successful career. Have you ever had a chance to speak to someone a la David Bowie and say, that song meant so much to me? And do you feel a little odd saying that? Because I know you've heard it so many times, and I don't know if it gets old to you or not, and I feel a little embarrassed that I'm saying all this to you.
Well, you bet. I mean, whenever I'm not cool when I meet people that have meant a lot to me, whether it's sports stars or rock stars or whatever, or movie. I just go up and say, "You're amazing," and, But some of them kind of don't want to talk about it or something. Have you ever found that? Where you get that, and someone's just kind of went, "Yeah, whatever."
Well, and it's confusing.
To it.
It is confusing when that happens.
But we've talked about this, Jimmy. It's it's sort of a liability when you meet people who've meant a lot to you. You know, and then we use the phrase "they were them." They were exactly who you wanted them to be.
Yeah.
And it's like the ultimate when you get the person you hope they would be. Not everyone can be that, or some people, sort of have sort of a jaded view, or they'll kind of frown upon what got them to the dance.
Or they're self-conscious or something.
Right, and for whatever reason, and you'd almost rather keep the illusion than the actual reality. But when they do sync up and you get both, it's fantastic.
Well, I can talk about both for a minute because, as some of you might know, I was married to Chrissy Hines.
Yes,
Chrissy's the greatest. I mean, she's just the greatest.
Well, "I'll Stand by You" that's my wife. That's our wedding song. Yeah,
You guys now share a grandchild together.
We do indeed.
Congratulations.
And yet, Chrissy, she would be the first to say when anyone goes up to her in the street and goes, "Wow, Chrissy, she kind of goes right in her shell, and she kind of doesn't know what to say, and it comes across as being cold, and then she will regret that for the rest of the week. Genuinely, she'll say, "Oh, I met that person," and they must think, well, I won't tell you what she says, but she doesn't mean it like she just gets kind of. Whereas Charlie Burchill, my songwriting partner and guitar player in Simple Minds, we were beyond fortunate last week in New York because we had a night off, and I'm sure you're aware Springsteen was playing on Broadway, and
so cool.
Just to get tickets to see the show was enough to be 20 yards from him where he's standing with an acoustic playing Born to Run, and the spit was almost touching us. In fact, we were running towards it. And then afterwards, we didn't know this. Afterwards, as we were about to leave, someone came out and said, John Landau, Bruce's manager, would let you go back. And I'm sure no one will be surprised to hear me say that, Bruce was just amazing.
Yeah.
I mean, he just wanted to talk about music, and he wanted to talk about a book that he'd written, of which the show is based on, of which we've all read. And it was great to have someone as comfortable.
You love that. Did he relay any particular level of was he citing some of your work, or because he clearly you?
Well, he's so generous. We had played in New Jersey the night before.
Okay.
I think John had told him that, and we played, so we're in his hood. And he had just spent time on stage saying how he had a love-hate with New Jersey. All he wanted to do was get out of there, hence Born to Run and all that. But, of course, he's still there. But he knew we'd played, and he was asking about the band and all that stuff. We have a few friends in common. Steve Van Zandt. We did a lot of things with Steve back in the day.
And the Sun City,
the Sun City thing, and also Jimmy Iovine, who produced Born to Run. He just produced the track that you played there, Alive and Kicking, and so we'd met Bruce before as well. So
I think, and it's the truth that the people who, I love when film directors come in here and they're fans of other directors, because you clearly you just at a core have a passion for music.
That's right.
So you are a fan of other musicians. Yeah. And I think that informs your ability to be a great musician.
I would think so. I think I think if you're in love with something, it must be. Listen, if you've got a job that you love, no matter what that job is, you've won the lotto, because we know what it's like if you don't like your job.
Yes.
So if you're passionate about it, I mean, even today we're going to go along to the theatre 4:30 this afternoon. We're going to work on other stuff, songs that we want to bring into the set as the tour progresses.
That's great.
We're always chopping and changing. I'm excited about that, and it's only a sound check.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask about, Jim, yours and Simple Minds' history in Philadelphia. You played Live Aid here. From what I understand, you were the first band that was approached to play the Philadelphia show.
Well, certainly I remember getting the call from Geldof at the time, and it was amazing. It was a great honor to be asked, and of course, although obviously we're from the other side of the pond, at the time the song that you mentioned, Don't You Forget About Me, was really climbing high in the Billboard charts, and Bob said, you got to do it in Philadelphia. We were only too happy. We were en route anyway to come here and record. But I don't think any of us were aware that all ththese years later that, in terms of rock and roll anyway, it's still the historical event, is our generation's Woodstock. Joan Baez, I think, alluded to that when she opened. She, that was her. But when you see now, even now when I see the numbers that were there, in the stadium. The stadium's not longer, no
it's
longer
no
there.
longer here.
Yeah.
Was that day fairly chaotic?
And in the way you would expect. I mean, I was talking outside. I mean, everyone was there. You know, I mean, it was a whole. The great thing was, I brought across my dad.
Oh wow!
He'd never been in the States before. And he was wearing a bright yellow Scotland T-shirt. So I thought, how can you lose him? He's wearing a bright yellow. They said, "Really, how can you lose him? 120,000 people out there." But I saw him because he was wearing this.
The bright yellow Scotland T-shirt.
Yeah. And he said to me, come here. I want to introduce you to this guy. I want to introduce you. Who's here? Now, you think, Madonna was there and Tina Turner and Mick Jagger and all that. And we went round. And there was this guy sitting on his amplifier, just strumming away.
Yeah.
Total dignity. Bo Diddley.
Ah, Bo Diddley.
And my dad said to me, Bo Diddley, if it wasn't for him, there would be no live.
Legendary,
there would be no rock and roll. If it wasn't for these guys. And of course, he was right.
Yeah.
So, memories like that come to the forefront.
You mentioned Jimmy Iovine, and I saw the special on HBO about him, The Defiant Ones, and he talked about producing Born to Run and how frustrating it was because Bruce was such a perfectionist when it came to putting that record. And eventually somebody had to tell Jimmy, it's not your record, Jimmy, it's Bruce's. Let Bruce do what he needs to do. What was it like for you guys working with him?
I mean, we've been so lucky. We worked with Jimmy, Bob Clearmountain, Trevor Horn, Steve Lillywhite, all these people. But Jimmy just had this way. It's funny because I can tell the jury was out. Some of the people around us didn't quite get Jimmy.
Really?
Because Jimmy was more a kind of ringmaster. He couldn't go in and tell you technically what was wrong or what was right. It was all feel. And he had a great kind of meter on him with that. That feels great. That's where you should be. But he made you feel great. And if you felt great, then you're going to perform. He gave you confidence. And I, in some ways, we've never met anyone like Jimmy in that sense. He would be, you know how in sports you get a coach, I say this, that make journeymen believe they're much better than they are.
Right.
Jimmy did that to us.
It would seem like some producers are more musicians than some guys.
Thank you very much, Kathy. I'm excited about this entire morning. Don McCloskey and crew were warming up, and it sounded fantastic.
So good.
I can't wait for them to play a little bit later on. And I can't wait to have these next guests here in our studio today.
Yeah.
They're promoting a film called Bros. And I'll read this description specifically. Universal Pictures presents the first romantic comedy from a major studio about two gay men stumbling towards love. And we're happy to have them here this morning, the two leads, Billy Eichner and Luke McFarlane. With us. Good morning. Good morning.
Thanks for having us.
Happy to have you here, man. Welcome to Philadelphia. Do you have much history in this town? You ever spent much time in Philly before?
No, not at all.
Welcome.
I love it, though. I love Philly.
Yeah.
I'm a New Yorker, so, you know, I grew up not too far from here.
Nice.
Yeah, but I am as well a New Yorker and didn't get down here a lot when I was up in New York, and now it's my everything. So it should seem fairly familiar to you. But saw the movie and really enjoyed it and thought, and I mean this in a complimentary sense, it is a gay rom-com. Like it is a real, an obvious thing. As I was watching it, I'm thinking, I've never seen anything like this. I've never seen anything like this that just. And in a way, I felt like I was finally getting a little peek behind a curtain.
Exactly,
and
yeah.
I enjoyed the authenticity of it. Are you getting that kind of reaction?
Yeah, from everyone. You know, we did make the movie with Judd Apatow and Nick Stoller, who are two straight men, two of the straightest men in Hollywood.
By the way, Nick Preston did Forgetting Sarah Marshall.
Nick Stoller, yeah.
Nick Stoller.
Yeah, Nick Stoller. He directed Forgetting Sarah Marshall. Judd Apatow produced Bridesmaids and Knocked Up and 40-Year-Old Virgin and Superbad. So these guys really know how to make a great comedy that everyone can relate to.
Right.
But they've never done one about a gay couple. And so they actually came to me with the idea, and we collaborated on it. Nick and I wrote it together. And yeah, the two things we wanted it to be more than anything are hilarious because we don't get a lot of great comedies in movie theaters anymore.
Great R-rated
It's
comedies,
R-rated.
which I think is that more of that.
Yeah, exactly. And we wanted it to be honest, you know. And we've done so many advanced screenings of the movie all over the country, and sometimes it's more straight people, sometimes it's more LGBTQ folks, and everyone just laughs out loud. And I think for straight folks, what's exciting is exactly what you said. It has all the elements of a Judd Apatow movie that you love, but it's also unlike anything you've ever seen in a movie theater.
And honestly, I grew up watching straight romantic comedies. My
You
favorite movie. I'm
You've
a gay
been in
man
many
as
of
well,
them,
and
yes,
I've been
yeah.
in many of them as well. And I took a lot from them. I really understood the laughs and the jokes and the tears, and I think that straight people are going to have the exact same reaction to a gay romantic.
By the way, you're both revered in my book because Luke, you are a veteran of the Hallmark movies
universe.
Yes,
much like the Marvel universe.
The Hallmark cinematic universe.
Very similar to the Marvel universe.
Exactly.
Yes.
HMC.
You were their Thanos.
Yes, exactly.
But
I think I'm a Captain America. Honestly, that's more where I fit in.
Yeah. But
America's ass. That's
It's
right.
such
And
a-
I'm Canadian. That's right. I'm Canadian.
Well, and also from Brothers and Sisters, and
Sisters,
I don't remember. Do you guys remember why it became a thing? Like with me, I loved the show.
Thank you.
I used to say that like I wanted to be part of that family, and they started like making fun of me. And when they canceled it, I was so
She was
upset.
livid.
And I guess that's where it stemmed from. So like
Yeah.
we still talk about Brothers and Sisters today.
I love that. Yeah, I think we told our story. That family had a lot of family drama. We just ran out of things to do.
you know, it's
But it didn't end. It just right.
Well, I think some of the people that were involved in the show are like, I think I'm done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I want to know about the getting this movie together. Was this a hard sell, an easy sell to get this movie made?
Yeah, I never believed that a major studio like Universal, you know, the same studio that makes Jurassic World and Fast and the Furious, would get behind an R-rated gay rom-com. Judd Apatow and Nick Stoller always believed that they would. And to their credit, Universal did, and they completely supported it being as honest and authentic as possible.
and you're getting a huge, like a 3,000 theater release, right?
Yeah, Bros is going to get released in about 3,000 movie theaters all over North America and then roll out all over the world. Luke and I are going to do press in Australia and all over Europe in October, where it opens later in October. And so, yeah, it's the first of its kind in many ways. But, you know, mostly we just wanted to make a really funny movie.
Which it is.
And I think people have forgotten, you know, most of the movies that get released in theaters now are big action movies and horror movies, you know, and those are all great, but what happened to going and laughing with hundreds of people in a movie theater, which I grew up doing all the time? That's what made me want to do movies, you know?
Yeah, it's a collective, it's a communal thing.
It is,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
and you escape the world, and you escape your anxiety, and you just like have a great time and laugh with your friends. So I'm excited for people to see Bros, because I think that's what it does.
I was the first I saw of it, the trailer came on television. Okay, so I'm sitting there watching it, and I'm seeing the setup, and I'm like, okay, it's a rom-com. I see this, I'm like, oh, this is about a gay couple.
Yeah.
And I was delighted. My youngest son is gay.
Oh, wow.
And so I love seeing that this was not packaged in any special way. It was just packaged like a regular movie trailer. And I'm like, yay. You know, I was really happy to see that.
Yeah, it's about time. And you know what's really cool? Like, it's really bringing people together in terms of straight, gay, whatever you are. We just had the American premiere of the movie at the Castro Theater in San Francisco, which is like the center of gay life in America, right?
Maybe the world.
And you know who showed up? Lars Ulrich from Metallica with his whole family. And I was like, oh my God. And, you know, I did some comedy bits with Lars a few years ago, and I was like, wow, how are you here? He said, I love Judd Apatow movies.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And he loved it, and he posted
Legitimately.
about it on Instagram about how funny it was and how outrageous it was. And so funny is funny at the end of the day.
Do you know what works also in that you get a unique perspective on things, but the tropes that you want in an effective, funny romantic comedy are there.
Yeah.
All of those things, and yet it also is it's sweet. It's legitimately. And Billy, your character has always been very sort of. Abrasive or cynical.
Yeah.
And this is a complete refutation of that.
Yeah. It starts out a little bit like
Yes,
the Billy on
it's
the
you,
street
right.
that people know, but then it definitely is much more than that.
That is what love will do to us.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what the movie's about, really.
By the way, what there are, you talk about laugh out loud moments. There were both of the laugh out loud moments for me involved quasi orgy situations.
Yeah.
I don't want to give too much away, but there is an unwanted fourth. Billy, the look on your face is so goddamn hilarious
Oh, thanks.
when you're looking
Yeah.
back at this guy like, what are you doing here?
Yeah.
And it's just hilarious.
I haven't had many orgies, but for those who have, there's always one person you don't want who's there, who's always the most enthusiastic and the most like raring to go, and you don't want to be rude to the person, but you also don't want to engage with the person.
Yeah.
And that's always very funny, and we have a scene like that.
I don't even want to mention what, but that's I defy you not to laugh out loud. And there were a couple of revelations. Seeing Harvey Fierstein in the film, and then is that an actual young picture of Harvey Fierstein?
Yes.
It is.
He looks like Javier Bardem.
I know.
I'm
He's
like,
beautiful.
what?
Really? Yeah. When he had, there's a picture of him in the movie that we used that Harvey gave us from when he was in his 20s in New York. And yeah, he was really, really handsome.
That's the first question I have to ask. But again, I think people might, when these things work, as with Apatow-esque films or Apatow films, there is that emotional thing in there, and you do get that in this. And so, for you, Luke, you've done a fair amount of this kind of acting, but for Billy, did that present a series of difficulties, or because it was your baby, did it seem easier to do that?
It's both scary and exciting because, the whole point of doing the movie was to show people a different side of yourself.
Right.
You always want to evolve and, keep. I want to do new things. I love Billy on the Street and all that stuff, but, it's also like I don't want to do it forever. I went to Northwestern years ago. I was a theater major. I did tons of acting before people got to know me in this very specific way on Parks and Rec and Billy on the Street and all that stuff, which I love, but I think you're always looking for opportunities to show more of yourself.
Yeah.
We don't get many multi-dimensional gay characters. We do get a lot of gay characters now on TV and streaming and stuff, but they're often kind of sitcom-y and one-dimensional, two-dimensional, but we're complicated people like everyone else, and so I wanted to represent that.
In rom-com canon, it's usually the friend who's advising the Jennifer
woman.
Lopez,
Exactly.
right. Exactly, yeah. So an interesting thing I had to mention for you, Kathy, is that, correct me if I'm wrong, Billy, but your rom-com fantasy man is Richard Gere, correct?
Well, someone asked me who I thought the hottest person was in a movie, and I thought about it and I said, oh, it's Richard Gere in Pretty Woman or anything. Yeah.
I tried to get him for Bros.
Yeah.
Wow,
He was here in the studio, and I took a picture with him. Look, and it looks like we're dating. So
Wow.
it was like, we
Yeah,
dated
put a
for
hand
like
on the chest.
10
Look at
seconds.
that.
Yeah, he still looks good, Richard
That looks like
Gere.
a cardboard cutout.
It's not. It was the real thing.
Luke saw through it.
Billy, I'm watching a show called The Bear. It's on FX. It's a really great show. And then one of the chefs on that show, and then a guy that works, they are gay, and you find out in episodes 4 or 5. But it's not even really a plot
Thanks
line.
for ruining it.
Yeah, I actually hadn't gotten that far in it. And now I'm wondering who it is.
All right, well, I won't say that part.
It is called The Bear.
Yeah, well, and that has nothing to do with. But
Well,
it's interesting to me that they don't even make mention of it. It's not a plot line. It's just who these characters are.
Yeah.
And I think we're working towards the point, I hope we are, where a gay rom-com is just a rom-com. That you don't have to define it as a gay rom-com anymore. Does that make sense?
Totally, yeah.
And it's sorry about spoiling the show.
Yeah. And it's weird, it's weird that it took so long. Bros is the first gay rom-com from a major studio. The whole cast is openly LGBTQ, even playing the straight roles, which never happens.
Yeah.
And I think makes the movie exciting and fresh and new, and hopefully people will go support it. It opens in theaters all over, not just big cities, small towns, suburbs, all the multiplexes playing Spider-Man and Batman are playing Bros, which is pretty cool. And if people support it and get out there and see it, they're going to have a great time, and hopefully we'll get more movies like that.
Now, Steve has seen the film. I've not yet. I've caught, obviously the trailer to it, but you definitely get that. You've got that Apatow. You can feel it.
It's an art comedy.
From the dialogue.
And it's I can't stand punches pulled in a comedy.
Yeah.
And this does not.
Yeah.
Well, and what I'm curious about is in delivering all that dialogue, and he's known for it, and I'm not sure, what all he had input-wise. He was a producer, correct?
Yeah.
But riffing and just playing off of each other and ad-libbing happened like crazy on this Apatow flicks. Did you guys have that in Bros?
Oh, yeah. We improvised a lot. We have so many funny comic actors, and a lot of fresh faces that you haven't seen. What Judd and Nick are known for is to introduce fresh comedic voices to the world. Like, people didn't really know Seth Rogen before Knocked Up. Melissa McCarthy before Bridesmaids. Steve Carell before 40-Year-Old Virgin. That's what those guys do. So here you're getting that, but it happens to be LGBTQ actors, and they're hilarious, and you're going to fall in love with them.
Who's the actress from Glee that played the gym teacher?
Yes, Dot Marie Jones.
Oh, my God. She's hilarious.
She's so funny in this movie.
And somebody that has been around for like 30 years, like works constantly, but is always playing like, the biker lesbian that lives next door. Like that's like the extent of the opportunity.
And we have all generations represented. We have someone like Bowen Yang, who's like the funniest person on SNL right now. And then we also have Amanda Bierce, who you might remember from Married with Children. She was Marcy Darcy. She was the first actress to ever come out on primetime TV before Rosie O'Donnell, before Ellen.
Yeah.
And she plays Luke's mom in the movie.
And she's an accomplished director.
Yeah, and a director also.
Right.
Yeah, and she hasn't been in a movie, I think, in decades.
She's great.
Yeah, she's fantastic.
It's a great ride for anybody who has any sort of reservations about it. Now, this is a straight up rom-com comedy, and it's funny because you don't take yourselves too seriously. Everybody's grist for some sort of jab or barb, and it's all done in a good spirit.
There's nothing kind of worse than people that can't laugh at themselves.
Right.
Like it really is. And we have to. And I think we also get that privilege because it is an LGBT cast. We can kind of make fun of each other.
Right.
Where it'd be a lot harder for a straight person to make fun of an LGBT person.
And that point is made, and I love the factions of the lesbians and the gay men, and there's contention there sometimes, and everyone's complaining how much they're getting in the way of like Pride Month and so on and so forth. So working on the set, the movie just looks really gorgeous. I mean, it's
beautiful. Where's it filmed?
New York, New Jersey, and then we did go up to Provincetown, Massachusetts for one sequence.
During the pandemic you were doing?
We shot it last fall.
Okay.
During Delta.
Yeah. Between Delta and Omicron. That beautiful period between Delta and Omicron.
By the way, I'm so glad that I think the industry in general opted to not do a lot of with masks on stuff on screen because I think that would bring you back to a bad thing. And so it's great to see you out and about and doing that. I wanted to ask you, Luke, just because I have to geek out on the Hallmark stuff.
Geek.
Those holiday sets are glorious.
Glorious. I think
do you ever? I mean, to me, that's like, I swear to God, and no one can understand it. My wife mocks me.
He loves them.
I love them.
Your wife is mocking you. You're the one watching.
I'm the one watching.
Oh, wow, this is different than the regular.
Yeah, I know. Preston's father-in-law watches.
My father-in-law, who is the biggest good old boy you've ever seen.
Love it.
And he just sits there on the couch and he's got it timed out. 60 seconds before the end of the episode, he'll come over here. They're going to kiss right now. Right, watch it.
And I'll tell you this.
And it might snow.
Here's my issue. Here's my issue.
You have one issue.
No, this is actually a good thing. And when you're on, I'll say to my wife, this guy isn't good looking enough. Not you. You're always good. Like, when I've seen you, I'm like, you know what I'm saying? It's like, I'm sorry. The woman and the guy have to be impeccable.
I appreciate that comment on so many levels because you were man enough to go like, that's a good looking man. I appreciate that.
But I mean, you got to, we know how it's going to play out. We want it to play out. And again, like we talk about those tropes that do work, that people do want. They're present. It's present in Bros with some interesting things that you haven't seen before. Billy, I have to ask you a quick question.
Yeah.
Are you working on a film, a bio of Paul Lynde?
I am developing a biopic about Paul Lynde.
Really?
Yeah.
That is awesome.
He's going to bring it to Hallmark, actually.
Yeah. Not a Hallmark movie. Speaking of orgies, Paul Lynde had quite a few back in the day.
Yeah.
I'll bet.
I loved, I mean, he's
Center Square, man.
Center Square.
He was the best.
Bye Bye Birdie, all that stuff.
Yeah, and he was as openly gay as you could be
At
for
that time. Yes.
Without ever saying it.
Without ever saying it, yeah.
But also as happy as you could possibly be at that time, which was not very.
Yeah, no, he was a pretty tortured guy. It's a complicated story, but a really fascinating figure in Hollywood.
Yeah, that's so cool to hear. Any time frame on that, or
No, I'm
embryonic
very
stages?
much a focus on one thing at a time person.
Right.
So we've been really focused on Bros. But when this adventure is over, we'll get back to it.
Earlier in the interview, Luke mentioned Captain America, and Billy, I have to ask you, and I know you maybe not want to talk about Billy on the street, but running around in New York with Chris Evans must have been fun.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I've run around with a lot of people at this point. Chris is awesome. Yeah, he's so much fun, and people were so excited to see him. It's funny, though. He was nervous. Yeah, Billy on the street, you know, it's a unique thing. You're improvising with strangers. None of it is planned. And even like sometimes we have like very experienced, incredible, they're very famous actors who get a little nervous about it. It's not what they're used to doing.
Is it fear of being throttled by some stranger who doesn't pick up on what you're doing?
Yeah, I don't know. Like a lot of these famous people that run around with me, you know, they're not really dealing with the public in that direct a fashion all the
Right.
time
No,
anymore.
I can see that.
And you don't know what anyone's going to say. Someone could come up to, I mean, part of the fun of Billy on the street, when I ran around with Chris Pratt, you know, I'd run up to people and say, like, which Chris is this? And they were like, I don't know, and I don't care. You know? And they're used to being, like really, like, worshipped everywhere they go in Hollywood, but that doesn't happen on the streets of New
He
York.
ran around with Seth Rogen and was like, did you know that Seth Rogen is dead?
Yeah.
And Seth is standing right there. I was like, Billy, jeez.
Yeah, it's a wild show. I love it. Seth Rogen's mom was very mad at me about that, by the way.
Oh, listen, when we remind everybody the Bros is in theaters September 30th, it's just less than a couple weeks away, so make sure that you do get out and see it. But it's a wide theater release, correct?
It'll be all over thousands of theaters. Take all your friends, great date night movie, or go by yourself and have a great time.
It's a funny, legitimately funny movie, and it's an R-rated comedy. We need more of those.
Yeah, for sure.
Thank you, guys. Good luck with everything.
Thank you so much.
Thanks
All
for
right,
having
Billy
us.
Eichner and Luke McFarlane, Bros, September 30th. We're going to take a break, and we'll be right back. Stay with us.
I'll tell you a funny story about it, and this is the way he is too, because Alive and Kicking, we put together the demo. See, we were all a bit weirded out with the success of Don't You Forget About Me, because it become this kind of colossal thing, the movie and MTV, and everyone was all over it.
It was just a confluence of things going on. Yeah.
And Jimmy was like, you know, what are you going to do to follow it up? It's a monster. What are you going to do? You know? And we were like, I don't know. Relax. We'll come up with something. And so we came up with this, basically the structure for Alive and Kicking. He's like, that's great. You know, like, get it down. That's going to be amazing. And we all felt that. But I had done a guide vocal, kind of sketch lyrics.
Yeah.
That I meant to come back and finish off. And the first line, and it's, you know, you turn me on. So I got to do it for real. And I changed the line to something else. And he goes, hang on a minute. Where's you turn me on? I said, you can't sing with you turn me on. That's terrible. That's garbage. You turn me on. I won't be able to go home to Glasgow if I sing that. People will just rip the out of me. And he went, you're going to change that? And I said, yeah. And he went, my wife loves it. All Vicky's friends love it. Everyone loves it. You can't change it. I said, I'm changing it. And he starts taking out his car keys and his house. He says, here, take them, because I'm going to lose my house. Here, you're going to cost me a fortune. You're going to cost me a fortune. You're going to cost. And he was kind of half serious.
Yeah.
So it stayed.
Hey, listen.
And it kind of works.
It works. It works.
It works as long as I don't think about it.
But it's funny because you as the artist are going to be hypercritical, and it's something that we have to think about, even on our level of just doing what we do.
Yeah.
You know, like program directors or whatever, listen with different ears.
Yeah.
And the hardest thing, I think, and probably what distinguishes a good producer who is able to produce hits, listens as the consumer hears it.
Yeah. Well, in my head, if you're Marvin Gaye, you can sing You Turn Me On. Right. If you're some little white nerdy guy from Glasgow with freckles gone, You Turn Me On. It's creepy. But not according to Jimmy.
You were a tad bit nerdy.
A bit nerdy, yeah.
But that's why Chrissy Hines seems like when you guys got together, I remember thinking, wow, she's like the leather rock chick, and this guy, that's kind of wild.
Bit off a bit more than I could chew. But you got to give me kudos for
Thumbs up
for daring to dance.
yes, absolutely. Jim, it's an honor to meet you. Thanks for being here.
Thank you. Thanks, guys. Thanks, all of you.
Our pleasure.
Jim Kerr, guys. On the Preston and Steve Show.
The only raccoons they like food.
Okay.
So it doesn't,
doesn't matter.
I had them eating goldfish crackers out of my hand.
That's right.
Remember, Robbie?
Wait, you fed him out of your hand?
I told you this story many times.
We heard this story thousands of times.
Yeah, but hang on. Was it while he was in a trap?
No.
Dude, that's crazy.
Yeah, I know. Well, I was not.
Didn't you? We were playing golf one time.
That was during the day.
And we saw
that was
one,
a mangy-looking thing.
Dude, don't go near that thing.
Yes.
And here you are feeding this one by hand.
Well,
hypocrite.
That time, Preston, I was dead sober. B, it was a mangy-looking thing, and C, it was in the middle of the day.
Okay.
When I had this thing eating out of my hand, I had just gotten back from a wedding. It was late at night. I went outside.
You were feeling good.
Yeah, and we had developed it was a quick bond.
You had an understanding.
How was the wedding?
Yeah, I was like, man, it was a really good time. Do you want some goldfish?
Do I know them? Is his family or is his friends?
No, you don't know them.
I have to say I'm a little peckish. I'd love to talk to you, but I'm not thinking straight.
Hang on.
Can you hook me up?
Yeah, I got some goldfish. You want some goldfish?
Oh, bingo.
Okay, hang on a
Love
second.
it. Yeah, you go get those and I'll find us a place to sit.
Comes back, he's smoking a cigarette.
Hey.
God, look at that sky.
What did I tell you?
Delco. Never leaving Delco.
Those things are going to kill you.
I know. It's my one thing, though, you know.
Gotta have a vice.
Gotta have a vice. I don't drink. But this, taking a cool drag on a night like that. It's just everything. Just everything to this little raccoon.
Yeah.
Smoking raccoon.
From Touchstone Pictures, the story of a friendship, an interspecies friendship. Me, the raccoon in me.
The raccoon in me.
Raccoon.
Oh, my.
Starring Casey.
Oh, dear Lord. All right. Let me go to Chico real quick. Hey, Chico, you're on the air. Good morning.
What's the deal, bitches?
Yo, buddy. All right, you have an interesting story. Do tell.
Oh, man. Interesting story ain't the word. When I was younger, I had a girlfriend, and her dad was a prize coon hunting dog kennel. He had a kennel that they would raise coon hunting dogs.
Yeah.
And they came across one that had some babies, so he decided to bring the baby home to the daughter, and that was my girlfriend at the time. And sure enough, she kept it as a pet. And
what kind of pet was it, Chico? Was it good and or was it a handful?
Oh, it was a handful. I mean, it was cool when it was little, and like their hands feel funny, like leathery, and, and they would do little things. But she called it. His name was Snickers.
Snickers.
It loves Snicker bars.
Oh, Snickers.
I thought,
yeah.
Snicker bars.
Okay.
And then what the problem what happened was long story short,
Love the Snickers.
yeah, you bring me my Snickers.
Hey,
the problem
Chico,
was,
hook a brother up with some Snickers.
yeah, hey Chico, bring me a Snickers.
Chico, over there by the TV, there's a bag full of Snickers. Why don't you sashay over one with two?
What's happening?
Where are my cigarettes?
After my little doobie.
I feel my nice leathery hand.
Yeah, I know. I'll use
When it was little, it would crawl around her shoulders and like hang out in her hair and do all this crazy stuff. But as it got older, it just started doing what it wanted to do. And
yes, it's a wild animal.
It's a teenager. You know how teenagers can be.
Yeah. Did you ever? So everyone here was kind of thinking. Did you ever look at its human-like hands and look at your junk and think,
looks huge in that?
Nah, they got some sharp nails, man. That thing.
Oh, yeah. True.
I can clip them, dude.
Yeah.
It just depends on how many Snickers you're ready to give me.
Yes.
You give me a fun-sized bag of Snickers, I'll bring you all the way to the end, if you know what I'm saying. Leather hands and no leather hands.
Nails or not.
Steve, you got issues, bro.
Thank you, Chico.
You got issues.
Chico just called you out. Chico bailed on his story. Snicker. Please welcome Mr. Peter Hedges.
Yeah. Thank you.
To our program. Nice to see you, Peter.
Nice to be here.
So you're a ukulele player, huh?
I am. I really rip it up.
You tear up the ukulele. Now, do you say ukulele or ukulele? Because we know that the
No,
proper.
I'm just cool.
Peter was off air in case it was chit chat with him.
My wife is like, really? This is the instrument you chose to pick up? Do you really want to get laid? Because it's not going to happen.
It's not going to happen.
Like, nobody wants to.
Yeah, you don't ever see somebody like Pete Townsend.
No.
It just
and I know
doesn't
4
happen.
chords, but I can play most songs.
I will tell you this: just as there are gateway drugs, I think this is a gateway to an actual guitar. You know,
That's why it's
Preston has started with an ukulele and is now learning guitar.
Yep.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, then I feel hopeful.
You'll get
but
there.
after hearing Barnes, I think maybe I'll just let him play because that was awesome.
He was fantastic, wasn't he?
Let me ask you something as a director and a writer and a creator of things like that. Music is obviously an essential part of the way the mood is set in a film, and you're always looking for new things.
Super important.
Yeah.
You know, over the years, I've gotten to work with Stephen Merritt and the Magnetic Fields. They scored my film Pieces of April.
Yeah.
The great Norwegian singer-songwriter Sondre Lerche scored Dan in Real Life. He was 23 when he did the score.
Wow.
Glenn Hansard and Marquetta wrote a song for my film The Odd Life of Timothy Green. Music is everything. I write to music. I listen to music all the time.
You know, Stephen King writes to AC/DC all the time.
Yeah, I should probably try AC/DC because I'd have a nicer house. But no, you know, music it's so inspiring. I mean, hearing it just makes you feel so glad to be alive.
Yeah, yeah. I love your work. I love, you know, your from the writing to the directing. And I think what you do is particularly difficult in that, in the kind of drama and the kind of stuff that you write, you're going down a line where you a little bit to the left and it's treacly, and then a little bit to the right it's too self-aware. You've got it really, I think, of all these genres of film, it's the one that requires you to be as spot on as you can be. Am I correct in saying that?
I think you're right.
Yeah.
It's so tricky, but if you're trying to articulate the human condition, I mean, we're living in such a wacky time, and I try to put these broken people on screen that are, you know, trying their best to do the right thing.
So in Ben is Back, which we're blown away by the trailer. It happens. It's coming at a time, you know, it deals with a young man battling an addiction issue and returning home to his family. Takes place on the holiday, Christmas, and in one day, I believe, right?
That's right.
And so it's, I mean, we hear stories constantly, and it's, you know, we have advertisers that, you know, treatment centers and things of that nature. It's a critical mass problem. And actually, within my own family, I see, you know, an extended family, I see people dealing with this. You have the dynamic of the family, and you have the Julia Roberts as the mom who wants to do everything they can without enabling, but yet making sure that there's a voice of reason, and every dynamic is in play at the same time. And I would imagine, as a parent, I don't have kids, but they all do. You're just a spinning compass. I don't know what you fix on to help somebody you dearly love and don't know what to do.
Right. That's something that tons of people are facing right now. And Julia does this amazing job in the film. She just goes everywhere and anywhere on behalf of her kid. And that's my experience with most parents.
Yeah.
They'll do anything they can to help their kid. And it's just a question of, how do you help? What's the loving thing to do? How do you help someone who is, you know, addiction's a disease.
Yeah.
And how do you help treat it?
In my own family, in the situation that I've seen, you know, many different things have been tried. Is this the way to go? Is this the way to go? Right. Is this the way to go? The love never wanes, but it's like at what point you have to, the person has to assess, am I killing myself in pursuit of this? You know, and what about the people who aren't addicted? Are they suffering as a result?
Right.
It's an amazing thing to deal with, and I think even more difficult for you as the writer director to do the just thing when dealing with it.
Well, true, but I wanted to put a story out that shone a light, if you will, on how all the angles, all the points of view, and to try to expand compassion that people might have for people who are going through this.
Right.
And sometimes you can't imagine how hard it is.
Yeah.
Oddly, though, there's incredible amounts of humor in the film.
Yeah.
There's a lot of love. There are these kind of surprising moments of joy. Yeah. And then there's a lot of heartbreak and
like life.
agony. Yeah.
Well, and you're the guy to pull it off. I mean, because About a Boy does that so wonderfully. There's heartbreak, there's hope, there's a lot of humor in it as well. In fact, it's hard to categorize that movie. There's so many funny moments in it that it's hard to categorize that as a drama as well. Just to point out, I mean, like, how did you have the idea of Will going to a women's support group to pick up women? Or had you heard of someone?
No, that's the genius of the great Nick Hornby, who wrote the novel.
Right. Oh, okay. You did the screenplay. That is correct.
No. But Nick wrote this amazing novel, and they called me and said, "Do you want to adapt this?" And I said, "I don't want to do. I want to do my own work."
Sure.
And then I said, well, finally, they called a few times. I said, well, "What's the book about?" And they said, "Well, it's about this single guy who goes to," and I said, "Oh, you've got to send it to me right away."
Nice.
And it's one of those books I read. I went, "Oh my! I wish I'd written it." And so all I tried to do was be help move it. And then the Weitz brothers came in and did their beautiful, beautiful film of it, and took what I did and improved it, I think, massively. So. But I got to swim around in that story, and I just tried to serve it, which is what you try to do when you're working on anything like that. It's just to be helpful.
Your mother's a psychotherapist?
She was.
She was a psychotherapist, yes. And your dad was
an Episcopal priest. Yeah.
So I think your empathetic ability to tie into things that at least resonate.
Right. I was groomed.
Yeah.
You had a good cry. What I was basically.
Right.
Raised to be that guy who got beat up and was like, I love everybody. I'm a vegetarian.
Here's a ukulele.
Yeah, here's a ukulele. You can see that there's a real motif here.
Were you a sensitive ponytail guy at any point?
I never a ponytail. I did have a kind of a Mick Jagger moment where my hair was long, but I didn't have any of Mick's swagger. I was too sweet. I was the nice guy.
Well, we love your work, really.
Thank you. What a pleasure to have long and robust conversations about me.
About that.
Really,
You love me. You really love me.
And now I'm going to sing. Let's go to commercial.
Well, we brought up some ukulele music for you here.
Oh, great.
Oh, wait.
Yeah, my wife's getting ready with the nightgown. We're going to have some fun.
She gets so turned on.
Oh, it's so over.
Oh, this is great. It's final countdown?
This is the final countdown on ukulele. I don't know why there's a piano part in the beginning here.
I like the piano, though.
It is kind of fun, though. I don't know when it's going to kick in here at any point. But listen,
You're killing me.
I will remind people that
I'm going home.
This could be part of the soundtrack.
Yeah, there you go.
This could be the closing credits song. Oh, there's a kazoo, too.
Thanks so much.
All right, so anyhow. Oh, you want me to keep going?
There you go.
All right, so in theaters.
Oh no! No!
He did it! He just told us to F off.
Oh, God, how much did that cost me? Oh, my God. No, we're good. We got
I caught it.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it.
You raised the double birds.
I'm the son of a minister.
This has been a great day.
Oh, my God.
There we go.
Great.
Ladies and gentlemen, Ben is back as in theaters. December 21st. That's Peter Hedges. We'll take a break and we'll be right back. Steve sent over a link. Our latest Daily Rush video is up, and it is our interview with Dr. Neil deGrasse Tyson yesterday, which was a fantastic conversation we had.
Bill Weston commented.
He did.
Yeah.
And the title says, Does Dr. Neil deGrasse Tyson think that Monsters, Inc. is scientifically accurate? And the description says, kinda. He thinks that Back to the Future is somewhat plausible and tells us how he got Titanic and Ted to reflect an accurate night sky. And you can be the first to see the new Daily Rush videos. Just subscribe to our YouTube channel, sponsored by Xfinity's Gig Speed Internet. You can learn more at xfinity.com. Our next guest has an album out. It is called The Chaos and the Beauty, and a couple of gigs this weekend. If you're going to the Always Sunny podcast at the Met on Sunday and Monday, you will see him performing with his band, who are all here with us this morning. Every single one of them.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, Don McCloskey is here. Hey, Don, how are you?
Good, man. It's good to be here.
Nice to see you and everyone with you.
Yeah, we brought the whole crew, almost.
7 pieces all together here. How many, if you say almost, how many more people could you possibly cram into this band?
Another key player. A key player will be there
Okay.
at the Met.
Well, listen, you guys were warming up. Here's what I'd like to do.
Yeah.
I want you to go ahead and play right now.
Okay.
I want this to get out on the radio because we were having so much fun while you guys were jamming. I mean, like, I'm over here dancing. It got me in such a mood. The first song you were playing here was First in Flight, right?
First in Flight, yeah.
Okay, and this is a single. Now, this was on Mythic Quest, right? Was the song used?
Yeah, it was the season 2 finale episode.
Okay, and the reason I want you to go ahead and play right now.
And you premiered it here.
Yes, exactly. I want our program director, Bill Weston, to hear this.
Yeah.
And I want him to hear it right now because it just sounds awesome. And then we'll chat a little bit if that's
That
cool
sounds
with
great.
you.
Yeah,
all right, so this is Don McCloskey. This song is First in Flight. Wait till you hear this on MMR. Here we go.
The dream, gonna turn the bicycle into a flying machine. And against all odds, they believe that they will get a little closer to God. I don't kill devil. But when the winds come a blowing and the skies turn black, there's no way of knowing if you're making it bad. Do you succumb to the circumstance? Do you resign to your fate? Or do you find the strength within to take a leap of faith? And no more will I stumble, and no more will I fall. Came crashing to my knees, but I'm beginning to crawl. Yeah, I'm standing on my own feet. Oh, I'm running to the light. Feel like jumping from the mountain, like the first in flight. When you're out there in a free fall, it's such a long way down, and the wind rushing by can be a thrilling sound. Will I hit the ground running? Will I make it right? It's been a long time coming, but I'm feeling signs of life. And no more will I stumble, and no more will I fall. Came crashing to my knees, but I'm beginning to crawl. Yeah, I'm standing on my own feet. Oh, I'm running to the light. Feel like jumping from the mountain, like the first in flight. What kept me from sleeping in the middle of the night? What kept me sleepwalking in broad daylight? What kept me from seeing the best in you? What kept me from saying everything I needed to? What kept me from sleeping in the middle of the night? What kept me sleepwalking in broad daylight? What kept me from seeing the best in you? What kept me from saying everything I needed to? You spoke straight from the heart, so how could I hide all these feelings I feel when I'm by your side? Oh, I stopped trying so hard, just let it ride. And now you got me back open with my arms wide open, it'll be alright. And no more will I stumble, and no more will I fall. Can't crash you to my knees, but I'm beginning to crawl. Yeah, I'm standing on my own feet. Whoa, I'm running to the light. Feel like jumping from the mountain. Feel like jumping from the mountain. And no more will I stumble, and no more will I fall. Can't crash you to my knees, but I'm beginning to crawl. Yeah, I'm standing on my own feet. Oh, I'm running to the light. Feel like jumping from the mountain. Feel like jumping from the mountain.
If you're just tuning in, Don McCloskey, hang on a second. I have to finish my pina colada. That music just makes me feel
That was
good.
cool that you guys did the conga line. That was awesome. You didn't have to do that. That was cool.
That music like that just makes my heart swell, makes me feel good.
You're having a heart attack.
I'm having a heart attack. I'm sweating.
That's a angina. I have diarrhea. No, Preston, Do you know what it reminds me of in the best comparison? The Graceland sound.
We'll take Graceland.
Yeah. And a multitude of others, but that's one of the ultimate feel-good, musicianship, Ladysmith, Black Mambazo, all those things that gel together.
All those records.
Right.
The 80s is really we're drawing from there as well.
It's a good vibe.
The guitar, the acoustic guitar lines are pretty evocative of, Peter Gabriel. And
and you've got the full percussion sound, the backup vocals, everything is just it's a very full sound and a very happy. So my question about that song, I'm so caught up in the melody and the rhythm and all that stuff. I'm not even paying attention to what you're singing. What is it?
Yeah, me neither.
What's it about? Yeah, okay, good.
Honestly, that's the whole thing. Like,
what's it about? What's First in Flight about?
The lyric is just a place, though.
It's really about North Carolina's license plates. That's really
First in Flight. Yeah.
Well, listen, I've listened to the record a bunch. I love the song, and it took me about 6 or 7 listens before you talk about the Orville and Wilbur Wright. So they're like there's Wright brothers references.
Right.
And actually talking about First in Flight, and I realized I think there's like plane references in here.
Yes. Yeah, it was initially inspired by David McCullough's book, The Wright Brothers, about the Wright Brothers. And, I used to go to the Outer Banks as a kid for vacation, and, it was in my mind somewhere. And then I read the book by David McCullough, and the story of them overcoming what they had to overcome in order to achieve flight, and that's awesome that you have the First in Flight.
Yeah, we got a license plate up here. So what gave you the?
And then that's the extension, like for anything that anything that anyone's trying to overcome. Like,
okay.
As a metaphor.
As a metaphor.
Yes,
okay.
To take a leap of faith in your life about whatever obstacle is presenting itself to you at the time.
Okay, because I was going to say a song about just the Wright brothers and giving it that Caribbean flavor is kind of an odd pairing, but there's more to it than that.
Yeah. I don't really know what to say about that. Other than
well, if I could request a song about Alexander Graham Bell, that would be first in phone.
Yeah,
I'm glad you asked.
We go through Eli Whitney,
the Connie Jin.
Well, it was really Nikola Tesla who first. This song is most of them.
This one goes out to Madame Curie.
Shout out to Madame.
Speaking of shout outs, let's meet your band members, if you don't mind going around the room and introducing people and what they play.
Yeah, this is Sean Hennessy on percussion here.
Very cool.
Hey Hennessy is what we Sean Hennessy.
Oh, I love it.
Matt Kepler on bass.
Cool.
Matt is on bass, and we don't have a song for you right now.
Oh, by the way, everybody from the Philly region, or?
I think so,
Yeah?
Oh, that's awesome.
Excellent. All right, and who else?
Chuck Staub on bass.
Nice. No, he plays drums, right?
These are the drums, right?
Yes.
Thanks.
Okay. Yes.
I'll do the names, you do the instruments.
All right, very good. Yes.
Chuck Staub in the Name of Love. That's it.
Staub in the Name of Love. I love it.
Hannah Taylor here on
nice
backup vocals.
Hello,
Really
Hannah.
front up vocals. We're all singing together. So this is Hannah Taylor.
Yeah. Hello, Hannah.
Sarah B. Mueller.
Hey.
Which means beekeeper in German.
It's
is that
true.
correct?
It is very true.
Yeah.
Buzz,
So-
buzz.
And Ross Belenois on guitar.
Very good. Excellent.
Tasty.
One of the great Philadelphia guitarists right here.
Have you guys all been, most of you guys together for quite a while, or is the band members kind of come and go?
We did the record together. Most of us were on the record together, and so that's been, what, 4 years? No, that took a long time to do, but so we've been together since the record, and then we've been playing for about a year.
Okay, because the last time you were here, I believe, is when you wrote Unstoppable.
That's right.
For the Phils.
Yes, that was a great band, but different band, and also
Right.
Philly. Great. Yeah, that was Chuck Treese and Tom Spiker, and we did the Unstoppable. What's the anthem?
Anthem for the Phillies,
For the Phillies,
yeah, which was great. But that was several years ago.
That was 2009. After they'd won in 2008, it was Guerrilla-delphia, and we played it quite a bit, and it was terrific.
It was so long ago we won the World Series. That's how long ago.
Yeah. And now we're going to be back in the playoffs this year, so maybe a 2022 version of it.
All right, let's
Maybe
go.
call this one Stoppable.
Yeah, we've been playing Stoppable for 10 years. Yeah.
Easily stopped.
For 2 decades, yeah. There is a lot of stopping us. It's not as preposterous as we previously
Now, your relationship with Rob McElhenney, obviously I had mentioned Mythic Quest that the song First in Flight was in season 2. You guys have a long history. You grew up together or went to school
we're
together?
Close. We're not like colonoscopy close.
Yeah.
Like, that's like that's Ryan Reynolds and he are that close.
Right.
But no, we went to high school together. We've been friends for 20, 30 years at this point.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I love how he, listen, he's over there and he's doing big things, but he does not forget where he came from, and it does as much with and for, the people that he loves and loves here in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
I was talking to my friend who is friends with his sister, and his sister wrote my favorite episode of Mythic Quest.
Yeah,
it was
a standalone episode. She's amazing. Katie McElhenney is absolutely incredible and very gifted writer. And that episode is fantastic. Yeah. She did a standalone episode for Mythic Quest. That the name of the episode I can't remember, but you should check it out.
Okay.
First season.
Very, very good. Yeah.
Just say it into your remote; it'll figure it out.
Yeah. Right.
Now, did you pitch Rob on trying to get the song into the soundtrack
So
or
Mythic Quest? No. So we he came to the studio when we were recording. They were premiering the first season of Mythic Quest at like a theater down the street. In Brooklyn, Alamo Draft House. I don't think any of this matters. Then he stopped by the studio.
$2 wings every Tuesday night.
He keeps the whole menu.
It's like exactly.
Tip your servers.
2 for 1s.
Yeah.
2 for 1 Tuesdays.
But I digress. Easy part.
So he was.
conveniently
They were premiering the show. He stopped by the studio. He heard all the songs early on. When it was finished, I sent him some of the tracks, and he was like, "Oh, this is great." We talked about the album for a little bit, and a couple maybe weeks or 2 months later, I get a text. Do you mind if we use First in Flight for the end of for the finale of the season 2?
Yeah.
And I said, let me sit on this for a little bit. Pretty protective of the licensing. No,
Let me ask
great.
you.
It was perfect. It was actually like perfectly. It was used in the narrative.
It was
like,
used
perfect for
very
the
well.
narrative.
Yeah. If you felt that it was not appropriate. Right, or that it was. If you felt protective of it.
Oh, if it was
do
way
you have
off?
the kind of relationship with Rob where you just say,
Oh yeah, I don't think he would even. He wouldn't even be like, "Can we use it?" If it was way off.
Okay.
It's perfect. I mean, if you've
Yeah.
seen that's the reason it's on there. It really is uncanny. They were looking for a song. They were editing, putting different things in for that moment.
Yeah, it does completely
And
work.
It's the two main characters who are about to embark on their next mission, and it's like leap of faith is, the line leap of faith comes on right at that moment and sails into the credits.
Sometimes that's the best way.
Yeah. That's great.
Don, I want to thank you. You've been enormously flexible. We were supposed to have you in like 2 months ago, and then I think you got COVID, and then a couple of people here got COVID, and it's just been a work in progress. So thanks for adjusting. But now we're doing it right in front of the It's Always Sunny podcast at the Met. So can you tell us a little bit about like what you guys are going to do? Because I think the podcast itself, they don't quite know what it's going to be like out on stage, but they do know that you're going to be there for it.
Yes. Yeah, we're going to open up it's a live podcast, so I don't know if anyone knows what that's going to be. It's a television show. It's a podcast based on a television show. It's a live show of a podcast based on a television show.
Right. Well,
here's some music in the beginning. But it's going to be awesome. It's sold out, and obviously it's just going to be a great hang, and it's at the Met, and it's couldn't be a better venue. It couldn't be a better reason to be there.
So you guys are going to do a set ahead of time before the podcast, or how's it going to work out?
Are you the house band?
Wait, no. We're doing a set beforehand.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Cool. Anybody else playing that night, or just you?
No,
guys?
I think we open it up, and then it's podcast time.
Okay.
Yeah.
When did the album? When did you complete it? When is it? When did it become available?
The album at the end of April.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So it's
available on Spotify.
It's fully out there.
Yeah, you premiered it here. First
I
in Flight.
remember. Yeah.
And it's the first song to 1 million streams on Spotify. Because I think it's because of you guys. That's what I think. That's what I
And
think.
the Alamo Draft House.
And the Alamo Draft House. Shout out 2 for 1 Tuesdays. Don't miss chicken wings.
And Jackson.
Have you picked up any sponsors along the way?
Let's not forget you guys were local shots for Jackson, so Jackson gets some credit for.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Jackson's been great from the beginning. Like he's been playing local shots since my second album.
Awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. Shout out to Jackson.
Well, let's get another song. The album is called The Chaos and the Beauty.
Yes.
And what song would you like to play now, Don?
This next one is, you know what? It's from the record that I was just talking about. It's from Northern Liberties, and the song is called Son of It All. And it's about growing up in the area and more.
Excellent. All right, Son of It All. And if you're headed to the Always Sunny podcast event, either on Sunday or Monday, you'll be able to see the band performing live. So make sure that you get there early and get ready to be entertained. So Don McCloskey on MMR. Here we go.
Son of the part and son of the whole. Son of the mind, body, and soul. Son of the love we're capable of. Son of the hate that's out of control. Son of the part and son of the whole. Son of the mind, body, and soul. Son of the love we're capable of. Son of the hate. I was born. Son of a McCloskey, son of a Moore. Son of two young boys sent to fight an old man's war. Son of the nights they stayed awake unsure if that would be the night they would sleep tight forevermore. Son of the wives they returned to. Son of the lives they came back down to earth to. Son of the babies they gave birth to. The firstborn and the girl next door. Son of their young amour that the world could never keep down. Son of a young man who rolled up his sleeves at 19 and come home at night and throw the meat down. Son of his young wife whose voice was a sweet sound. To the baby she would sing to sleep, even on weeks when ends would not meet. Son of the hometown, the lost girl. Son of those who reach for the bootstraps when the world knocks them down. Son of the part, son of the whole. Son of the mind, body, and soul. Son of the love we're capable of. Son of the hate that's out of control. I was born. Son of the part, son of the whole. Son of the mind, body, and soul. Son of the love we're capable of. Son of the hate. Son of the heat that would rise from the streets and playgrounds of Bristol in the summertime. Son of a long toss, rolling over cars for a touchdown or rebound, thinking we were the Sixers and Eagles. Son of the old sound that came down from my mom's vinyl, ripping on needles. Son of Motown, James Brown, the Rolling Stones and Beatles. Son of the new sound, the sonic amazement that had me losing my mind, pressing rewind and seeking salvation. Son of the part, son of the whole. Son of the mind, body, and soul. Son of the love we're capable of. Son of the hate that's out of control. I was born. Son of the part, son of the whole. Son of the mind, body, and soul. Son of the love we're capable of. Son of the hate that's out of control. Son of the whole thing now, the ball of wax, the human race, stranded and spinning and hurling through space. Son of the mess we're in, son of those who don't know where to begin, son of those who have given up and given in, son of those who rise above our time, whose eyes burn with fire, son of those whose tongues cannot tell lies, son of those who shine, son of the sages who blaze throughout the ages, son of the prophets who bleed on pages, whose words alone can cut through bone and move mountain ranges, son of those whose minds are considered dangerous, son of the freaks unafraid to take the streets, unafraid to speak their minds, unafraid to disturb the peace, the soldiers who walk shoulder to shoulder up arms the governments of the world and sing the freedom ring or it's all over. Son of the pain and the laughter, son of the bombs that fall like rain at the end of days, and son of the sun that rises on the morning after. Son of the mind, body, and soul. Son of the love we're capable of. Son of the hate that's out of control. I was born. Son of the part, son of the whole. Son of the mind, body, and soul. Son of the love we're capable of. Son of the hate that's out of control.
Don McCloskey. Can I join your band?
Yeah, me too. Preston plays drums.
Can I please join your band?
You're out, buddy.
Wow.
Just have double drummers. It'll be there. Triple drummers.
Hey,
yeah.
man, 38 Special did it, brother. We can do
it's
it.
true.
They were all
Did
caught up
did
in
I
us.
see you
That's
at,
right.
At Union with the drum.
What's that?
Were you banging on the drum at the
Oh,
Union?
yeah. I opened the Union game. Yeah.
Bring that.
I'll bring that drum. And a little bottom end for you guys. If you're just tuning in, Don McCloskey and his band are here this morning. The Chaos and the Beauty is out now. It's the album. They're going to be playing at the Always Sunny podcast. Are there other? What's a tour situation? Anything going on now or later on, or is it just kind of continuing on?
So the shows at the Met are sold out.
Right.
The album release at Ardmore Music Hall, October 14th.
There you
That's
go.
the one.
That's coming right
That's
up
the
on
one.
that.
That's the
Yeah.
whole band, the whole crew.
Cool.
So that's the album release, and then we go to the West Coast in the beginning of the year.
Okay.
And do the tour there. Then we come back and we'll tour the East Coast.
Okay.
And then hopefully we get to the middle part.
Right.
Yeah.
It is just harder. It's like 4 hours in between everything.
Right.
In the middle.
Casey's going to be seeing some of that. He's heading out on
You
the
want me
road.
to set up some tour dates for you
Yes.
in Missouri? And
Yes.
Cool.
Is there there are Alamo draft houses in each of these in every city, so we can
The Alamo Draft House band. Oh my God, dude! Let's do one more. I know you guys have 3 songs. ready to go, right?
absolutely.
Let's do another
well,
one.
thank you so much for having us. We love to do another song. Absolutely.
We're having too much fun. What song are you going to play now?
This one is called "Open the Door." It is one of the first songs I wrote, but I haven't recorded it until this record. So it's on the new album. The album's called "The Chaos and the Beauty." If anybody wants to check it out, it's on Spotify and everything else. And this is called "Open the Door."
All right, it's Don McCloskey on MMR. Here we go.
I change my mind every day, love. So how could I possibly say, love, that everything is gonna be right when I can hardly say if everything's right tonight? 'Cause I need someone to open the door. Yes, indeed, I just can't live this way anymore. Hung on the wall, stuck on the floor, and when we redecorate, I just say, haven't I made it before? I bend my knees every day, love, and humbly and patiently pray, love, that God would maybe show me a sign that I'm not talking to a voice in my mind. 'Cause I need someone to open the door. Yes, indeed, I just can't live this way anymore. Hung on the wall, stuck on the floor, and when we redecorate, I just say, haven't I been here before? See, I know it's only in my mind. I know this because you tell me all of the time, you know you tell me all of the time, you know you tell me all of the time. I ate your chip rich for breakfast today, love, and breakfast was at 1:58, love, 1:58 p.m. And all I could think was, Jesus, here we go again. 'Cause I need someone to open the door. Yes, indeed, I just can't live this way anymore. I'm on the wall, stuck on the floor, and when they redecorate, I just say, haven't I been here before? See, I know it's only in my mind.
finish. Don McCloskey.
Good night, Cincinnati.
Did you break a string?
He did. I was here.
Casey was going to be the roadie. The roadie that jumps in and replaces guitar after a broken string.
That's the song where the ladies start taking their clothes off.
I noticed that too. That was nice. And by the way, this I love this text. It says, "Oh, this is the Chipwich song." And that is the line that stood out to me too. I had a Chipwich for breakfast. And by the way, another text says, "I've just downloaded everything all Don McCloskey now." So that's what we want.
Thank you, person who just did that.
There you go. Very important person.
Yes.
The album is called The Chaos and the Beauty. And like Don said, you can get that now. You can get it on Spotify, download it. It's local. It's awesome.
By the way, the person that did the download, manager at the Alamo Draft House.
Oh, really? I think they're required to do that. But
Tuesday, 2 for Tuesdays.
Yeah. Well, listen, you guys sound wonderful. Congratulations on this great body of work that you've created. And enjoy these shows with Rob and friends. And then we'll remind people about that show. October 14th, you said?
Yes, that's
In
right.
Ardmore?
October 14th, Ardmore Music Hall.
Okay.
Great
Tickets on sale now, but not for long.
Okay.
That's
Yeah, exactly. Excellent.
Awesome.
Thank you guys so much for being here this morning. We appreciate
Thank you guys so much. Honestly, thank you for.
You got it. All right, we're going to take a break. We'll come back in a second. Godfrey, is he in our
He's
Acme
here.
Lounge?
He's in the Acme Lounge.
He's in the Acme Lounge. We'll get him in here in just a moment. Stay put. We'll be right back, my friend.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
My magazine.
That's your jam?
Yeah,
You're a
it's
Cosmo
how
reader?
it helps me pick my outfits on a daily basis.
And
I'm a Cosmo girl.
The article is titled 65 Fun and Cheap Dates That'll Put Dinner and a Movie to Shame.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what? We don't have to spend anything. Let's just stay here.
So do you want me to go through a few of these?
Some are actually...
Some are okay.
Some are okay.
Some are silly.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it's...
I mean, there's 65 of them. They had to fill up a lot. Fun, cheap date ideas to put dinner and a movie to shame.
Yeah, sometimes it won't put movie and a dinner to shame, but let's go through it. Let's see what we got.
Go to an open house.
I love this. I do that. Do you do this?
We can date, Steve.
Yeah, we could. Let's go ahead.
Yeah, that's fun, and you get to see what people live like and what they have in their medicine cabinets.
I am nosy as F when like at night when I walk around and people's houses are lit up. I'm looking in windows.
Right.
I'm going inside.
Nick, what kind of panties they have?
Sure, yeah.
Thank you.
What's under the bed?
Go to a coffee shop and read together.
No,
that's ridiculous.
These are the worst suggestions I've ever heard.
You do, Kathy, you do every one of these.
Go to an open house?
Yeah, that's your thing.
Loser.
Yeah.
Okay. Go to a coffee shop and read together.
Look at this. Look at this picture. So they have them reading together. Do me a favor. If you see me doing that with my wife, come up behind us and put 2 bullets in our head.
What we're looking at is 2 people reading the same book at the same time.
Are you done with this page yet? I finished ahead of you. Let's go home and bake.
That would end in a fight.
Yes, it would.
Hey, Stevie Wonder, why don't you take a crack at speeding it up a bit?
Go to a dog park together. It says yes, even if you don't have a dog.
That's crazy.
Listen, the other folks wanted me to come over and ask, what are you doing here? We think you're perverts. Dog parks are fun. There's Pretzel Park right in Manayunk. Has a lovely little dog park. And, there's a big statue of a pretzel.
Okay. Here we go. Do face masks together.
You mean like Halloween or
No,
beauty masks?
It says everyone cares about their skin.
This sounds like things to force your boyfriend to do with you.
That's what I'm hearing. Throw a party where your guests BYOB.
That's a lot of
That's
work.
not a date.
That's not a date.
That's
It's
not a date.
stupid.
Start binge watching a new show together. That's
kind of
what
obvious.
that's at home.
Yeah, that's standard.
Here we go. Do a puzzle together.
Oh, no. No. I hate puzzles.
Well, I'm okay with this one.
Are you?
Yeah, puzzles are fun.
Let's do a puzzle.
There was a while where we had just like a puzzle on the table that was whenever you wanted to go over and work on it, it was
my
there.
gosh. That is like a nightmare for me. That's a mess on a table that stays and doesn't leave.
You should have seen her face. She's rolling her eyes.
It's almost like are we having sex face? Ew.
Pre-sneeze.
Kathy, the perfect puzzle to get if Dennis ever makes you get a puzzle to do is make sure that when it's put together, it spells out "I want a divorce."
Seriously.
So that just looks like a mess to you.
I kind of agree. That's why I hate puzzles. There's always a piece missing.
Have you ever gone to a psychologist to check to see if you're OCD or?
No, I haven't.
Wait right here, Miss Romano. I need to go into the other room.
I've not officially been diagnosed.
All right.
I know that I've actually had the the therapist did the ADD stuff on me, and I have a whole bunch of things working.
Yeah, we would leave a puzzle laying out on the table, and the whole family could work on it from time to time. You could do it on your own, or everybody
throw
would
it out.
sit there and we worked on it together.
Yeah.
And it's fun.
It's not necessarily date activity. It's
Kathy-
more family activity.
Yeah, it's not a date activity.
I would do this into the garbage.
Seriously, I'm just thinking, this has been here for a month. Is anyone going to finish the puzzle?
Mommy's so much fun. How come these balloons were not inflated?
How about this? Take a bunch of personality quizzes together.
Oh, that'll be great.
Won't that be fun?
You are a little obsessive. What did you say?
Mm-hmm.
Well, you never complete a jigsaw puzzle.
By the way, these are 65 great cheap first date ideas. Go on a guided tour together. Nick, you had mentioned that one. Here we go. Wake up ass early and watch the sunrise together.
No.
Thank you. Make breakfast for dinner. That can be fun. That's good for a family. No, Casey says.
Hey, look, we're having cereal.
Oh.
Isn't that crazy? Normally associated with breakfast, but we're having it now. It's over, isn't it?
It's over.
Go for a run.
Go for a run.
That's not a date.
I'm going to go for a run, and I'm not going to stop.
That's exercise. See a movie at an off time.
Let's go at 4 o'clock. Isn't that crazy? We're living on the edge. It's over, isn't it? I have some cereal in the car.
It's over, isn't it? Keep running. The next guest's film is not premiering until November 21st, but if you had partaken upon all these movies that are available, you would have gotten to see his movie last night because there was a screening of it.
Yes.
And we are happy to have him back in our studio yet again, and he's brought you so many great films in one way, shape, or the other over the years, Up in the Air, Thank You for Smoking, Juno, Whiplash, just to name a few. And now, here to talk about the front runner, we have Mr. Jason Reitman. Hey. Good to see you again, man.
It's good to see you. I just really feel bad for your audience that, they were listening to all these great stories about sex injuries, and then you're like, let's talk about art film, guys.
Well, this way we can say, hey, look, we're well-rounded, and this gives it credibility. Even if we're not well-rounded, we give the illusion of being well-rounded.
I almost buy it.
Congratulations on this. There's a lot of buzz over the movie, which is called Front Runner. It's the story of Gary Hart's run towards the presidency and the beginning of a I think, and as you rightly point out, and I've read interviews with you about the film, it was sort of a flashpoint for when news became tabloid and things that used to sort of like in the Kennedy years, the press sort of said, you got your personal thing, we'll cover it to some extent, and then, or even before, there were some things that just were not. Let's focus on the politics, and this is what we're here to talk about. But then it became something wholly other. And I remember as the Gary Hart story was unfolding, and it just now, of course, we have a multitude of news sources, but the country was focused. And so, like in 1 week, a guy who looked like he was going to be the next president. It just came crashing down.
When I heard the story, I just thought, oh, here is a thread that leads us to 2018. When we try to imagine, all right, when does this moment start? When does tabloid journalism drive into the lane of political journalism? Here you have the story that is this kind of great pH test that reflects both sides of the audience.
Politics always surfaces in movies if it's done right because it's compelling. It can be very compelling, and the Candidate is a perfect example.
I have a tattoo from another movie of the same director.
What is it?
It's from Downhill Racers, the poster from Downhill Racers. So I am
awesome.
I'm really nerdy. Yeah.
That's very cool. So, but is that in fact the case?
It's not cool, but I appreciate that. But anyhow, look, it became this way to kind of understand today. And it's this thriller of a movie that touches on gender politics, that touches on the relationship between journalists and candidates, and that line between where our public life becomes our private life.
Right.
Before we got on this conversation, we were talking off air. We're headed to London tomorrow. What should we do while we're in London?
Are any of you guys Harry Potter fans?
Oh,
100%.
Yeah, Nick is massive fan.
Okay,
We're all fans.
They took the 2 stages where they shot the film at Leavesden in London, and they've turned it into this Harry Potter experience. And look, I'm a cynical guy, right? Like, I may thank you for smoking. That's who I am. But I filled with positive glee walking through the Harry Potter experience.
Really?
They have everything. They've like broken it down to like every one that was built, every set that was built, how they did the characters. You have butterbeer. It's sincerely magical.
Is it one of those things you got to get tickets way in advance for, do you think, or?
All right, I'm going to be a tool right now.
You pulled strings.
I just called someone at Warner Brothers. But,
Son of a bitch.
so first become a famous filmmaker, then call your connection at Warner Brothers.
We're close friends with Jason Reitman.
My rule is always, first, be born the son of a famous director.
Okay.
And then everything will just line up perfectly.
What if you're a producer on a radio show in Philadelphia and you have a guest who's been to this thing? Can you ask that person to ask somebody for something?
Live on the air, of course you can ask.
WWE is in town, Monday Night Raw, and we want to welcome to our studio gentlemen who will be there, ladies and gentlemen. Elias is with us this morning.
Thank you. Hello, I am Elias.
Nice to see you, sir. Is this your intro music, or?
No, so this was a song off of my debut EP album that came out. It was one of 4 songs that I released. It's called Walk With Me. Went all the way up the charts on iTunes, beat out Taylor Swift and Post Malone, Panic at the Disco, the whole thing.
That's just amazing.
Nice. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Pretty cool.
Let's turn this up a little bit. Hang on.
But I know where you're gonna be. You're lost in this crazy world, searching for your destiny.
Very bluesy and soulful and kind of dark. And
that sums me up real well right there, man. Yeah,
Very Johnny Cash-esque, too.
Very much so.
Yeah, absolutely.
Wow.
That's cool. But also, it gives you an advantage, too, because you can smash guitars over people, too.
It is. It's very nice to have that weapon with. Exactly.
And this is you playing guitar as well?
Yeah, there's actually a nice, we don't have to get to it, but a cool guitar solo coming up that I also did. Yeah. Yeah, it's all me.
Hey, you know what? With that, and obviously, wrestling is your trade. It's where you make your money. But you also want to have a music career. Are you careful with your hands when you're in the ring?
Yeah, of course, man. I don't want anybody to target these things. You know what I'm saying? I make my money in the ring, but also with these. You know,
it's your cottage industry. Well, you have Chris Jericho and Fozzy. You know.
Yeah, sure.
So,
yeah.
I mean, it's not.
You know, he's the singer, though. I don't think he plays any instrument. As far as I could tell, I don't think Chris Jericho plays any instruments. So
Right. You know. But I mean, they've got some good traction. It's not out of the realm of possibility.
Oh, no, Fozzy's doing great, man. All over the world, those guys.
With the WWE, it's all about the marketing and the fans enjoying it and getting everybody out there to have a good time. You talk about the different people that come out. I was at a Raw event one time, and there was this woman, like it seemed like in her 70s, going ape-ass. I mean, the age range is astonishing.
Sure.
Who comes out to you? But who would you describe as the core Elias fan?
Man, I mean, a core Elias fan is anybody that believes that WWE stands for Walk with Elias.
There you go.
That's all that
Walk
matters
with
to
Elias.
me, man. That's all that matters to me. And the world screams it at me every week when I tell them. So, you know, I gotta say, man, you know, people come, they let loose, they let go, they just enjoy the show, and nothing's more enjoyable than an Elias performance.
How long have you been wrestling with the WWE now?
So I've been in the company for a little over 4 years, and I've been on Monday Night Raw for, I gotta say, maybe a year and a half now. Something about that.
Is that when it steps up to the next level? Because I mean, I assume there are certain levels of WWE.
Absolutely, yeah. Monday Night Raw is the pinnacle of live television for WWE. You know, live TV every single week, millions around the world watching, tens of thousands in attendance.
WMMR.
All right, thanks, Kath. Just one after another. We absolutely love welcoming all our guests today, especially this gentleman who's been here a number of times. times.
He's the
We're
best.
Just stoked to have him back. He's going to be performing at Punchline tonight and tomorrow. There are tickets available 7:30 and 9:45. Go to punchlinephilly.com and get them for Godfrey. Is here again.
And is it post-pandemic?
Yeah.
Yes.
Let's call it that. I think the WHO is even calling.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, I believe. Who knows?
There's still remnants of the COVID, you can tell.
You know what? As long as syphilis and gonorrhea are still on the table.
Well, yeah, when people got, during the COVID, when people got syphilis and gonorrhea, they're like, woof, thank goodness.
It's okay.
Old school.
It's just
Give
gonorrhea.
me some polio. I like the old school stuff.
Yeah. Did you manage to avoid it, or did you get
I
it?
think I got it because I was shooting when I shot Michael Che's show first season. I was shooting the second season.
It's for this series on HBO Max?
Yeah, and then I got it because I remember going in. You know, you gotta get the little swab,
Yeah.
and they were like, "Can you go over here for a second?" I was like, "Ah, dang!" And I got it, but I recovered like the next day. It was like flu-ish type of thing.
Right, right.
I really believe that the cure to COVID is through NyQuil.
No.
Because the symptoms are on the bottle. Nighttime, sniffling, sneezing, coughing, achy, stuffy head fever.
Yeah.
Same thing.
Taking rest medicine.
This whole time it's been COVID.
NyQuil is, by the way, you raise a good point, because I'll say this, no matter what you're suffering from,
NyQuil will knock it. Yo.
if you get a good night's sleep, if you get a good night's sleep, you'll go further to fight whatever you have, and just knock yourself out like
NyQuil is like, I think ingredients are Mike Tyson. Like as soon as you take it, it's like, it's time for you to go to bed. Bang! I mean, it knocks you.
Oh my God.
And I've never done really drugs in my life or anything like that. So anytime something like that gets in my system, it lays me out.
You up.
Yeah.
They have Dayquil and NyQuil, so you're like, wait a minute. So what time do I start the NyQuil part? Because what if I take NyQuil at 12 in the afternoon? Will something happen?
That's true.
What if I take Dayquil at night? What will, you know what I mean?
Preston, what did you were talking about taking something that made you drunk instantaneously when you were getting the allergy
the Benadryl.
Benadryl.
Yeah, they put that right into my veins, and I was like, Benadryl, whatever. I would take those pills before, no big deal.
Yeah.
I mean, whoa.
That's the Cosby drug. Really, that's right.
Is it the Cosby? Did he use Benadryl?
I think he used to put Benadryl. That's the word.
There was like, some of the reports where it was
Benadryl?
Benadryl.
What the Cosby?
Yeah.
That was what was reported.
Keep out of reach of women. It's always the reach of children. I don't know. Oh, my goodness.
You've been a busy man since, we have you on fairly often, which is great. We love having you in. But, dare I say,
yes,
I believe the age of Godfrey is upon us now. You seem to be tied into a whole bunch of really big things, getting very long overdue accolades. Are you feeling that? I know it sounds self-serving, but
I've been this guy, even on different podcasts, that have been like, yo, you talk about someone underrated. My name is popping up on podcasts. Like, why isn't this guy? Ha ha hoo! And what the hell's going on? Nye, nye, nye. And these are guys that don't invite me on their podcast. Anyway, but no, you know what? I feel it because I really took advantage of social media.
Yeah,
I really went in during the pandemic. I said, you know what? Everybody's at home. Nobody's doing anything, and people need something. So a lot of my buddies created virtual comedy clubs. Right. We had a nowherecomedyclub.com. I made money off of it. We had that, and then I just started doing videos, and I started doing voices on. People didn't know I could do so many voices.
No, it's crazy because we had talking to Tom Papa, and the little snippets end up. They're basically little, listen, for the most part, I think, social media for the most part is horrible. It's just
it's
acrimonious and terrible.
There's no choice.
But exactly. So for promotional tool, and Tom's saying, I turned around and suddenly these little bits are getting people coming to see the shows just off of this.
Oh, yeah. I've seen Tom Papa bits where people are mouthing his stuff.
Yeah, like about I made this human.
Did you make? Who has humans? Did you make one?
Yeah.
I have like different. It's great to see different race of people do it.
Right.
And I go, Tom, dude, your stuff's all over the place. And I've had stuff goes super viral.
I've seen it.
Didn't realize it. And it's just like rotating, whether it's a social commentary, whether it's something really goofy.
Yeah.
But it's just like rotating. Stuff that I did like maybe a few years ago was being rotated.
Yeah.
Especially like after when we saw George Floyd, we saw stuff. And stuff that I had talked about was coming into the fray, like, wow, they're rotating the thing you said about police brutality. Like, wow, oh, they're rotating your little Trump thing. Because my Trump was, I was murdering. You people are fantastic. Just a very good show.
Oh my God.
That's solid.
That's solid. That's solid. Solid.
Nasty! Funky, baby! Wow! Our Trump is tight!
Let me ask you, when people
Shout out to Shane Gillis, who does a great Trump.
He does. Yeah.
when people are lip syncing, you like that and playing the audio underneath.
It's amazing.
I'm not on TikTok. I don't go into that world. But do you get any kind of credit for that? Do people know that it's Godfrey that they're lip syncing to?
Yeah, it depends.
Sort of.
Mostly not if it's like that.
Right. If it's like that, they just like the
okay.
You know what's
sound
crazy
bite.
is I will when I make reels and stuff like that, and if I grab a song like I don't know how to do this any other way, but like if I need like music or whatever, and it's not on the reels, I'll go to YouTube. I'll lift the audio off of YouTube, and then I'll just post it. The Instagram knows the artist, like, you know, so I don't put in that it was this song by this
they
artist.
block you too.
Yeah, they block
they'll if you put up something.
Yeah.
Now, because before when COVID started, you could play music all day. We would just be exchanging songs. You're on live.
Yeah.
Oh, let's play a bunch of classic rock. Then they just cut it. They would shut your thing off.
They had time to review a lot more.
Because all the artists was like, hey, they're playing our songs. I go, first of all, we're playing stuff nobody's been really thinking about. Now we're rocking your stuff now, and we're like reintroducing, but they were like, nah, you owe money. So they cut you off. So they started making it unfun.
There's a satellite channel that, I kid you not, that they just started that is music from TikTok. Music you hear on TikTok.
Yep.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that's how insane it's gotten. Wow. So stuff that's like, if you look at the Kate Bush song from Running Up That Hill from Stranger Things.
Wow.
Which was recorded years ago.
Yeah,
Knew
now
about
it's
everything.
Huge. It's and then you got to find your pocket. Are you a Facebook person?
Right.
Are you a TikToker? Are you Reels? That's my wheelhouse.
Yeah.
Reels?
Yeah.
Reels, because you can split. It's so. Listen, I'm so dumb. My friend, and he's like dumb too.
Yeah.
He goes, dude, you should do Reels. I go, well, how do you do that split box, dude? All you do is says remix.
Yeah.
I go, what? When I saw and it splits the box for you, right? And so all I do is react to whatever the going on. You just be like. and a lot of times you get 200,000 hits, but it's like all I'm doing is like.
Is it almost criminal though?
See, look at me. Yeah, that's me and Jimi Hendrix. Yeah,
He's just banging his head.
Woo!
Yeah,
baby. Yeah. And people loved it.
That's the footage I was talking about. Godfrey, is this newly discovered Hendrix footage or restored?
It might be restored.
Because it looks like it's brand new.
I know, and that's what's great about Instagram and all. It just gets excerpts from anything.
Yeah.
I mean, it'll be a Johnny Carson moment. And you're like, oh, and I go, I did not know that. Wow, good stuff. Yeah, I got Johnny Carson too. How you like them apples?
Yeah, Trump and Carson.
What is that? What's his name?
Matt Damon.
Matt Damon. How you like them there apples, huh? Got a number. Got a number, huh? How you like them there apples, huh? So yeah, wow, did not know that. Good stuff.
I love. Were you a fan? You remember Rich Little, the Rich Little, the impressionist?
Oh, listen. Speaking of Rich Little, during COVID, we traveled a bit, and you had to do COVID shows,
right?
So I'm in Vegas. Did you see Vegas during COVID? It was creepy.
It was like the Zack Snyder zombie movie.
Yeah. I was in a hotel because the Statue of Liberty has always creeped me out. Yeah. It just has always creeped me out. In movies, they'll have it moving, talking.
Yeah, that is kind of freaky.
Fall into the water. You know, when it's an apocalyptic movie.
Yeah.
So I'm in this hotel, and my window is facing the Statue of Liberty. Hold on. Now, this is COVID time.
Okay.
So everything is dead.
Yeah.
So the lights are, you've been to Vegas?
Oh, yeah.
Imagine the lights it's dim. So a lot of the big screens are not working.
Yeah.
Wow.
And there's nothing. And I'm in this the stat, and I close my thing every night. I'm like,
Oh, my God.
it's the creepiest. So I have to do this show at Laugh Factory in Vegas. Oh Lord, oh that creeped me out.
Oh, my God.
We're looking at the statue.
Just like through my window. Like,
Oh, man.
And so I'm doing a show at the Laugh Factory. The limit is 30 people in the room only. They have to be about 10 feet apart. So I have people far away, spread out, 30 at most. So you're doing, guess who's I'm doing a show after? Rich Little.
Rich,
No kidding.
No way.
He's 83 now.
Oh, my
I have
God.
a picture with him. I'm just chilling with Rich Little.
That's wild.
And I watched him the next day. I said, I gotta go watch Rich Little. See what he's doing Johnny Carson. He's doing Jonathan with old school.
George Burns.
Just old friggin' Will. I told you, Will. I'm like, old Reagan. And what? And there's old people in there going, oh, yeah. And there's young people like, who's that? Yeah. And he's still like literally talking to his manager when I got a picture with him.
Yeah.
And I was like, I can't believe I'm in the room with Rich Little. Like I've watched him when I was little.
Yeah.
And I didn't know he's Canadian.
Yes.
Canadian. He's Canadian. And then he's like, I take a picture of him. Then he's talking to his manager. Yeah, we gotta tighten up on the car. He's like,
He's still working it.
Oh. Wow.
83.
Wow. You know that you mentioned Rich Little and Carson. There was a point at which, and no one's ever really gotten to the bottom of it, but Carson basically banned Rich Little from the Tonight Show. He used to be like a mainstay.
He was a regular. Yeah.
Why did he did something? Because Carson, got mad at Joan Rivers.
It's true.
Shut her out when she decided to have her own talk show.
Right.
And he was grooming her. And she goes, I'm going to Fox. And he's like,
yep,
never
done.
talk to her again.
Yeah.
Hey, I want to ask you about impressions. And do you work on them, or do they just come to you all of a sudden?
Sometimes they just come.
Yeah.
Like everybody used to do like Christopher Walken. I never, Jay Moore and all those guys be like, a man, that shit. Right?
Yeah.
So I was like,
yeah.
So did you bump that?
Yeah. You said, that's all good.
I said that quit.
That crap.
That crap. That doo-doo. Sorry about that. Brian, did you hear him, Brian? He's cursed on the radio, Brian. So I was like, I don't really do Christopher Walken. So this is one I kind of worked on. So one time I said, let me just listen to Christopher. He's from New York City.
Yeah.
So I was like, oh, I hear his new accent. So I was like, sometimes a comedian, very good, very fast. I've always wanted to tell jokes, but I never knew. I'm not that good. So I was able to I was just trying it to be real. I didn't try to go, over the top. I want to do jokes.
Yeah, rather than doing the
I tried to be
amplified
grounded,
version.
and I got it. I nailed it. Sometimes it's like you're tuning like you're an instrument.
So
sometimes certain levels you can get to, something like Jason Statham. I did Jason Statham for Jason Statham on Opie and Jim.
Right.
Because Jim Norton called me and said, Godfrey, I need you to come. Jason's going to be.
Let's hear Statham.
I told you, I'm the transporter.
Right.
So, and Jason was like,
it's like that, right? You do me dirty to me. Oh, it's pretty good.
Yeah.
Because I worked on that one too, but it's hard to recognize, unless
you got to be careful because Jason is pretty articulate. Like he's been in America long enough.
So you have to be careful when you're talking like this. No, I told you. What on to telly? I know.
That you got to be careful.
Yeah, that's great.
And too groggly because he's up and down.
Yeah.
But don't you find that? So for the most part, even like when I do dialects, you do it to the way off the charts because that's what people. Unless you know,
dialects. All this comes natural. You probably can naturally just do it. My brother is the same. He has a good ear. He could just imitate.
You've got it. I mean, your ability is amazing.
Yeah. When I talk about when I was in Russia in 2018 in Moscow, I was like the first comedian to do an American set in Moscow, and I remember having a Skype with these Russian people. It was literally like a movie. And my manager was like, they want you in Russia. They saw they really want you. And I was like, why do they want me in Russia, bro? I know Russia's reputation from thousands of years ago. Remember Ivan the Terrible? That guy? And the fact that his name was the Terrible.
Yeah.
All of their leaders were terrible. I just went, how did he get the title?
He was the worst.
You've got to be extra terrible.
You think that is terrible? What? We have Ivan Grozny, the terrible. Okay, we have many terrible people, but this guy,
All right.
very terrible.
So I can do a Russian accent. It's very. I just hear it and I can just spew it back out. You know.
Your stand-up is more than that. And
Here's my shout out to my old manager.
Yeah.
Who's passed on, but he told me when I first moved to New York City I'm from Chicago, so. And he was telling me, he says, you're really good at voices and all that, but don't make that your main thing because it gets corny. I said, good, because I don't want that.
Do you know what?
Go ahead.
So Frank Caliendo's a friend of the show.
Caliendo,
and Frank has
fantastic.
come, and he's just like as good as it gets.
He's John Madden.
And he's come in though, and he says sometimes like he's wanted to morph it a bit more into material, but people love that stuff.
But he started out like that. That's what trapped him.
Yeah.
Me, I kept it to myself.
Yeah.
And I wanted to work on my my material's strong. So sometimes I just go, let's just be fun and do some voices. Like my Trump.
Yeah.
Man, it's so perfect.
Right.
Because I'll go into Trump territory. I do the South. I do Deep South.
Right.
I'm talking deep. You know, their mouths don't move. The only time their mouths move when they're chewing. Anyway, that's like I said. Just gotta do what we do. But I'll watch all your comedy. I'll tell you that.
I've never noticed the no mouth movement. I know exactly what you're
That's how
talking
deep
about.
they are. They don't move. They so laid back. They're like, well, come just had you here. What?
You've got to see the video.
And there are no deep Southern ventriloquists. I don't get it.
You're spot
You got
on.
Jeff Dunham. Where's the other guy? Nocturne. Shit. I didn't say nothing. I said he.
It sounded like you said something.
I saw your hand move.
I was in my Southern. I just got sorry. So,
but you're right.
When you go into Trump territory, like, because everybody was just clashing with Biden, Trump, what I do is doing the imitation of him kind of quells everybody. I just go, Trump's a funny guy.
You're doing an impression.
And people just love it because I'm not going, I just do Trump. Because I just talk about how funny he is. He gets personal with you. If he doesn't know a stat, he just gets personal with you.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you'd be like, well, Trump, last year, the oil prices went down 50%. Like, you're a pretty nasty guy. You know that? You're a pretty nasty guy. You should leave the room.
Are you working on the Biden?
Oh, man, that's Trump right there. Oh, Rogan according he is right at Crandall. Wrong, remember that? Rogan according he is right at Crandall. Here, kitty.
Yeah, it was from Tom and Jerry.
Hate it.
That's from Tom and Jerry.
Oh,
my God.
run, roll. Cramble. I just need one more guitar string. Where are you, kitty? You don't want a guitar string. Sometimes it just gets a little looser. I'm gonna call the heater that.
Oh my God,
That's a callback.
that is obscure as hell. That is great.
Yeah, man.
Oh my God. Hey, we want to try something out with you if you don't
What's
mind, Godfrey.
up?
So
Yes.
there's some new food coming to Lincoln Financial Field this season. All right, so at the Eagles game,
Yeah.
and they're going to
Possible
debut it
meat.
on Monday.
I was kidding.
So are you a vegetarian or anything?
No.
Like that? Okay.
You just made him mad.
No, let me tell you something.
So,
I'll eat vegetarian food. See,
Okay.
meat eaters, we just want it to taste good.
That's it.
That's all we ask. I'll
Yeah.
eat-
Oh, I agree.
Like, I'm a vegetarian when I eat a burger, right? I bite into the lettuce, tomato for 2 seconds, then I'm back to the meat. You get me? So I'm kind of a vegetarian.
So there's executive chef. His name is James Hennessy, and he created
Hennessy, really?
a snack hack, which is going to be available, and it's called Philly John's. Now, are you familiar with the term John in Philadelphia?
I heard about it, but
Okay.
John means, because I know some people say, I love this John right here.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's a
it can
noun,
be the
anything.
replacement for almost any noun. You can
Gotcha.
throw in the word John
That
for
John.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay,
So he's created this thing that's going to be for sale at the game. It's called Philly John's.
Okay.
And it's here's the description of it. Dunkin' Macchiato cereal crusted beef brisket and Monterey Jack cheese croquettes served with Rita's Wild Black Cherry Ice Barbecue Sauce.
You guys find ways to get fatter and fatter every time.
Along with a Philly cheesesteak, it's amazing.
Yeah.
huh?
Okay.
All right, so if we want to try these things,
Wow, this
feel free.
greasy.
I'll hold off. I'll let you guys go ahead. I'll continue to talk.
I wanted to hate this,
while you
but I
try.
can't.
I
Not
don't.
bad.
No, I like it.
What do you think?
It's not bad.
It's not bad.
It's not bad.
It's not
I
bad.
honestly thought it'd be horrible, but it's
I'm gonna
pretty
try it.
good.
Yeah, it's a strange sounding concoction
Yeah.
for sure. Kathy, are you going to try it?
No.
Okay.
It's not too bad. It's very greasy. It's very greasy.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
I like that.
It's kind of good.
It is.
Sauce is tight.
When you hear it laid out there, you're like, none of that is going to work
This
together.
John is good.
You're not going
That's
to.
good John right there.
You're not going to put
This
this.
John. I like this John. This is good John. That one, you know what food. This one is good, boy. Everybody's quiet.
All right.
We're on the radio, so everybody's quiet. Like,
Eating on the radio.
Here's a testament. I'm going in for a bite of the second.
Yeah, I'm surprised.
You going
I
right
actually I like that. It sounded kind of weird.
I'm pretty much finishing this.
You can find
Damn, that
this.
was good.
You can find it in section 138 of the link. So they're going to be debuted on Monday, Marissa.
Keep the sauce, though.
Yeah, the sauce is essential, I think.
Sauce is very essential.
Oh my
Yeah,
God.
that's from Rita's Water Ice, Wild Black Cherry Ice Barbecue Sauce.
But that's the thing with vegetarian stuff. You got to have so much stuff stacked into it so you don't feel the grossness.
Years ago, it used to be impossible. I listen. The concept was always great for me, but it always tasted like crap. And now there's so many.
They're getting better.
They're getting so
yeah,
good.
there's a place, there's Wilson Secret Sauce. They're really good friends with ours.
amazing.
And
Yeah.
the guy makes this vegan cheesesteak, and it's
How is
Steve
it?
and I prefer it.
It's better than a regular.
What?
Yeah.
That's how good it is.
Alessandro's?
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
it's
you know,
way up there.
Alessandro's is like I feel sorry for that one across the street. Who's because we went to this D'Alessandro's, right? And I go, yo, there's cheesesteak crust. There's no one's over there. And they're like, hey, oh, here come. I'm like, nah. You must stink if you're nothing's over there, buddy. The line's over here. Here's the party.
I'm giving this a thumbs up.
Yeah.
That's pretty good. It's greasy though.
Yeah.
It's really greasy.
yeah.
It's healthy.
Well,
Yeah.
you're at,
No,
you're at
This
an
is
Eagles
not healthy.
game.
No, first of all, I see chunky vegetarians walking around all the time. I go, what's up? Why are you chunky?
Yeah.
Why are you chunky, vegetarian, vegan? Why are you chunky? That's a good Because they go, French fries are vegetarians. Look at that. Trans fatty acids, huh? Okay, sure. You got cookie sandwiches on the side of your bucket, don't you, huh? Hey, trying to quell your little hunger with the sugar, aren't you, huh? It's true. How you going to be a vegetarian with diabetes? What's wrong with you?
Come on now.
That's counterproductive. You might eat meat. Come on now. I can't feel my foot, but it's French fries. I don't know. Oh, my vision. I can't eat. Let me get one of my cookies. He's a vegetarian. I ain't eating meat, though. Beat it. I'm tired of them. I'm
Oh, my
tired. And
God.
vegans, they're not listening. They're too weak to.
No, listen,
They're
I
a little
don't.
too weak to get up
Marissa's
to.
a vegetarian.
Well, pescatarian.
Pescatarian.
Yeah, she eats fish. She's smart.
Yeah.
She eats fish meat.
I listen. I don't mind vegans. I don't mind vegetarians. But when I saw footage of these vegans putting flowers, they went to the meat department of a grocery store and they started putting roses on top of the steaks. You know,
They're
like
foolish.
in memorial. I was like, come on.
You know why? Because they're not. They're lacking in protein. That's why they're making these decisions. If they ate meat, they'd stay home and not do that. But that's what they. There's another video on Instagram where there's the lady's so corny. She's like, "Oh yeah," and there's a guy eating a shish kebab, and he's going. And she goes, really? You like eating meat and killing cows? She's so weak because she's vegetarian, so her protest is not that strong. She's like, you like eating meat? He's like, This dude's it's the funniest. He's just eating his little bar. He's like this savoring. Is that what you like eating meat and killing animals? And you know what they say? They say this is what these vegetarians tell you. Wow. They go, you shouldn't be eating meat. It's not natural. Because what you're doing is you're eating the stressed, because they stress out the animals. So you're eating the stress. You're eating their stress. I'm not sure if anybody's eating a burger and like, yeah, this cow's been abused. No. Oh, this is it right here. Yes. Yes.
Oh, we're watching
yes.
the video.
This guy's awesome. I love this dude. Look at her. There she is. Yeah. You eat. See how weak she looks? Look at those weak arms. Look at those vegan arms. Ugh. No muscle definition.
This reminds me of that.
Chewing away.
Dude, this guy's awesome. I love freedom of eat. Freedom of eat. He gets it. You're eating. She's like, she wanted some of that.
Well, you know, Casey had. How long were you?
I was a vegetarian for a couple of years.
And
but
then
I wasn't
what did you in? A hot dog, right?
Oh, a hot dog.
What happened?
I wanted a hot dog. Listen, I was hungover playing golf. I hadn't eaten anything. I got to the turn.
Right.
The only thing available was a hot dog, and I was like, okay, I guess I'm not a vegetarian anymore.
And it was so good, wasn't it?
It was so good. And that's the thing. I didn't miss steak. I missed hot dogs. I missed hamburgers. I missed like the gnarliest of meats.
And here's the thing too, whenever you ask somebody, especially when they've transitioned, and they go, I go, yo, I've been a vegetarian for because the guy I'm working with at Punchline, guy Mike, 6'5", big guy from Tennessee, he's like vegetarian. I clown him. I go, how do you feel? Every time I ask him how they feel, I go, man, I'm much lighter now. I'm not as slow. I go, yeah, because you got to search for food, buddy. Still, I'm satisfied. You got to be looking up. You have a carrot sandwich? But no, it's carrot with shiitake. What? Shiitake burger? Have you seen this? Disgusting.
Have you had a Beyond
fungi burger?
Have you had Impossible or Impossible Burger or the Beyond Burger?
I eat possible meat, not impossible. And they go, but look at all the drugs they put into regular meat. What do you think they're putting in impossible meat?
It's not real.
To make it taste like meat, there's more chemicals. I didn't mean to be Steve Harvey on you, but I'm going to tell you right now. Yeah, I'm from Cleveland. I don't play there. Impossible meat. I like possible meat. Yeah.
Oh, my God. That's great.
What's wrong with people, man?
I'm sure they have both vegetarian and
I like it all,
non-vegetarian.
but here's the reason why I'm smashing on them, because they're always judging us.
Yeah.
They always go, "Oh, you eat meat?" I'm like, "Yeah, that's why we have teeth." Flesh. I mean, okay, look. When the lion in the jungle is eating like a wildebeest, tearing it up, the giraffe isn't like, "Why are you eating meat?" Come on, dude.
Was that your giraffe impression just here with your mouth?
That's how they eat. They do this circular.
God.
I've been to South Africa, and you feed the giraffe. It's like,
Yeah.
That's exactly right.
All right.
that's how vegetarians eat. Look. Go ahead, giraffe.
my God.
Yeah, son.
We have video of a giraffe eating.
Put a burger on that tree.
As we speak. Oh, my God. Godfrey does everything. All right, well, listen, man, we got to wrap.
Look at here.
I'm sorry, we got to wrap up.
It's all good.
Punchline is where you will catch our man
Yes.
Godfrey.
Yes.
Only gets in town every now and then, so please go see him.
Yes.
You will. I guarantee you will have a great
This is
time.
one of the best radio show, man. Thanks, man. I love this place. It's so great. That's where I go, oh, yeah, I know where I'm going. And then I get to watch Bob Dylan / Jackson Brown.
Did you like that?
I saw, because when he was talking, I was like, oh, this is very Dylan-like, and Garfunkel and all that. 'Cause I'm a 60s. I love it.
Nice.
I love the 60s.
Well, come and see Godfrey tonight and tomorrow. Their shows
Yes.
at 7:30 and 9:45. Punchlinephilly.com. Follow him on the gram.
Instagram, comedian Godfrey, and my podcast, and Godfrey We Trust on the Gas Digital Network. You know, Big J. Okerson State. You know,
Yes.
the Legion of Skanks, which they sold out their festival next month. Well, I'll be in Vegas.
Yeah.
So, the
Nice.
Skank Fest. I know. I'm going to go.
It's
There's
amazing.
going to be a lot of wedgies and nipple twisting. That white dude thing. Twisted nipple.
Punchlinephilly.com. Get your tickets. Godfrey, we love you.
Yo, mommy.
Thanks for being here. We're going to take a break. And we'll be all right.
My mouth's not even moving right here.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
So for me, it's been pretty natural progression from where I was in NXT, which was our kind of, our where you are right before Monday Night Raw, before SmackDown and stuff like that. So I was starting to build something there, and then when I exploded on the Monday Night Raw, the world got to see kind of who I am and what it is, and you build an audience from that point on. So for some people, it comes very natural. Others, it's very difficult, but that's all part of the game.
Well, you wrestled the independent circuit for a while, right?
Yeah, I was on the independents for a few years before I got scooped up by the WWE, probably about 4 years, yeah.
Listen, what you do, there's injuries are part of the deal. And, I've been ringside, and his blood's not fake. You guys get, you'll get your asses kicked sometimes.
No, yeah.
But there are people in place to make sure that you're taken care of. How lawless and unchecked is the independent circuit, and when you're just working your way up?
Well, you're gonna come across all different kinds of things. Not only when it comes down to the performers, maybe not being as trained as they should be, or things like that.
That's what I'm thinking. Guys who don't know what they're doing can really,
But you've got rings, and that might not be up to quality.
Sure.
The thing said though, the level we're at, people get hurt, man. I could tell you. I myself, it just was a random situation in Nashville a few years ago. I had a guy come off the top rope, land on the side of my shin, and snap my tibia.
You're a bit of a renaissance man, and not just the music, but you're an artist as well.
Absolutely. Yeah, I do a little bit of it all. I play all different instruments. I wrestle. I paint, of course. Guess you're pulling up my
It's
Instagram.
pretty damn good, man.
I found one. It's very Bob Ross-ish.
Yes.
I'm looking at one that's which is beautiful, and Bob Ross kind of gets I guess chucked aside, but he did some wonderful things.
And he was Muay Thai, Preston. He fought, he fought in the octagon. Yeah, absolutely.
I had no idea. Is this stuff that you do do you have time to do this while you're on the road, or do you gotta do that at home?
So if I have any time at home, that's it. And it's Bob Ross, the same style as Bob Ross, which is the oil painting and things like that, which I love. And yeah, so that is if I have any kind of free time. It's just another creative outlet for me, but definitely not painting on the road. That would be nice.
Well, dude, if you can smash a guitar over people, imagine you bring in that little paint spatula that he would use. You just jab it into someone's throat. Yeah,
that's right. Yeah.
Paintbrushes and stuff. That'd be cool.
I have to ask tonight, will Miss Rousey be part of the show?
Ronda Rousey will be in the house tonight. Nice. She'll be at Philly. I'm not sure what she's doing. She's got some issues going on with the Bella twins after last week.
It was sort of brutal.
Called them a bunch of untrustworthy bitches, I think.
I believe those were her words. Exactly.
It didn't sound good.
I love her. Yeah. I have such a crazy crush on her. It's ridiculous.
Ronda?
Yeah.
She's fantastic, man. She's come into WWE. She's lit the place on fire. And above all else, she walks with Elias, so I'm a big fan of hers.
All right.
And Elias, it seems that she did the right thing. You come in. She didn't come in. She didn't come in like. Well, I'm entitled. She earned the audience a bit and did her deal. Correct.
Well, you know what? She's shown the world, aside from her amazing background, right? She's shown them that she is passionate about what we do also.
Yeah.
And it's, if you could be real on TV, the fans, the people, they will see that, they will feel that, and they'll either connect to you or they won't, man. So, and I think she's just been real and she's been true to herself, and that's just a huge key in what we do.
I have to ask, when it's all going down, when the production's on and it's the cameras are rolling, because there's cameras backstage as well and stuff like that. Is it now such a machine that there's no here go, or is there ever you're running around is it pandemonium behind the curtains there as you're putting on the whole show?
I'm not sure what you're referring to.
No, I mean in other words, as you're getting everything ready, as you're doing the because there's a backstage
you're
area.
Preparing for the show.
Right, yeah.
It's different every single time
Is
you
it?
show up, man. You know what I mean? It's just it's a machine.
Yeah.
And then it's the human element. You know what I mean? And they're coming together, and you got to make a big show. So yeah, there's all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, that's what I was
going on all the
wondering.
time.
It's several hours long, so you guys, it's a long day of work for everybody, especially the crew, the people that puts all that stuff together and make sure that everything runs properly. But when you're waiting for your match, when you're backstage, wherever they have you guys set up, are you watching what's going on, or do you just wait till your show?
No, I'll be honest with you, man. I'll keep an eye on what's going on, but usually I'm in the back. I'm playing guitar guitar, just kind of getting in my own mind as to whatever I got to do for my performance tonight. You know, sometimes I like to take a pre-performance nap.
Yeah.
If I can, get in the right mindset.
Yeah.
Or, you know,
I knew I liked you.
Sip teas to get my voice ready. You know, whatever it may be, I'm doing my own thing.
Great to meet you. Thanks for coming by here.
You got it.
Have fun tonight. WWE Raw tonight. A team of researchers from the UK and Spain has found evidence showing that, contrary to popular belief, the orgasm face is not the same as the pain face.
I think they're different.
Yes.
I would think that my O face is different than a pain face.
The researchers created a computer program to mimic a wide variety of gender-neutral facial expression. And they started with mathematical models that have been developed for animating faces, and it included a core set of 42 movements representing different parts of the face.
Jesus, this is a scary... These computer renderings are pretty horrifying.
Aren't they? They're weird looking.
They're terrifying.
So in this research, they asked 80 adults, half male, half female, to determine if the expressions showed orgasm, pain, or something else. They used the results to build better models and then asked another 104 people to assess the simulated facial expressions. The researchers found a clear distinction between perceptions of pain and pleasure. Most of the volunteers agreed on which was which, but there was more to the study. The volunteers had also been divided into two cultural groups, half from Western cultures and half from Asian cultures. Both groups saw clear differences between orgasmic faces and pained faces, but they differed markedly in what they saw as the face of a person experiencing an orgasm.
So we're looking at four computer-generated faces here. It looks like they're at a Dane Cook show. They're just smiling and sort of chuckling.
Those from here's how it played out. Those from Western cultures tended to choose wide-eyed expressions with gaping mouths.
Yeah.
Asian volunteers, on the other hand, chose smiling faces with tightened lips.
Yeah.
This is really great.
It sounds like a bowel movement. All right. Well, what do you imagine, if you can, for me? What would you imagine your face looks like?
Oh God, I don't want to know.
I think I'm kind of like. You know, like, you know what I'm saying?
I think I have
I
think I have an open mouth.
Do you? Like, wide open? Really?
Oh, something like that.
It's so funny that you have no interest in seeing your own face.
No, my God.
But seeing
people
somebody,
who videotape themselves having sex. No. Are you kidding me?
But seeing your partner's face, seeing your girlfriend's face or your wife's face, like that's a turn on, though. Like I am turned off by my own face.
I think I look like Bogart.
Somebody texts and says, O faces look the same as pre-sneeze faces.
Yeah. 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 A little bit. Yes.
I'm making my pre-sneeze face. No, I don't look. There's no way I look like that.
Maybe you
Let
do.
me see your pre-sneeze face, Casey. Stop it.
Do it again.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna make you sneeze so hard.
Sneeze all over your face.
I'm going to sneeze all over your face.
Oh, that's so gross.
Sorry, I just sneezed on your back.
God. I'm going to sneeze all over your face.
Kathy, there's a question for you. What would
Sneeze
you
on my
rather
face.
have
I'm
all
going
over
to
your
sneeze you a pearl necklace.
Sneeze
I think
on
the
my face.
sneeze face might be accurate.
Really?
A little bit.
I purposely didn't ask
Hey,
the...
all right,
Yeah, I want to see your pre-sneeze face,
All right,
please.
hold on,
All right, I know you're laughing.
Okay,
but
Serious.
This is Kathy's orgasm face.
Second.
Do you think Guppies is still open?
Oh, my God.
What time does Target.com close?
Oh my God, will this ever end? I'm so hungry.
Target.com?
That closes?
Last week, well, I already said that.
No, do it again.
Tell us the golf ball story again.
Do it again with a British accent.
No.
What?
The first North American...
Greta Van Fleet.
The first North American tour. Oh, my God.
November, December, January, February.
But then a young ingenue came in to turn everything around. Kathy Romano stars in Let's Go to Guppies. Starring Bill Weston as the program director who hates her mentioning guppies all the time.
She had 2 babies.
Okay.
God, that's a Dawson's Creek.
Oh, yeah.
She had another hit, didn't she? Where Have All the Cowboys Gone? Was that the other?
Paula Cole?
Was that Paula Cole? Or
Where have all the cowboys gone?
I remember that song. I wasn't sure if that was her or not. Nick, you'll have to look that up. I did like some of her stuff.
She had hairy pits. Do you remember that?
Yeah. She was
a big thing.
She was.
I thought that was her father.
That was her father, Harry Pitch.
I'm a private detective. Have you heard about my girl?
Name's Harry.
She sings the title song for Dawson's Creek. The sun sunk into the sky like a pearl in a bottle of Prel.
What?
You remember that commercial?
Yeah,
No.
so random.
Nick Stevens has singles or releases or music video.
Where have all the cowboys gone?
Yeah.
Yeah, Paula Cole. What am I looking up now?
It was the kind of yell you'd see on an office window where people smoked a lot.
I didn't see the title at the top. I just thought that was the Paula Cole page. So yes, Steve, she did indeed do.
Thank you.
Where have all the cowboys gone? Rise and drink for only $10. Dine in only at participating locations in PA. Red Robin.
Yum.
All right. Video of what appeared to be sex toys and tubes of lube spread across the freeway following a truck crash has gone viral on social media.
Why wouldn't it?
I know. The incident took place on I-40 on the outskirts of Oklahoma City. A box truck, in case you're going to be there soon.
Grab a dildo.
A box truck and a semi-truck collided, leaving the latter overturned with some of its contents scattered over the road. Fortunately,
your dildos are in my lube.
Well, your lube is in my dildo. Fortunately, nobody was injured, but authorities were forced to close several lanes while the mess was cleared up. And video shot from a helicopter showed a number of large boxes and phallic-shaped items spread across the highway. In the footage, the reporter says, this is a semi that overturned and lost its load here. There's a lot of stuff to clean up. The station anchor says, Jim, can you tell what he's carrying there? What's all over the road? And as the camera zooms in for a close-up shot, he says, we're zooming in. Not really. I can't tell. Maybe you can tell. Oklahoma City Department confirms that the toys had been spilled on the highway by the crash, though they didn't give any further
Jim,
details.
there's a semi over there and one in my pants.
Back to you in the studio.
Oh, my God. I'm not going to be anywhere near there. That's coming from the south. Damn it.
Damn it. A group of high school boys and their dads were treated to a scene straight out of Jaws when a mako shark jumped from the ocean into their charter fishing boat, according to stunning video of the incident.
Hi.
It was a Facebook post made by Sea Ventures Charters, the owner of the fishing boat called the Lady Anne. The families and crew were on the shark fishing expedition off of the Maine coast when the incident began with the mako shark chomping on the bait. As it leapt out of the water to escape the fishing line, it landed on the deck of the 38-foot boat.
Mako sharks are notorious for their ability to jump.
That is correct. Mako sharks can grow up to 13 feet long, weigh up to 1,200 pounds. It is a fast-swimming, migratory species. It swims up to 30 miles a day, and they're surprisingly acrobatic. It's not unheard of for one to somersault onto a fishing vessel. Luckily, the Lady Anne Mako was tagged and released back into the ocean. Captain Dave Sinclair said
Thank you very much.
The incident happened so fast, and he said, we've had a lot of sharks over the years, but Makos are special. They tend to act wild and crazy, and it was pretty wild and a stunning video to watch.
It was crazy. I had a full bowel movement in my pants.
In Miami Beach, here's another fishing story. A fight over fishing led to shots being fired at a marina. The victims of the shooting weren't physically injured, but they say that they are now emotionally scarred. One of the victims, who asked not to be identified, said that he was walking on the grass. He ordered he said he ordered two of my friends on the boat, and he just started firing off rounds. This is insane. It's a crazy world we live in. Evidence of bullet after bullet at the scene tells the story. It all started because one of the victims told someone that there was no fishing allowed there. And he said the next thing he knew, he was under fire. Said, obviously, I'm shaken up. I was almost murdered the other night. Authorities are investigating the incident. Royal Canadian Mounted Police have released a profile and a thermal image of the person suspected of cutting the cable of the sea-to-sky gondola twice in the past 3 years. The individual is believed to be extremely fit, known the area around the gondola well, and have extensive knowledge of the tools needed to cause damage to the cable while allowing them to get away safely. I mean, these are these gondolas.
Like the zoo balloon, right?
Well, I mean, it's almost like a tram that carries people from one place to another.
Oh, okay. And now I see what you're saying. Yeah.
So, like if you go to large ski resorts,
Right, it's the same sort of thing. I was
you'll
thinking.
be in a gondola.
Holy Jesus! Yeah, that's a huge, thick cable.
So the gondola's cable was deliberately severed on separate occasions in 2019 and 2020. Sergeant Chris Manso says the investigators believe that it could have been the same person who severed the cable both times, sending the gondola's cabins crashing to the ground. But different people may also be involved.
That's. I mean, yes.
Yeah, people can die from this.
Yes, that's an elaborate thing. There's a lot of work to do that.
Security video from the second instance, the cable was cut in September 2020, shows how a security guard narrowly avoided being killed by the falling cable cars. The operators of the Sea to Sky gondola have doubled the reward to $500,000 for anyone with information leading to the arrest and conviction of the cable-cutting vandal.
You think there'd be more surveillance around there?
The privately owned tourist attraction had resumed operating just months earlier after being targeted the same way in August of 2019. No arrests have been made for the crime. They've interviewed more than 70 people and eliminated them as suspects over the last 3 years. Police say they're looking into charges of mischief and mischief endangering of life because the security guard who was nearly struck by the falling gondola cars.
Wow.
And we will have to wrap it up there since we are running so late today. All right, today's lesson question. We're going to give away a pair of tickets to get on board the Spirit of Philadelphia. The question that we're going to go with is, which Yankee great would sometimes wear a strap-on as a prank? 215-263-WMMR. Let's see if you know the answer, okay? Which Yankee great would sometimes wear a strap-on as a prank? 215-263-WMMR. We'll do the trash while you're calling in.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you by Apple TV Plus. The greatest beer run ever is in theaters and streaming on Apple TV Plus September 30th. Apple.com/the greatest beer run ever. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, King Charles's staff at Clarence House is reportedly at risk of being let go as he moves to Buckingham Palace. According to tradition, after the transition of power, the staff of Clarence House would normally all be placed into a large burlap sack and then thrown into the river.
Oh, wow. Oh, my God.
An unknown buyer just plunked down over $10 million for one of Michael Jordan's jerseys, selling for decidedly less one of Tiger Woods' used Perkins waitresses. And finally, Cardi B, agreeing to plead guilty to third-degree assault and reckless endangerment in exchange for 15 days of community service. Cardi had initially wanted to defend herself, but could never quite pronounce litigant. And that's your Hollywood Trash.
All right, we need to find a winner. We're looking for someone who knows the answer to this question. Which Yankee great would sometimes wear a strap-on as a prank? 215-263-WMMR. All right, we'll go to Greg, see if we can get an answer. Hey, Greg, good morning. All right, Greg. Which Yankee great would sometimes wear a strap-on as a prank?
Oh, hell, I don't know. First off, I'd like to say that Kathy looks very beautiful today.
Oh, so kind.
She cut out, but she's. I think she's driving to your house. Yeah.
All right, I'll stalk her later. How about Yogi Berra?
Yeah. Yogi Berra. Hang on a second, Greg. We are going to give you a pair of tickets to Dine, Dance, take in the amazing views aboard Spirit of Philadelphia, departing from Penn's Landing. A dinner cruise on the Delaware River lets you relax and enjoy the beauty of Philly's historic waterfront. And you can book today at citycruises.com.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Brought to you this morning by Dry Tech Waterproofing Solutions. You can protect your home from water damage, cracks in your foundation, and mold with Dry Tech Waterproofing Solutions. Preston and Steve listeners, you get 15% off when you mention our show. Go to drytechcorp.com. Weezer is set to release their next season's EP called Autumn. It's one of a 4-part series that corresponds to the different seasons, but also stands for the different eras in the band's history. According to the frontman, Rivers Cuomo, the music included is dance rock. About the other installments, he said, spring was easy breezy side of Weezer. Nobody's really going to object to that. Summer was more like 90s alt rock. And he says that's not the kind of music that the band has traditionally been able to get away with, so it makes for a tricky situation. Autumn is coming out on September 22nd. Smashing Pumpkins frontman Billy Corgan and his longtime girlfriend Chloe Mendel are engaged.
Aww.
I love you. Mendel revealed the news on social media saying, "'Tis true, I turned 30 yesterday. Was a day full of emotions. We lost a pet, ate great food. Augustus lost a tooth, and we enjoyed great company. The day finished with a wedding proposal, and of course, I said yes." She had a video of her and Corgan with their 2 kids as she prepared to blow out the candles on her birthday cake. Set for release on October 28th is The Essential Foo Fighters. The double disc comp is part of Sony's catalog series of career-spanning collections featuring both greatest hits and deep album cuts. And the set, which marks the band's first official release since the death of Taylor Hawkins, features a 21-song track list, including such favorites as Monkey Wrench, My Hero, Big Me, Learn to Fly. And it is bookended by the original studio version of Everlong, with Dave Grohl's classic acoustic performance of the song closing a set.
Does that band live on?
Yes.
I thought so, too.
I think so.
You think they're going to get like a new permanent drummer, or you think they'll just do like touring drummers?
I'm wondering if Dave might start playing the drums again.
Oh, really?
In the studio. And then they get a touring drummer.
Okay.
It's just a guess.
They have a lot of friends who are...
Oh, yeah.
Well, who was the last guy that he had been a touring musician with them for the longest time, and then they were like, no, now you're a full-fledged member. I might have been the guy on keys. Because Pat was in and then out, and then he's in again.
Marissa?
It was Dick Hertz.
Rami.
What's his name?
Rami.
Rami?
Yeah, he plays the keys.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you,
So he
Connor.
was a touring musician for a while, and then they were like, no, they knighted him.
Yep, and gave him the full-time gig.
I hereby make a permanent drummer.
All right. But, I mean, that's just my guess. I mean, listen, and Marissa, when Taylor died, Marissa asked me that question, and I said, here's the deal. And Taylor Hawkins was a fantastic drummer, without question. Now, was he an irreplaceable drummer? No. He didn't, and I'm not besmirching his talents at all, but he was not a Peart, a Bonham, a Stuart Copeland, these people that have a signature without question. You can hear it in the way they play that is them. Phil Collins is that way.
What about
There's some people that have that, and I don't think Taylor had that on his own. Great drummer, added exactly what the music needed, and then some. But I think that they can find another drummer that can fill the shoes.
Is his son ready?
No.
Too young.
I don't think so.
How old is he?
He's
16. Yeah, Marissa.
I think they get like a pseudo big name drummer and do like little mini like parts of tours. So they'll say this drummer is coming with us for these 6 dates, and then we're doing another drummer for this 6 dates. And
Yeah,
so on and so
I'm
forth.
just curious about studio, about
I think-
recording, writing, and recording the music.
I think
You're
it
right.
might be Dave.
Because Dave did the whole first album by himself,
Yep.
the entire album.
Yep, and he only felt comfortable. Taylor played kind of like Dave, and Dave felt comfortable handing him the reins to the drum kit.
That's very interesting you say that, because I was wondering that recently, like, because they switch on and off so much that they have to play the drums the exact same way, right?
A little bit. Yeah, they're similar in their style. So, but anyhow, it remains to be seen. We'll find out in a little while. And then one last thing: the wait is over after several years of delays amid squabbling between former bandmates Roger Waters and David Gilmour over the album's liner notes. The 2018 remix of Pink Floyd's Animals is finally here. Congratulations. And the crowd goes wild. The beloved 5-track 1977 set, which was sandwiched between 75's Wish You Were Here and 79's double album Opus The Wall, has received its first ever 5.1 stereo sound release and is available on vinyl, CD, Blu-ray, and SACD.
It's a great album. It gets sort of forgotten because of where it sits in the whole thing, but it is a great album.
It was their 10th studio album, was released in 1977, and has sold over 4 million copies in the U.S. to date. Animals hit number 3 on the Billboard, 200, spent 5 weeks in the top 10 in England. The album peaked at number 2. The track listing for Animals is Pigs on the Wing, Part 1, Dogs, Pigs, 3 different ones, Sheep, and Pigs on the Wing Part 2. And that's it. Those are all the songs
6
on there.
rabbits, a hamster, and a drum.
Yeah, 6 hamsters. Yeah, so all that good stuff. But that has now been settled.
And that's also I would say, one of the iconic album covers of all time. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, it definitely ranks up there for sure. All right, and there you go. That's what I have in music news for you. Casey's handing me something. I'm giving it to you. A case of Trogs Lucky Holler Hazy IPA. Yeah, we'll take caller number 18. It'll make you do that. It's a hoppy, hazy harvest ale delivering bright waves of pineapple,
yes,
juicy citrus, and ripe passion fruit. This is just me riffing on this.
Off the top of my head.
Yeah. It's so good you'll want to holler.
Which one do you want?
I like the
holler.
I guess just the huh is my favorite.
I can do.
Or were you going to do yoo-hoo?
I can give you.
Holler! Ah,
Yeah.
I like that. Pick up a six-pack today at your local Acme Market. And by the way, we start the Yoo-Hoo money contest on Monday. Same day as Casey hits the road.
Hey!
Casey's big adventure, him and Jackie Bam Bam, so a lot to come. We're going to take a break. We'll come back. We'll give away our Word of the Week prize when we return. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3.
It was late Friday. It was late Friday. I ate all over as if I just won a marathon. Kathy came into the office. Told me she'd made reservations at Guppy. Phil came in, prattling on something about third leg of the stool.
Can't take it, man. Oh. It's his directorial debut for the film Wildlife. Please welcome back to our studio after 6 years, Mr. Paul Dano. This morning. Good to see you, Paul.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks for being here. We appreciate it. Listen, so your directorial debut, and also you wrote the screenplay or co-wrote the screenplay. Going into this, what kind of expectations did you set for yourself? That's a big, big, big project.
Yeah, it is. And honestly, directing is such a long journey and such a big experience. I think you're just sort of setting expectations one step at a time.
Okay.
So honestly, at first, you're just trying to write a good script and set yourself up with a foundation that you can feel good on. Then you're just like trying to get the actors to say yes. Then you're just like trying to get the money.
And we're talking years and years, and we're talking about what, about like 4 years?
I would say so. I read a book called Wildlife by Richard Ford, who's an incredible American writer.
Right.
Probably 2011 or 2012, and started turning this thing over in my head, thinking, okay, can this be a film? Can this be a film for me?
So do you immediately option it because you because I know how these things play, and you want to make sure you have it, correct?
Correct, but I did not immediately option
Really?
it.
Okay.
Yeah, because I sort of wanted to make sure that I had something to offer it. Also, because I sort of do admire Richard Ford, I really wanted to sort of know that there was a film. Just a good book doesn't necessarily make a film, so why make a film of it? And when I thought of the ending for this film, which is different than the book, that's when I optioned the book, because I sort of knew the final shot sort of gave me the energy and the courage to sort of actually do it.
It's very cool, because I think when you take, so you and Zoe Kazan co-wrote the screenplay, and it was from what I understand, it was a back and forth process, and that actually, you kind of took a very long run at it at first, and she sort of helped you, whittle it down and get to that point. But you sort of got the blessing from the author of the book to just make it your own property. And at that point when that happened, you have a sigh of relief? Because I think the onus or you'd feel sort of you'd have to be as faithful to the source material as you out of respect. But when he sort of cuts you loose, was that a breath of relief? Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, not only because I like his work, but he basically said that my book is my book and your picture's your picture.
Oh, that's
you
great.
Need to establish your own values, and that sort of immediately gives you permission to sort of follow now what the film is. And you have to. He had the great bit of wisdom that you can't just sort of translate a book and make it into a film. And my partner and I, Zoe, this sort of story there is that I wrote a first draft. I secretly thought it was pretty good, and then I gave it to her, and she quickly dissuaded me.
Wow. As friends too. As good friends too. Yeah. This is not as good as you think it is.
Did Richard Ford, the author, did he ever visit the set during filming, or did he stay away from all that?
No, he stayed away. I mean, we kept in touch via email. He writes the most beautiful emails, and we've been in touch. We just did a talk at Lincoln Center the last week in New York. He loves the film, so that means a lot.
So it's a story of a family and a family going through changes, and it's a funny thing because a simple story told this way, families can provide your greatest sense of support and love, and also your greatest conflict in life and your greatest your greatest issues to deal with, and that's what you were looking to explore with this, correct?
That's exactly it. Richard Ford sort of captured a duality where he was able to look at this hard situation with a lot of compassion, a lot of love. That's certainly how I sort of grew up. We lived in a one-bedroom apartment in New York. My family was close, but probably too close. And when my parents struggled, we felt it, and it's sort of, I moved to a new town when I was 14 to enter high school. At that point in your life, home is sort of the edge of the world. I didn't yet have friends in that town. And so that is sort of what the film is trying to express. It's really about a kid seeing his parents change, their marriage change, and sort of just being like thrust suddenly into adulthood.
It's got to be wild.
You mentioned your partnership with Zoe Kazan, and she was here with you when you came in July of 2012 for Ruby Sparks, and you deferred to her, I guess, when it comes to the writing process. But what is that like when you have an idea and you really love your idea, and then you give it to somebody else, and they say that's not bad, but I'm going to take? Is it trust? Is it how do you get to a point where you're like, all right, her idea is better than mine?
Well, it's debilitating first.
You're crippled. What do you mean?
No. So in this case, it wasn't that somebody's idea is better. It was like, okay, this was my first time writing. Zoe is a proper writer. She's written plays that have gone up in New York. She's written screenplays that have been produced. She saw what I was trying to do, but was like, I can. And also, frankly, we just couldn't get through a note session because we live together, and you have to sort of protect the relationship from a certain amount of conflict. So I think she was like, why don't I just do a pass, because I think it's healthier for us than if we just fight through these notes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that turned out to be wonderful. And it sort of opened up our process, which was we would talk about the script for 2 or 3 hours, then one of us would take it for a few weeks and sort of do a pass. So we each had our own process. And at that point, once you're into it, you're fighting on behalf of the characters and the film, so you're not fighting each other. Somebody has an idea, you believe in it, you talk about it, you get into it, and then time sort of reveals the right direction.
Those moments, though, where you as a director, like you're not moving the camera a lot and you're just kind of letting it happen, to me, that would be such a hand-wringing thing. How do I do this? How do I convey the subtlety of this? Were there a number of passes, or did you just instinctively say, this is the way it's got to be?
No, it was from day one a film that let's not move the camera if we don't have to for the moment. Let's not put score on it unless we have to. Let's sort of like...
let it breathe?
Yeah, and also just like leave them to hang out to dry almost, because you don't want to be reductive about something like this, something as complicated. My feeling is I've always loved the illusion of simplicity, like something that looks simple but is really not, and it was something I said to my crew even, was like, it's like we're trying to make a film that's like sushi. Like it looks simple.
Quiet moments.
It's not. It's actually beautiful, and it's hard to make. And
right.
I like
and
that.
you can kill people if you don't make it properly. So there you go.
Okay.
I like the analogy.
I love Mumford & Sons. They're like one of my favorite bands. Carey Mulligan is married to Marcus Mumford.
Yeah.
Did Marcus show up at all?
Oh, sure.
Did he?
Yeah, we hung. Yeah,
You made his day.
Yeah, we would go hit some golf balls, hang out. We were in Oklahoma. We were sort of in, I don't want to say the middle of nowhere, but...
You were in the middle of nowhere.
We were in the middle of nowhere.
Bum F, as they call it.
And, but that's also one of the beauties about making a film on location is this feeling of like summer camp. So, Carey and I have known each other forever. Jake and I have known each other, known Marcus forever. There's something nice about the only people you have to lean on are the people you're there working with, and it's super fun.
Right. Are they a part of the soundtrack at all?
They are not.
Okay.
I do think they have a new record coming out soon.
They
though.
do.
I'm gonna
They
go.
do.
I watched a movie recently that you're in, Love and Mercy, about Brian Wilson, and it's an interesting movie. I didn't quite know what to expect. There are several different actors playing Brian Wilson in it. Can you talk a little bit about what that experience was like, and did you have a relationship or learn anything from Brian or talk to him about it?
Yeah, I think that's the best time I've ever had acting. Brian is a really special guy.
It's the story of Brian Wilson, by the way. And you play him as younger Brian Wilson around the time of the recording of Pet Sounds, and John Cusack plays him later on in life.
Yeah. For somebody who struggles so much, Brian, he's got an incredible amount of light inside of him. And frankly, studying that music for 6+ months was one of the greatest gifts I've had from work. I just felt so in love with what he's giving us through the spirit of this music, and I miss it.
It's a great movie, and I just saw your film after seeing a documentary called The Wrecking Crew, in which they sing. And I told Preston, and I think you've seen it since then.
Oh yeah.
And they talk about recording with Brian Wilson, and these were the top studio musicians, and they said, and then there's Brian Wilson.
Yeah.
And his genius level was off the charts. And I think the sequences where you're recording in the film, and you specifically caught what I imagined, it would have been like outside of the documentary. It was an amazing performance.
That's very nice. Yeah, and that's frankly, we were in the studio that he actually recorded Pet Sounds in back in '65.
Wow.
And at that point, you're just trying to summon the spirits and let them pass through you, But that is so moving that these brilliant music, the Wrecking Crew, they were the best. They were the best session musicians in town.
Yep.
And Brian was their guy. They were like, that's the guy. It's incredible.
Yeah.
Hey, great to see you again. Congratulations. Thanks for coming by.
Thanks, guys.
Paul Dano, everyone. Speaking of scary movies, I did see this article, and believe it or not, it's from Cosmo.
That's all.
Well, are you? Are you? Well, are you?
Don't mind if I do.
10:45 and the Preston and Steve Radio Show on MMR. Friday, coming to a close for us. Weekend, the door opens.
Today seemed like 9 shows.
Dude, it was absolutely packed today and a lot of fun. That's the most important thing about it is we just had a really, really good time. And hopefully a good time was had by all. And I would like to go ahead and roll through a series of people and thank them for being a part of today's program. We'll start with our first guest this morning, Mr. Craig Robinson.
Yeah, Craig's great.
Helium Comedy Club this weekend, Friday and Saturday. Tonight, tomorrow, sold out. But there are tickets remaining for Sunday, 2 shows then, 7 and 9:30. You can go to heliumcomedy.com. And then we had Billy Eichner and Luke McFarlane promoting the film Bros. It's a gay rom-com, and it's great. Steve has seen it. You loved it. It's an R-rated rom-com.
R-rated. It's dirty. It's funny. It's got a lot of heart.
And it's wide theater release, and it'll be out September 30th. So that was cool to have those guys. And then fantastic live music from Don McCloskey. The album, the record, the release, whatever you want to call it, is called The Chaos and the Beauty. It is available now. They are playing the Always Sunny podcast shows Sunday night and Monday night, and then returning to Ardmore Music Hall on October 14th for the official release party for the album. And they were so great. It was 7 people, nice, big, full, happy, fun, really cool sound. And we were so glad to have them by here today. And last but not least, our friend Godfrey. And Godfrey will be at Punchline tonight and tomorrow. And you talk about energy. Man, you'll be tired when you get done seeing Godfrey. And I would also like to thank the gang at The Link and executive chef James Hennessy for bringing by his snack hack called Philly Johns. And you'll be able to get those starting on Monday at the Birds game.
There's 2 full trays out there. Did you see that?
I did.
Yeah.
And it's a bizarre, like, Frankenstein creation of Philadelphia food. So it's Dunkin' Macchiato cereal, crusted beef brisket, and Monterey Jack cheese croquette served with Rita's wild black cherry ice barbecue sauce.
It shouldn't work, but it does.
And you can get that in section 138 at The Link. So thank you guys for bringing that by. It was cool. And thank you to Acme for supplying some food for all of our guests this morning.
Lifesaver.
In the Acme Lounge. And it's wonderful to have that relationship with those guys. Pierre is sitting right over there. Hi, man.
Good day.
How
Is
are
this
you?
the most guests you've had on since pandemic?
Yes. Yeah, since pandemic. Prior to
One
that,
day.
we've had other days that would beat this.
This was a locomotive.
Yeah. Yeah. It was fun. We had a really good time. Everybody was in a great vibe.
It was interesting. Godfrey, it's not Godfried, it's Godfrey,
Godfrey,
right? He didn't want to leave. He wanted to stay. You could tell he wanted to stay. And Preston has this wonderful way of directing the show.
He was
Because,
trying.
well,
he was trying.
and then he kept, he would find another little insert that he could pop in on, and it was that in itself was humorous to me.
Well, I had an avenue that I tried to take, and it didn't happen. Did you catch it?
It was the you can have vegetarian food or non-vegetarian food. Yes.
Yeah, I said, well, I'm sure they're going to be serving vegetarian and non-vegetarian food at Punchline tonight, but he kept going. I was like, all right, but I got to find another segue.
His energy, Godfrey's energy, is so great and positive, and like he's one of those guys you don't mind having him stick around for a bit.
Yeah, no, it was very entertaining, but it was a subtle note. But for me, it was even more entertaining seeing how Preston is going to get off of the freeway here. Missed that off ramp. Let's see if there's another one. Oh, missed that one. There's one more up here we could try.
We've had worse where you're shy of just basically grabbing them by the collar and throwing them out. Every clue that we're wrapping up now. We're wrapping up now. We're wrapping up now.
Yep.
It's all
showbiz hook that would come out on the stage.
The hook man.
Yeah.
Yep. All right, so shall we do the letter?
Sure.
Let's begin.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, and the Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter
E as in Ethel.
All right, and we'll take the ninth caller at 215-263 WMMR, and we will see if you can get that prize. You need to know the word in order to do that. So give us a call right now. Caller number 9. You'll be able to do that. What's happening? Today's a Friday. I'm sure you got great stuff planned.
Lots of stuff. Nick Mason tickets again, playing the early Pink Floyd material at the Miriam. And we've got live. It's going on sale in about an hour at Parks Casino. We also will have workforce blocks of the Moody Blues. The music just keeps going. Shinedown on Sunday night. Mike Campbell from the Heartbreakers is back in Wilmington on Tuesday night. Wednesday, Pearl Jam. Last night I was at Brian Ferry at the Man. It was so sublime and stellar and magnificent. I spoke with him yesterday, and that interview is up at WMMR.com, by the way.
Nice.
If you'd like to hear, he told the story of Avalon and why he dresses so nicely. Oh, it was magnificent.
I would have loved to have seen the show, just couldn't do it.
No, I totally understand. It was they were brilliant. It was really nice to see them. Anyway, that interview is up. Then continuing in the concert vein, the Moody Blues will be celebrated by the Philadelphia Pops Orchestra. With the Pops Rocks tonight and tomorrow at the Kimmel Center. So we'll do Block the Moody Blues. 311 is in Atlantic City at Oceans Casino. That's this evening. Alice Cooper is in Atlantic City tomorrow at the Tropicana. So we'll do blocks of all those bands.
Wow. All right. We're going to see if we can get a winner, and we're going for caller number 9. It just so happens to be Colin. So let's check in. Colin, good morning. Uh-oh. Colin, what is our word of a week, please?
It is drive.
I don't know.
Yeah, that means yes. All right, Colin, you got it right. And listen to this, buddy. We got a trip for 2 for you aboard the Philly Sports Trips Ultimate Bus Trip to MetLife Stadium. The Birds game December 11th, and that does include transportation, tailgate with beverages, and catered Philly-style food, and tickets to sit with hundreds of other Birds fans. All right, my man?
Oh, that's amazing. Thank you guys so much.
You bet. Hang on, Colin. We'll get the info. We'll take care of you. Don't forget the packages are on sale now to join the party, and you can go to phillysportstrips.com today, and you can book yours. Let me take a moment to thank our sponsors. Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by Acme Markets, fresh foods, local flavors. Acme, the official grocery store of the Preston and Steve Show, also brought to you by Trinity Rehab, locations all over and now open in King of Prussia, trinity-rehab.com. Let's see. Next week on the program, comedian Doogie Horner will be joining us. Ross Matthews will be here. Nigella Lawson.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the celebrity
Yes,
chef.
absolutely.
She's great. Comedian Hari, I don't know the name. Kanabaru?
Yeah.
Kanabaru. All right. We'll have live music from Larkin Poe in the studio. Yeah, that's cool.
Another busy week.
We will also
Shopping with
start
Jackie.
what's that?
Jackie has an ID from them. He goes, next time we're in town, we're going record shopping with Jackie.
There you go. And we'll also have the Yoo-Hoo Loot, which we start on Monday. And, speaking of Jackie, Casey's Big Adventure. Kicks off on Monday.
Drive.
Hits the road with Jackie Bam Bam and our buddy Kyle Mack, who will be documenting the whole thing. We will get that started early Monday morning, so make sure that you join us for that. That's it. We're done. Rage on. Have a great weekend, and we will see you later, gang. Bye-bye.